Howdy, y'all. Welcome to TopstepTV. I'd say hello to traders, friends, family, everybody that is here today. This is opening call. He's Fred. I'm Barney. And yes, we're shoeless. Not sure about the underwear, but as Tom Petty once said, free balling. And anybody out there wearing a bedrock kilt, let us know. I'd like to say hello to our good friend. Time to get ready. Good friend, everybody's friend, our trading guru, trading mentor, and the man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Hey, Johnny.
What's up, Barney? It was a long commute today. My feet are killing me.
Hey, Fred. Hey, Fred. Hey, Fred. Freddie, old boy, old pal. You know, what
Good
was the
morning, Eddie, and
ripoff?
good morning to everybody. Thursday, December the 5th, is always on the opening call. We focus on context, risk management, and patience. Good morning,
Yeah.
everyone.
Well, Johnny, let's get busy here. Let's jump in here. We got a lot going on here. News, U.S. equity futures fluctuated as investors paused for their record-breaking rally. We saw that yesterday with a few air horns throughout the day. Bitcoin, once again, boy, I tell you, surpassed $100,000. French assets recovered slightly as investors considered the implications of the ousting of Beignet, and S&P 500 contract remained steady following the index 56 record close. Was that Joe DiMaggio, 56 consecutive games with a hit. Let's see if they can break DiMaggio's record tomorrow. Puts it back on track for its best year since 1919, 2019. Yes, we saw Jerome Powell yesterday talking about the U.S. economy being in remarkably good shape. The dollar and treasuries were down, and the focus now shifts to today's, Friday's non-farm payroll. As I mentioned, Bitcoin, it hit 104,000, traded 6% higher a little earlier at 102, and having earlier climbed to a record of 104. And Johnny, that's what I've got for news. Anything you'd like to add here for today?
Well, yeah, as far as economic releases came out, the trade balance came out lower than they were expecting. They were expecting an outflow of $75 billion. Came out minus 73.83 billion. Jobless clams, as usual on Thursdays, came out a little bit higher than expected, but still not bad. They were looking for 215,000 additional or initial jobless claims. That came out at 224,000, with continuing jobless claims a little bit lower than expected. They were looking for 1.9 million, 1.87 million. So a little conflicting. Not bad information in that, as far as I'm reading it. 9:30 this morning, we had the nat gas inventory numbers due out. 10:30, barking will be barking. We've got a 4 and 8 week bill auction at that time as well. Earnings, Kroger and Dollar General with mixed earnings information coming out this morning. And it seemed everybody's favorite store, Lululemon, is due out after the close. We also have Ulta Beauty. VIX this morning a little bit lower, 13.42. It was 13.11 yesterday. Still very low numbers as these equities continue to roll to the upside. Dollar index down a little bit this morning at 106 even. It was 106.6 yesterday at this time. The yield on the 10-year up a little bit on the day, but still lower than yesterday at this time. Currently, last I checked, 4.22% was 4.28% at this time yesterday. That's all we've got. Everybody is looking forward to the unemployment non-farm payroll numbers tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie, dude, where's your crude?
Well, we tagged 70. I tell you, where crude is trying to get through that 70 and hold it, but it can't. But oil prices drifted, like my memory, higher today, taking support from a bigger than expected draw in U.S. inventories ahead of the latest meeting of top producers, not those bottom producers, top producers, to discuss output levels. We did see the U.S. crude WTI up 0.2%, and Brent also rising 2%. Now, the Organization of Petroleum Export Countries, of course, and its good friends, the allies known as OPEC, scheduled to meet later online today, widely expected to extend their latest round of oil product cuts, providing additional support from the oil markets. Reuters also reported that the group will likely announce an extension by at least 3 months from January. This is coming from OPEC Plus sources. That's what we got for the news here for you today. And Gabe, what do we got for tip of the week? There it is. Tip of the week, clear mindset. Well, one of the things with a clear mindset, you got a clear mindset, avoid over trading. Now, a cluttered mind might lead to chasing trades, over trading. We want to ensure that we are using discipline and disciplined approaches to picking trades. Also, accepting losses. Tell you, a lot of us, when we do have that loss, we sort of turn over. We turn into the Jekyll and Hyde, and we're not the same trader we are just a few minutes ago. So try to keep that. Try to remind yourself, if you need to, put a post-it note on your monitor that you need to keep that mind clear. So clear mind helps traders accept them as part of the process without becoming reckless in revenge trading. Johnny, what do you got for this?
Well, it is a very cold morning here in Chicago. So when I let the dog out this morning, I stepped outside and just kind of breathed in that cold, crisp air. And I feel like
Oh
that
my
really
goodness,
kind of cleansed my mindset just being out
snorting
there.
ice cubes.
Just even for a few minutes, just breathing that cold air. But there's also, having a clear mindset. We seem to always focus on when things are going bad and what that does to our mindset. When things are going well, that can also that can also cloud your mindset a little bit. When you're trading well, things are going really good. You start to feel like you're God's gift to trading, or you don't have to do the work anymore, anything like that. Also going to maybe put you a little bit behind the eight ball. So just try and trade from a place of being centered with a clear mindset, calm, cool, collected,
Yeah,
and not as easy as it sounds, of course, but it's always something to work towards. Good tip of the week this week.
sure. All right. Coming up for fast markets, we got Mohammed and Anne Marie. I'll give you a little bit more description on that a little bit later, but let's get to our charts. And Johnny, what do you got for our traders today?
Always starting with the daily in the S&P is looking at the bigger picture. Obviously, the chart usually in these equities is going from bottom left to top right. That is true again yesterday, putting in new all-time highs in the S&P. Futures continuing to push to the upside. Couple of things. We added another 22,000 contracts in open interest on that big push to the upside yesterday. The auction is relatively healthy. We're coming into rollover, and we saw even higher volume than the previous day in the December contract. A couple of weeks before we're going to be switching over. But just a reminder, we are coming into rollover. That creates a tendency for longer time frame traders to try and remain a little bit range bound so that they can accomplish a efficient, profitable, or at least a cheap rollover of all of those contracts in the December to the March contract. So we're seeing open interest continuing to the upside in both the December contract and the March contract. Money is still coming into the long side as price continues to push higher. All right, that's the good news. The bad news again, we are entering rollover. And a lot of folks will be focusing on that unemployment number tomorrow. The unemployment rate, non-farm payrolls, private non-farm payrolls. A lot of focus is going to be on that in the trading world, as well as the Fed will also be watching these things very closely, as we are less than 2 weeks away from the next FOMC meeting announcement. That is 2 weeks from yesterday. Uh, Great. I'm wearing my rally sweater. I'm doing my part to keep the rally going. I'm even looking more and more like Santa Claus. Maybe we can bring the Santa Claus rally, but let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. All right. So yesterday, a lot of overnight inventory to the long side. We did see an inventory adjustment that did not close the gap to the previous session. The market continued to push to the upside. Now, there's a couple of interesting things in the profile here that we're just going to discuss briefly. The initial balance high ended up being the point of control from yesterday. So that initial balance high, when we started just kind of basing price around that, that's where most of the volume was at the initial balance high. It wasn't until later on in the session where we saw the structure break to the upside. Now, you could say that this might be similar to a late spike, but it's 2 hours long, this push to the upside. So it's not a true late spike, but it was a structure break. We had very range bound activity for several hours. When that structure broke to the upside, buyers continued to come in. As we see, volume was very good in the last 2.5 hours of the session and peaking in the last 30 minutes as usual. So we could be looking at this structure break as sort of a late spike to the upside, but not a true. That's why I call it a structure break instead of a late spike. Overnight inventory, we're flat. We have nothing going on as far as overnight inventory is concerned, a very narrow range, but inside the break of structure to the upside. So that would give an connotation, a nuance that price is still accepting prices at higher levels. I'm going to try and be patient this morning with the inside overnight activity inside yesterday's range with no overnight inventory. It looks to me like a lot of traders are going to be sitting waiting for the information tomorrow with the unemployment numbers. So we're going to try and be very patient this morning and look for good opportunities. Very flatlined in the overnight session. If that continues into the regular trading hour session, try and be patient, look for extremes, let the initial balance establish itself, and then look for opportunities at those extremes. Profile yesterday was a kind of a P shape initially, which would be short covering, but with the increase in open interest throughout the day and especially at the end of the day, this was buyers just holding price up. And then we saw the buyers get more aggressive as the day went on, adding to those positions again, adding 22,000 approximate new open interest yesterday. We added 5,800 approximate the day before. We added 18,000 the day before. We're seeing money coming into the long side at higher pricing. That is typically going to be indicative of a healthy upside auction until it isn't. Remember, folks, ACH, anything can happen. All right. Now for the NASDAQ. Very similar. We had another increase in open interest yesterday of about 12,000 contracts. That's pretty big. And yes, there was an increase in both the December and the March contracts. Money coming into the long side at all-time highs is acting like a healthy upside auction. So we're still seeing buyers driving price. This is not short covering doing this overall. It's new business. It's new buyers. And that is very healthy for the upside auction. The bad news, well, there is no bad news, right? So that adds to the tendency for the market to continue. But if we were going to be looking for bad news, okay, we're entering rollover and everybody will be waiting for the unemployment numbers tomorrow. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Again, a lot of overnight inventory night before last. The market opened. It gave us one little push of overnight inventory adjustment, was unable to close the gap. Tells us, well, we're accepting higher pricing, and that's exactly what it did. And very similar day yesterday to the S&Ps. The point of control was also the IB high in the NASDAQ, P shape until we saw the structure break to the upside. That structure break in the NASDAQ came in at 21,496.75. So 21,500 looks like a very interesting level for us to possibly look for opportunities today. We actually did put in a late spike to the upside in the NASDAQ. So the base of the late spike is 21,524.75. So basically 21,525 is the base of the late spike. Reminder, late spike rules, opening in or above the base of the late spike to the upside indicates probable acceptance of higher pricing. Opening below the base of the late spike indicates possible or probable acceptance of pricing at lower levels. But we also have the very similar structure break to the upside that we had in the S&Ps. Again, 21,000, let's just call that 21,500. Looks interesting. I mean, it's the structure break to the upside. It was the previous high. It was the IB high. No, it was not. The IB high was down here. So we are building structure above the IB high. The break of that structure to the upside again, 21,500. Do we have any overnight inventory? No, we don't really have any overnight inventory. Are we opening outside of range? Are we creating a gap? No, in neither of these markets are we creating a gap. Try and stay patient. Let the market establish an early range and focus on those range extremes for your opportunities. Of course, this is all time frame contingent, and there are traders that take much shorter time frame trades than I'm looking at here on this 30-minute chart. But as an overall context, it's looking with no overnight inventory, inside range, inside value, not really inside value, but inside range. Try and stay patient today. What the heck happened in crude yesterday? We had a drop of inventory and price dropped as well. Crude is such a wily beast that way. It just happens that way sometimes. Overall, in the longer time frame, in the bigger picture, we're still very range bound in the longer time frame, the longer picture. We added open interest yesterday of approximately 15,000 contracts. In the last 3 days, we've added 35,000 contracts in open interest in both directions, new longs, new shorts. The market is very, very range bound. It's just seeking the level where two-sided trade can occur, and it has been in that level where two-sided trade has been occurring for a long time. So we're knowing in the bigger picture that we're inside balance to breakout rules apply. What about the 30-minute chart? Are we going to get a hint here? So the market opens yesterday, leaves the opening range relatively, if not at the high of the session yesterday. We put in a double distribution trend day to the downside. The market opened. We broke the initial balance. We accepted below the initial balance, and it was all sellers down to the previous late spike of 68.50. That goes back all the way to the 29th of November. 29th of November. Last night, we really kind of based our price along that level mostly. We had a little bit of kerfuffleation here about 5:30 that pushed lower, but it was met with buyers. Are we in range? Yes. Are we in value? Yes, we are. Is there potential for a repair day today? Again, when we have double distributions, the profiles look like this. We have a distribution of time and volume at the top. We have another distribution of time and volume at the bottom. My question is now going to be, are we going to remain in range and perhaps repair the low volume area that occurred yesterday as price accelerated to the downside into this kind of balance area here? Or are we going to reject and are we going to start to look at lower levels? We know that OPEC is meeting today, not expecting a lot of big movement until maybe we get some news from them. Take a look at gold. What a fascinating market this has been. It's been a little tough, but there have been some really good opportunities based off of market generated information, profile information. Look at where we've been for now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. Indecision, long shadows or wicks on short candle bodies on the daily chart. Market is looking for new information. However, we have been adding a lot of open interest while we are here. This market is building energy for whatever the next move is going to be. We don't know what that move is going to be. So again, we're adding a lot of open interest. Volume's been maintaining, but we're still, by and large, in the same area of balance we pointed out on Monday. 26.90 to the upside, 26.30 to the downside. We haven't really approached either of those this week. The market really just indecisive, range bound, consolidating, whatever word you want to use, you can use it. Been very difficult in a longer time frame, but again, some decent opportunities in the shorter time frames. Because the market's been leaving little breadcrumbs for day traders throughout this entire kind of 8-day session that we're kind of stuck in the middle of. Yesterday, we left the opening range at the bottom of the session, right at the base of the late spike from the second. That ended up being our IB low, of course, the opening range, and we pushed higher, took out the failed upside auction from the previous day. Where is my settlement line? 2676.30. 76.20. I put it on here. I swear I did. 76.20. I swear I did. 76.20. Here we go. There we go. That's going to be close enough for rock and roll. Do we have any overnight inventory? Maybe a little bit to the short side, but again, inside range. Below value, I find that to be a little bit interesting. We did leave the opening, the 720 to 721 opening range at the high of the session. That's really been a decent opportunity. There have been 4 or 5 days of the last 10 where the opening range has at least started out at one extreme or the other of the range. We're inside the range from yesterday. We're still holding above the base of the late spike. We're basically inside the initial balance from yesterday. Again, I'm going to try and suggest remaining patient, looking for opportunities as the day goes on. Don't be too aggressive. We are range bound, and in the last 1, 2, 3 sessions, we're smack dab in the middle of that range. So anything can happen here. Be patient. Look for opportunities as the day goes on. We discussed a little bit yesterday about we can sit here and we can look for trades all day long, and we're going to find all the trades we want all day long. It's the ones that we're patient for, the ones that come and find us when the market says, hey, you, this is that spot you've been looking for. This is the trade you're waiting for. Usually it's not knocking on your face like I was there. It's whispering to you. It's the trades that yell at you that are usually the lies. It's the trades that say, this looks interesting. And it makes me a little bit nervous. A little bit scared of this trade. This might be the good trade that I've been waiting for. So be patient. Look for the good trades. If you can, if you got a minute, step outside, breathe in some of that nice cold Chicago air if you're in Chicago or anywhere where it's cold outside. Take a deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day, and let's have a good, profitable, and fun session today.
Let's do it. I'm with you, Johnny. Hey, coming up here, we got Fast Markets. Mohammed. He's working his way back to the funded account after losing his Express funded account yesterday with a $3,700 loss. He did, though, have success in his trading combine with a winning trade of $4,500 across 6 accounts. Also, Anne-Marie working in 5 trading combines right now. She traded 3 of them yesterday, had 3 winning days, total of 467. Yes, small wins, baby. So we're going to take a timeout. We'll be right back here with Fast Markets. And as Andre would say, let's go. Let's go. Be right back. All right, let's get those falling temperatures here in the States in the gates. And I'm going to pass this back to that handsome guy we call Jack. Hello, Jack. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it's me, that handsome, fleeced, everyday man. Yeah, it's cold here, but it's going to be hot here on Fast Markets. We got MP, we got Anne-Marie, John Hoagland. There's a strong chance that Muhammad will be joining us soon. It's time to get the markets. We got less than a minute till the open. How's it going, Anne-Marie?
It's going great. Excited to be here.
Excited to have you as usual. All right. Let's see. 20 seconds until we kick things off here. What do you got,
20
Hoag?
seconds. Just really quick. Everybody in chat, did anybody cover 100,000s in Bitcoin? I covered last night. I had a working order. We've been talking about it forever. And I got the little
Nicely
ping.
done.
Nice.
Nicely
I got it
done.
at 50,000. So,
Nicely done.
well, my friends have been pushing me since around the 9,000s. So they definitely were the ones that were LOLing me today.
There we go.
All right.
And we're
You're
open.
off.
Michael, we got to talk about that stop placement, though.
The what?
Stop placement. If it traded 100,000, it was going to trade at least 102,000.
Yeah, I know.
He had
I just
104.
wanted to be
Okay.
a part. I just wanted to be a part of the 100,000. I can say it went back down to zero.
love
Well, I
it.
got the 100,000.
A principled stop. I love it. All right, we are open. Look at the NQ here, selling off a little bit from the high of the day.
S&P
Yes,
on our
running north.
highs.
Mhm.
Still 50-50. Nothing happening yet. Lots of open positions. Quite a bit for the morning. Open positions. 60-40 to the long side for both.
Tilt pretty much 50-50 across the board.
No, I said
Very
60-40.
small opening ranges.
Yeah. I
A
think we're
narrow
still
range
there.
last night in the S&Ps.
Yeah,
Got a
and
base
that
of a late spike here in the NASDAQ at 524.75.
there's a
Dow,
bit of
Dow
a
had
rock
big
fight.
spike here. You see this Dow? What did Dow just do? My
I
goodness.
just read a stat that said the US market was 68% of the global market. The second one is 5% at Japan. So I had a trade sitting up here at the prior high, and I took it. I think it's going to run into the
NASDAQ?
550s. Yes. And so I'm going to sit
Nice.
with these two right here in a double topping formation. I took it because I know you guys hate that. I took it simply because I see a double top in the NQ with a little bit of technical divergence. But again, with reversal trades, I like to keep them light and tight. And so I'm just trading a couple of MNQs here and
See money, take
watching
money.
it. Yeah, exactly. Because I am definitely against trend. And so I'm waiting for a fade into the rock fight at around 520. And there is definitely a rock fight there.
NASDAQ tagged a new high. Pulled back very quickly.
Yep.
All right, let's get ready for that rock fight. That's the down.
Is that an
around
ATH here in NASDAQ?
Every time it makes a new high, it's an all-time high.
Just get ready with it then.
That's
I mean, I gotta pull up the generator here. Here we go. Here's for your NASDAQ. There you go.
The generator. You need a generator. That's a horn. That is a horn of all
Yeah,
horns,
horn.
Mr. Horn. Mr.
Yes,
Horn.
yes. I know horns very well.
Yes, you do. What is that? What is horn? Origination.
German. Used to be
German,
von
right.
Horn. VON Horn.
Von
But they dropped the von coming over to Emmett's Island, so they'd get in line a lot quicker. They weren't stupid. Like V's, we're going to be
V is
way
very-
back in that line.
Put this one in alphabetical order. Drop the
It
phone.
was.
Drop the phone.
That's how they processed. Alphabetical order.
We are
later
Hoag
with the
family.
V's. Yeah.
It was Jack Nicholson's name in Witches of Eastwick. Van Horn.
Von Horn? Oh.
Daryl Van Horn.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Eddie's namesake is going to keep us busy today because chances are the high of the day will not be the high of the day. That is not financial advice. You've seen the disclaimers.
I want to try and get out right here at the VWAP, test. But
Mhm.
a lot of
18.
buyers sitting down there. Yeah. Yep.
Get the base of that late spike from yesterday, too, in the NASDAQ, 21,524.75. Hasn't been able to give it up just yet.
Crude
Markets
tilt
have been
long's
quiet.
growing a little bit here.
Last week, similar markets to this. When I was in, and I don't know if I told you or you heard, I was on a very traumatic Disney cruise
Listen,
experience.
anytime you travel with kids and they have all those kinds of activities, I recommend Paxil.
Oh, wow.
I can't take it. It is so overwhelming. It's so overwhelming.
So are the markets quiet last week too? Similar to this? I mean, I've been in all week this week, so it's just been it feels like a holiday trade.
Yeah, well, volume is way down. Volume is lower.
I feel like last week was a little bit better.
Yeah, this week is really, the volume is so low.
I was at my kid's hockey
Everybody's
practice
waiting for unemployment.
Yeah, I think so.
Tom, who's probably listening, or maybe not, he's like, I go, how'd you trade today? Because he trades at Topstep. And his kid is not my hockey thing too. Like, I got shellacked. He's like, this trade is just, it's not a good trade right now. I'm like, yeah, it feels like it's a holiday trade. And we started talking about that.
We are coming into rollover in the equities as well.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kind of low volume, just drifting up. Not a lot of news. I noticed because I do those news breaks, and it's usually pretty easy. I follow a bunch of movers and shakers on Twitter, expecting to get some news. And really, besides, Bitcoin hit 100K, which is a big story, but y'all all know that. Not a lot of crazy financial news or stuff. So you'll see that when we get to the news. It's rather sparse. It'll be a whole day where you hang around the all-time highs and just make new ones.
Hey, you, Jack.
Yeah.
Hey, you. Hey, that's the disclaimer. You do not take any trades you see here. Don't fade them. Make your own decisions. You know the drill.
Please and thank you.
Do not take financial advice on YouTube, period. I think that's a good rule of thumb.
Where do you get your financial advice then? I mean,
Bloomberg, the Wall Street Journal,
the Wall Street Journal, the front page of the Times,
Leather Books, the Treasury Bond Basis. No, I think YouTube's good for finding ideas and stuff, but I wouldn't just YOLO based on it.
No. Do your own research and then learn by doing. The NASDAQ CEO even said that. They asked her what she would tell, she has young boys or something like that, I think. She's like, I tell them to learn by a safe environment or such small amount of money in there and feel it that you can start to learn.
Invest 10% of your income.
Yeah. Eventually, you got to find a way. You got to find a way to make your money work for you, so that you're not, a slave to the man your whole life.
I recommend cash flow in real estate, but that's pretty saturated right now. Got to have your money working for you somehow.
I've seen some stories popping
Look at it over
around
there.
about when they polled Gen Z on what makes someone financially successful. It's like the income is $600,000 a year on average, and the
Huh.
net worth is close to 10 million.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, what planet are they on? What?
Jeez.
I mean, shoot
They were
for
thinking that's like
stars,
the
I
average
guess.
income?
No, it's what
Okay.
they think you would need to be financially successful.
And Marie, you flat now?
Yes, sir. It came into Target, and now I'm just
Nice
going
trade
to
in.
sit and see. Thank you. I put this, I knew it was coming on with Mo, and so I have actually a 1 minute chart up. And if you'll notice, I had these little icons with the guy holding the monocle up there looking. And so I've just got something super simple so that I could run with him. And I've got on my other trading platforms, I've got the bigger cycles that I look at, the 15-minute, the 1 hour, the daily chart, that kind of stuff. And so I've got a 100 and a 200 moving average. And when they cross, I put the little monocle guy up and I go, all right, what's big support? And so I've got these going all day that goes, all right, if I come back to the monocle and I'm working against trend, I'm going to stay out there just so that I could run with the rhythm of Muhammad a little bit, because he's such a swift motion trader.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yes.
I feel like I'm, a three-legged dog chasing him down the street because he's a
Trying to get to his
greyhound.
head too.
I know. Yeah. So
Now,
I like
Marie,
your-
you mentioned the monocle man. Are you
Yeah.
talking about the Monopoly guy with the Mandela effect, or the monocle man?
I'm just talking about
Oh, the
this-
emoji.
the emoji
The
with the monocle.
emoji,
But
yes.
but that is the monocle guy from
Well, that's not a
Monopoly.
Mandela effect. They say that he never had that monocle.
oh, is that true?
Yeah, it's
What is the monocle?
I
Is that
just
little
learned-
round thing?
a little
Yeah.
round circle eyeglass.
I just learned what the Mandela effect was the other day, because the kids were arguing about whether Thanksgiving was the fourth Thursday or the third Thursday in November 25 years ago or whatever. I don't know how it came out, but they described this notion of the Mandela effect. I had never even heard of it. I don't even understand what it means
Crazy.
contextually.
We live in a simulation.
We
That's all you
do.
need to know. That's all you need.
We do. I get nervous about libraries going away. Printed books, you don't,
Oh my
you
God,
have-
that would
yeah.
be terrible.
If you had a book that was written 1,000 years ago, why are you buying a revision? What do you need that for? What's actually getting revised right there?
Oh, yes.
So, but that's me pulling my tinfoil hat out of the bottom drawer where it always sits.
Reynolds Wrap.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Reynolds
Good.
Wrap.
Feel like
Didn't we do a
Thursday-
show with tinfoil once?
Yes, we
do a
did.
show
Yes.
with- Yes. I
Yes,
do
yes,
remember.
yes.
We had 10 foot. What? I wasn't on that.
I was sick
We
that
had
day.
a tinfoil hat day.
I'm allergic to
We all made
tinfoil.
one. It was hilarious. Are you really?
I love chewing.
No,
on it.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
That
Chewing
explains
it.
everything.
Ouch.
Oh,
Dude, I know.
before
If
fillings.
you had a fears, apparently fear is not a factor for you, fear factor type of thing, I would give up on the tinfoil chewing. Oh God. Ugh.
You have silver fillings.
I
That's going to
remember-
hurt.
Yeah.
People chew tinfoil?
Yikes.
No, what? No, I think that's like a like torture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, chew on metal. See how long your teeth
I can
last.
see a couple of the bites would be good. Like as you put it in your mouth, you can chew. But if I don't know, if you don't have cavities, you're fine. If you don't have
I
cavities,
don't.
if you didn't get your
Welcome to Topstep TV Fast Markets.
Talking
Eating
cavities.
tinfoil. Shorten NQ, eating tinfoil. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, on the trading floor, when the markets would open up and nothing would happen, this is what would occur. We
What
gotta
would
keep our
occur?
brains going.
Dumbest
blood flowing.
conversations in the planet. Yeah,
Yeah, we would.
You're not
Crazy.
lying.
Oh man.
you're not lying. Yeah.
We've barely left that first 3-minute bar in
I
the
know.
NASDAQ. This is just flat.
Yeah, I suspect we could be pretty rangy because of the employment numbers coming tomorrow.
Mhm. Mhm.
And also, a bunch of articles came out about why liquidity isn't as high as people think it is. And I know we've got window dressing, we still have stock buybacks, so that ultimately tells us any kind of deep dip, it's a good place to buy. And other than that, getting to new highs and staying there feels pretty sus to me. Just
Coach
saying.
Jay saying we should take a look at the RTY.
Oh, let's do it.
I was watching that this morning. My God, it's right out of the gate. Somebody hit that horse with a kettle prod.
Wow.
Too, Dow sort of followed through. If you look at Dow, I guess on my 15, that's some really long wicks here.
Yeah.
Super wicks.
That's what I think we're going to see today primarily. Very big wicks on both sides. There's just so much fighting right now. And again, I suspect a lot of it's algorithmic trading. I do, because the volume is low and we have all kinds of divergent pressure events. I know a lot of us don't look at other technical indicators outside of price, but sometimes we can really get some pretty good signals. This could be, let's take a look at this RTY and see what the hourly formation tells us. We are well below the opening range low from the Globex. So down here, wow, look at that wick.
Mhm.
This, friends, is a 300, a 350 moving average. And it's way down there. So let's see if we can rebound. Does Jay think there's a quick snap buy? I'm thinking the bounces here are selling, but I'm very anti going long the RTY. I love small business, run small businesses all my life, but trading them, totally different thing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Coach Jay is in the chat. Take a look and see what he's got to say.
I think a bounce into a sell looks pretty good, but we do have a lot of flattening. Let's see if it recovers. So I've got the line there. Let's go to the 1 minute. There's a double bottom bounce off of the 1 minute. You could try it long here. It's just going to run into resistance about 5 points later, which is, something. What did Isaac say yesterday? I thought about that. Is the juice worth the squeeze?
Right.
Yes. And this isn't even that large. The RTY and the NASDAQ, for instance, or the S&P 500, this isn't that much of a divergence between them, really. We've seen days where there was a day earlier this year where there's a 4 or 5% divergence.
Yeah.
Right now, speaking to see where this move is coming from, most of the Mag 7 is basically flat, the exception being Tesla, which is up 4% at the moment to new highs since the election, at least. That's the highest Tesla's been going back to April 22.
Double goose. Oh,
Who's here?
hey, I'll get it. Hold on.
Okay.
Come on in.
Let me
Try.
Hello.
Hello.
No.
Good morning.
You brought
Hello,
donuts. Hey, nice.
He was waiting for
So,
the
yeah.
likes to go up before he came in.
Oh, he's one of the. Yep.
Yeah.
Are you guys, how about this, Mo? Let's find out. Do you guys all like Mo being here right now? Show us how much love you can give him. 'Cause I just click like. There's 30 of them. Just pop him. The like. This is the guy who just creates likes.
I know.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think you deserve more likes. You deserve more than the likes. Likes is the minimum. The minimum that
We're
we
gonna
can
go back and forth here. Don't start it. We'll just keep going back and forth on that.
Mohammed's gonna throw down the gauntlet here on likes and subscriptions.
Love fest.
Picked up 500 so far. Good job. Mo, how you doing, buddy?
You've heard of Love Boat? This is Love Stream.
Yeah. I'm doing well. Actually, a little bit uncentered. A lot of things going on in my work. End of year and project has to be submitted, etc. This is why I late today. I left late from the office. Usually we leave around 8 central 8 what is it? Yeah, 8 central time. But today I left 8:30 and the traffic was horrible today, so I'm sorry for being late, but I think I didn't miss anything except that sell on the high of this range, because I quickly scanned the market today and yesterday. Let's see what happened yesterday, because a lot of things that will go on today will depend on yesterday. So yesterday we have this longer range that we saw on whole yesterday. So it was running higher and it stalled a lot of time here. So this will create a strong support for the market today. This is why I market for today, and the market did bounce from it once. So I expect it might bounce one more time. Market is overall bullish, so let's focus on buying, not selling. Today the market had a quick run to the low and the equal run to the high, creating double top here, which is somehow interesting to try a sell up there. Maybe here, maybe not here, because here it's really scary. But here it is obvious that we have double top of a previous resistant. So this one could be a nice short that I really missed. I don't think that I will take it anyway. By the way, this chart is M in Q, not in Q. So it's a little bit different. Now we see the sellers has control, looking to buy at 501, 502, which is the last support area in this morning before the market opens. And this area never tested after this high. So maybe this will create a nice long opportunity at 502.75. Let's call it 502. With a stop only at 92, 10 points. If this works, it should bounce immediately. If not, that means we are looking for 457. Look at the difference between this level 502 and the next level is 457, around 50 points. So we will try again to buy at 457 if this area is broken.
All right, Mohammed is in the game looking for some bids there in the MNQ. I'm going to throw it over. Eddie, do we have any eco coming up?
You know, we had the meat on the bone earlier, so I hope you had a good breakfast. That was the initial claims coming in at 224. They were looking at 215. Nat gas coming up here in just under 40 minutes. We got a 10:30 4-week, 8-week bill auction. Barkin going to be speaking around 10:30, so eyes on the prize with Barkin. Later on today, we got a Fed balance sheet. And that's about it today. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Eddie.
Jack, really quickly. 70% short, 70% short bias until right now NASDAQ, 70%, and only 60 yes.
Yeah, they will become 75 if we reach 502.
502.
They are increasing as we go lower.
Bitcoin
Really
trading
quickly,
300. Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, the Bitcoin. I don't care anymore, Jack. I'm out. I know there are
Give the
people
people
still
what they
care.
want, Michael.
Oh, yeah, I know. You do a hell of a job of that. I like it. Really quickly, Mo, how difficult or smooth is it for you to go from primary income business to trading, which I would assume is your secondary focus or third? Just really quick,
Yeah.
help people understand. You just went from boom to there, boom, like within a half an hour, 45 minutes, or whatever that was, hour.
Yeah, I was watching the market from my office actually. Not really just jumped in. Was preparing. This area was drawn since 6 a.m. or something. But pardon me, your question about primary work and trading. Oh, you mean how I switch my mindset
We have so
from the
many.
work to trading? Yeah.
Yes, we have so many people at Topstep. We've done surveys. They're self-employed or they have a primary income that's not trading. Like I'd say 80% of people, like primary income's not trade. Like you don't. To me, I've always learned you don't want to give away your stop your primary income. If anything, get your secondary income going trading, and eventually, if that can overcome your primary, then you start to make decisions on which is the better one you should keep your focus on. Blah blah blah. But that takes time. And a lot of people just want to switch right away. But the transition point of having a primary takes pressure off from you to actually make money on your secondary, aka trading. So my question is, how's that transition been working for you? How long have you been doing that? My main job going on to my.
I've been doing that from 15 years almost.
Okay.
And trading for me is like a small business, and you have to deal with it as a small business. Would you leave your primary work for small business that you are not sure that has consistent profit? Do you have a nest egg that will have your family safe? Maybe if I'm not married, if I'm not having kids, maybe I will take the chance and try to have it a primary income, the trading itself. But when you have kids and house, it's not only about you. The risk is even higher now. So you have to have a nice nest egg. Let's say, for example, $1 million. Then you take a risk with $100,000. That's it for trading.
Really quickly, speaking of risk, your 102s is traded out. Your 500s are here. 21,500.
I'm
23% short.
I'm looking for an entry around 490.
75% short right now, 73, 75 short at the O2s, even. So, Muhammad, you're right there.
Russell
You're looking at what?
holding hands.
Got that structure break yesterday at 21,496.75. That's when the market left the previous range, and then that's when the buyers really came in yesterday, late in the session.
Exactly, and this is why I'm trying to buy here, because I expect the buyers will protect that area. If for 92 broken, I see the market at 81, and Marie. So maybe if you would like to jump at 80, that will be a nice spot as well. Okay. Because 90 is around the ATR times 1.5 from my entry, from this supply area. So usually when the ATR is broken, it goes double than the initial. This is based on my humble backtesting. Actually, I did thousands of backtesting on this setup only.
What's your target if you had this 5 and you were long?
Yeah, 515.
Okay.
Let me check. Yeah, 515. I will kill maybe 3 of 5 micros. Because if this succeeded, that means we have to get to 515. If we didn't get to 515, that is failed support area, which means that we are heading to 481.
All right. Mohammed's long half a car, 5 MNQs, targeting 15.
Yeah, I will add at 96. I will add another 5 at 96.
Anne-Marie, are you still interested in maybe getting long down there in the 90s?
Oh, I am. I'm gonna hang tight. I'm looking at a 15-minute congestion zone. I actually was positioned before the release, way up on the highs of the early market release, and I got out at that 504. So I like it, but that I get a feeling like
Eddie?
the megaphone is not an unusual thing to expect today, but it is jumping off that 500 beautifully.
Eddie, do we have a number right
Yeah.
now?
No, nothing right now here at 9
Okay.
o'clock
Thank
that
you.
I can see.
Yeah, there's nothing.
It's a it's the PMI for Canada.
Oh, our 51st state, from what I heard.
It's a rumor, right?
Rumor, I know.
Hey, doors open, man. A lot of good people up north.
Hell yeah, they're
Okay,
doing
we are
well. Canada's
five,
beautiful.
That's really
515.
nice. Here comes your
There's a
15.
beautiful long down there against that structure break.
I know.
Yep.
There you go.
Done.
You're completely
Tim, I was
out?
joking.
No, I'm still have
Okay.
2 at point of entry.
Okay.
So no risk for the remaining. By the way, I'm using a 50K combine that is only for Topstep TV. So this
Yes.
one will keep it only for the show, so we can track the performance of my trades during the show, and we'll see how it goes.
I like
Yeah,
it.
you know, Mo,
Yeah,
you
I
know
love
what I
it.
like about that a lot? Here's why I like about it, because we're asking so much for Anne-Marie, for you, for Dakota, for Coach Jay. All these people to come on here, trade in front of thousands, coach in front of thousands, laugh and have a convo in front of thousands, and then say put up a W every time. You know, every time you're on, and then if they don't, then they start to get people judging, and then they get that starting to build up, and then that shows up in the social channels. That is pressure. So I like what you're doing. I think
I like
as
it
we go into
too.
2025, yeah,
I
as we
think
go into
I want to do
2025,
that also. Yeah. I think I'm going
Yes,
to do that.
Yeah,
and that also leaves a lot of pressure when you are streaming and in front of thousands of people and trading your account, whether it's live or XFA or even combine. There is a lot of pressure. It's not like you're trading alone. So if you have a dedicated account for the show, that will leave a lot of pressure
like
from you. Yeah. So I'm
and then you'll
trailing
still
my
be able
stop
to.
now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm trailing my stop to 508 now. Go ahead, MP.
No, Eddie, it reminds me of the friendly confines of the, Cub Stadium. We're like,
Wrigley
welcome to
Field.
the friendly confines. Yes. You know, you have the friendly, everybody here has the friendly confines of trading their own area wherever they are when they're not on Topstep TV. And when they come on Topstep TV, it's like, you know, hecklers. And well, there's 99% great people, but then there's like the hecklers, and they'll show up. They're squeaky. And they'll show up on social, and they're squeaky. So they're heckling. And it's just like, you don't have to get on there. So like, but I thank you guys for doing it. And I like your idea here. So as we go into 2025, the production team and us, Topstep TV, we're going to be talking about how to make this better, both for how we educate as we do in real time streaming, and still provide a a better experience than we did in 2024 for doing that for everybody, for you guys and the guest and the team. We're working on it.
Yo, beer.
I like your
Yo,
idea.
beer. Get your beer here.
Holy cow!
Speaking of education, if this is your first time here, you'll see pinned to the top of the chat are those Topstep daily levels from Hoag, our coaches, people in the know. Once again, not financial advice, but areas of interest that you can take a look at.
Yeah.
Pretty
Kevin
Mo,
G. Jones, that is
think
true.
it'll run to?
Sorry.
Where do you think it'll run to here, Mo?
Because I'm long, I think it will go to the high of day. Seriously, I think this area 533 is a demand area. Sorry, supply area created here 533. However, because we created this big range today, which is obvious now with my long here, so that means the rotation will continue to the high of range, which is around 545. 545.
Yeah.
545
Classic range
would
bound
be
activity.
Yeah. My favorite.
trailed my stop to 516. I took this long. Yes, there is support here, and maybe Anne-Marie was right to wait for this to be broken and expect a run of stops, then the market will move from there. However, my thinking is different because we had a strong bullish day yesterday, so buyers got to protect their area, because if they lost it, the momentum will be even stronger to the downside. So it's not. It will not be only about stop run for the buyers. The buyers couldn't face sellers because will be there too much selling because they see the structure is broken. This is why I thought buyers need to protect the area. By the way, I'm out from my trade at this 516.
Very nice trade, Mo.
That rock fight has ensued again at the 520s.
Yeah.
Very, very choppy market here.
Yeah, I think the market will stay this way for the whole day. I got this feeling. We have a non-farm payroll tomorrow, and yesterday strong bullish. So the range is quite big enough for them to play within until tomorrow. So the play will be buy the low, sell the highs. I don't see momentum. I don't see
Colby, you
clear
hear that?
momentum for the day.
This could be one of those cash register days. You buy the lows, you sell the highs. You sell the highs, you buy the lows. You buy the lows, you sell the highs. Classic range bound activity.
So, Mo, would you take another long at that 500 as it just popped in there?
No, I don't take it the second time. I only take it the first time.
Okay.
Yeah, it could work. It could work, but I don't. I don't take it only the first time. So now,
What if we break that structure? You go short.
I don't know. No short for me. No short for me. Except
I think it's
at the highs.
I feel
Except
the same
at the
way.
highs. If it's broken, I will wait for a market to run the stops and get back again to the area.
Recover.
Then I will find the setup to ride this to the high. Maybe it could happen here. I mean, it doesn't need to run the stops. So my next trade will be if the market goes higher, tested the moving average, and then continue. So my next trade will be around 520. Why not now? Because now sellers has control, as you can see. Moving average is in the middle. So we are in a range, inside of a range. So maybe I will try to buy the pullback of the breakout of that range. Or
so you want to see it break. You want to see it break 530 and then pull back and hold a higher low. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, almost. Not necessarily 530. 525 will be fair enough because the range, if I draw it, I will take this high and this low. This is the range. Anything outside is extension of that one. So, basically, I want to see the buyers has full control on the market. Currently, they don't, because the smoothing line is inside. That means don't get chopped, don't get fooled with the move that you see, because it's strong down, strong up. That could be. Now we can see we are breaking the 530. The smoothing is exiting from the moving averages. Now I'm ready for the pullback to take it.
Mohammed looking
And Maria,
for.
I think Mo just eyeballed the value area for the day right there.
Yeah.
Hey, gold tagging a new low here, folks.
Also, Dan Emmons mentioning in chat that the 0 date VIX is down quite a bit. Reminder, the VIX is back above 13, but still, that is super friggin' low. About as low as it gets is a little under 10, I think, back in the days of 2017. Yes,
Let's see.
which
Let's
is
see
always
now
fun for trading.
What are the buyers are made of? We need to see how serious they are to take this to high of day.
All right, while we wait for that high a day, I see JD hanging out in back. JD, are you ready to give us some information, stats, if you will?
I have the information, the stats, if you please. Here we go. We got yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. This is a great list today, guys. Check this out. We've got Schwab, 15,851 traded in the NASDAQ yesterday. Coming in at number 2 on the P&L list, number 2 on the big board, Coach Dakota, 10,827 trading the Nikkei yesterday. Then we've got Justin, a pretty popular name around here. We keep hearing Justin's name. $9,207 trading the MNQ and the NQ. He took 4,500 out of the MNQ and 4,600 out of the NQ yesterday. Nice day for Justin. Trin, $7,305 trading the NASDAQ. And then Jake R., number 3 on the big board. Jake R. is going to be joining us for Back to the Futures today at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. He and Dolby and I will be trading through we'll be talking through what he did yesterday and maybe picking out a few trades. So Jake R., number 3 on the big board, number 5 on your P&L list today. Those are all live funded P&Ls, folks.
The first one, his name is Shuaib, I think. I think it's an Arabic name. Shuaib, yeah. Shuaib.
Yes,
it's a prophet name.
If I told you his last name, yes.
Hey, Mohammed, is it Sheikh or Sheik?
Sheikh. It is Sheikh.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Sheikh.
I went out to. Yeah. I know I get said wrong a lot.
Those buyers are made of wood, actually. It's not serious. You can see how. Sometimes you wait for something and it's not happening, so it's not happening. Don't force it.
I've never heard anybody call buyers made of wood. I think that's hilarious. The wooden buyers.
An old curse.
I know.
I'm going to use that.
Yeah, this
All right.
is super choppy. I like the range trade a lot. But
this one was a nice long.
Right in the middle of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't expect a lot. It's just quick scalp to the 30s, so it's not worth it. Okay, now I want to see sellers try and fail. Sellers should try and fail. Until now, they try and succeeded. Now they try once.
A couple of big orders just popped off of the ladder. 100 lots and then 70. They just fired off really quick in the NQs, short. And so if they can't force price down, they're going to get forced out of the trade into the top of the range.
Yes, that's the failure of a seller.
Yep.
So now they are trying again.
And the
Strong
V-Bucks
green
flat.
candle. Yeah, strong green candle will fire along for me with the stop at 18. If I see a strong green candle.
What size ticks do you use again?
This is 1000 tick. Okay, now I'm waiting for a trigger at 526. My entry long will be 526.25. This is a trigger of this strong green candle. Come on, prove it. Prove it.
So
Wooden buyers.
Sideways. Yeah,
Prove it.
there we go.
Wooden buyers.
Snuffle platypus. MP, why is Topstep making the markets so choppy and difficult today? If Topstep was able to make the markets do anything, we wouldn't be backing traders. We would just be in our office.
I know.
We're like,
In our own islands.
We'll be on our own island.
Printing money.
Nothing for me. Nothing for me. It was a rejection candle. No follow through. We have to wait for another green candle now.
Well, that you're sticking to that.
Yeah. Seeing nothing but ranges.
Okay.
Diddlin.
I wonder what that
See
micro
now?
strategy Schneider guy, or what's his name again?
Sailor.
Whatever.
I forget. Sailor.
Yeah.
Michael
When
Sailor.
he woke up this morning, he's 36 billion or something like that. And it just keeps going up now. And he's every day from the dawn of time of him getting that position, he's been the biggest evangelist of it.
Well, you
the
got to
problem
talk your
with
position.
We've all had a great runner. How about that runner? You know the feeling when you had a great runner. You're walking on cloud 9, walking all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Those buyers are
Company.
sneaky.
Wow, look at what just happened in the ES in terms of that big spike. And then where do we have
Kind of like your
our-
double top you took earlier in the NASDAQ.
Yeah. I'm going to
that was nice.
probably do the same thing again, to be fair.
Well, Tilt's still not giving us any extremes here today. Gold taking a bounce off the bottom here. That's my question a little earlier. How low can we go?
Yeah. At the moment, I'm not looking for any trade. We are stalling inside this range. No breakouts for now, because as you can see, the smoothing line is getting back again inside the moving averages, which means that we have a range now. We had a chance. We had a chance when we make that high, because the smoothing line was outside, so the correction needs to take here immediately. But stalling like this here, that means you are back into a range, so no strength for buyers. They are, as I said, made of wood.
What are the sellers in that case? The buyers are wood.
No, I was thinking that
The
just.
sellers
mud.
I was thinking that to myself.
Mud.
They're made of mud.
Wait, what's this
Okay.
ranking look like? What's on
Let's
the
go
bottom?
with it,
What's on the
guys.
top? I'm not tracking.
Which one?
I said if the sellers are made of mud and the buyers are made of wood, I'm not really sure which of these is.
Well, the markets
the
it's
ranking.
building a house, man. The market's your house.
There we go.
There you go.
There we
How
go.
about the
Divided wood.
rankings from top to bottom would be diamond, steel, wood, mud, paper, salad. That's what I got. Those are the levels of boredom.
Salad.
New game of rock, paper,
Hat
scissors.
tip to
Game of
Danielle.
rock, paper, scissors. We created it. Yeah.
Yeah.
For those asking, Andre is in Mexico, but he will be
Hey,
back.
speaking of, actually, I'm going to text him right now. I'm going to ask if he wants to
Here
get
we
on
go.
Topstep TV, see what he says.
I love texts like that on my vacation.
Senor, Mr. Andre
From
is
the
sleeping
boss.
right now. He will call you
From the
back.
CEO.
Yeah, from the boss. No
I'm going
less.
to start it off with, yo, what's good? And then see what he replies. See how quickly it takes. Just send it to him. Probably still sleeping.
All right. If we break out of
Oh,
the
ready
540
to get back, guys. Just like that. Ready to get back.
Really?
Sounds like an answer I'd give too.
He's sitting on the beach
Andre,
right
we'll see
now
ya.
by himself.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Eddie. He's sitting on the beach, just watching Twitter or
Chilling.
maybe watching us.
She kicked him out of the room,
Well, yesterday he goes, how's the markets? I go, slow. Good week to miss. Nothing's happening. And I told him, chat's been wondering what you're doing.
I know
No
we have
reply.
talked about him literally all day long, every day since he's been gone.
He's an easy guy to miss.
His ears have been ringing like a mofo.
Oh, it's been raining?
Oh, his ears
No,
are
I don't-
ringing.
Oh, his ears are
his
ringing.
ears are ringing, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Everyone flat at the moment.
Right, I know it.
Yeah. That 33 was very strong, Anne-Marie. The 33.
Yeah.
That rejection, this rejection up here, after taking the highs, I think we are looking back to the 500 again. I might jump short if I see sellers has control.
Yeah, the volatility bands are still sloping a little bit upward. And so these shorts or longs are just going to have to be quick strike. And what I notice, so I want to say one thing. So a long time ago, I was on Fast Markets and I said, hey, listen, if you ever want to talk about your trading, work through your mechanics, have me as somebody that stares at your trades at the end of the day and you have to report it, go for it. And I promise to respond. And so in the very beginning, not a lot, maybe 10 people did it. And 6-7 months later, there's only one guy that has routinely shared his trades, good, bad, ugly, every single day. And I've respected that and tried to give feedback and say, here's what's going. And so one of the things that I really notice is that traders waiting for something have a tendency to become very impulsive the longer they wait. And so here's the thing about willpower. Willpower is not a muscle that if you exercise it a lot, it gets stronger. Willpower, if you're forced to get it over and over again, your willpower will break. That's why alcoholics don't go to the bar and heroin addicts that are trying to recover don't want to go to the local den, wherever it happens to be in town. And so this really, Jack, sorry.
Sorry, the local den I love.
Hey, I watch Netflix too. I do. So anyways, what we can do is really use this lockout feature. It's so powerful. And one of the things that you have to embrace is the knowledge that
Yes.
We lose her.
Yes.
Come on. What happened?
Oh, the suspense. I guess it was
While
the
we're,
phone book.
while we're waiting for Ann to come back, she makes a very good point. She throws out the opportunity, or the offering, I should say, to help others. You guys will be getting an email here probably within the next hour. Slideshow deck on the social media carousel going out there. One of the benefits of a live funded account, we talk about it in here, is the hands-on with Topstep. Our network is yours. When you become a live funded trader, you have the opportunity to tap into our network, build a relationship with our folks that we have, whoever it is. You're like, hey, I really like Jared Tendler was on here, or Anne Marie, or can you introduce me to John Hoagland? I'd really like to get to know him. And it's going to be case by case and all that kind of stuff. But this is the goal that we're trying to do. And it's just one of the benefits of it. Like Ann just shared that she's offering herself out there like that. But like you'd have access to Ann too. I mean, this is something she's part of the coaching staff and the other coaches and all that kind of stuff. So to get that and to get it complimentary and to get it as a live funded trader, it's a win-win again for you, for us, and for the industry, because a smarter, more talented liquidity provider, aka speculator, is entering the markets. That's good for the industry. It's good for the prop, because now they're going to be managing the prop funds much better because they're in tune with themselves if they're working with our trading psychologist, or they can get their own, whatever. But this is complimentary. One of the benefits of being on the top, a live funded trader.
Yep.
We'll get Anne Marie back soon here.
Yeah,
And we'll get
I want to
Grant in
add
here
it.
at some point.
I would like to add on Anne Marie said, being disciplined is not something that you can have always. You can be disciplined for 2 months, and in one day you might lose it, and then you get incentered. It's like you had a crash in a car. Maybe you are a good driver for 2, 3, 5 years, and one time there is a strong accident that you couldn't avoid for any reason. Sometimes some people, they don't drive anymore after that. They get scared. They cannot drive, because even in trading, if you are disciplined and you get crushed one day in the market for stupid thing that you did, or something, maybe something without your mistake, fat finger, anything, then you have to center yourself again. You have to start from all over. It's not something that, I am disciplined. No, you cannot be disciplined all the time. So you need community around you. You need psychologists. You need risk management behind you all the time.
Yes, close. We got 3 minutes until the close of the initial balance here. The range on the NQ so far, doing some rough addition here, is 62 points.
I see 54. 54
you're just doing since
point.
the open.
Yes.
The range on the entire day is like 62 points.
Yeah. Very, very narrow range.
We'll either extend that, or this will be the day of all day for our range traders.
Yeah.
It would be very unusual for this to be a normal trading day where we never leave the initial balance.
That 503 worked 3 times now. Okay, now looking for a short. Sellers has control now, full control. If they give me a strong red candle here, I will sell, looking for the 500 again. But I need strong red candle.
MP, you got that keyboard hooked up to the audio input?
I do, probably.
Okay, cool.
You know what I'm doing right now? I shouldn't be multitasking, because you're not good at anything when you multitask. But I kind of like this XFA idea that somebody threw out there. That Muhammad said he's trading on a combine, kind of like the XFA idea, that you get a TV account XFA, and I was throwing in here like maybe and if you have an XFA TV account that you come on here on TV and you do your XFA account, and say you make 10 grand, well, Topstep does a 90-10 split. What if you did the 90-10 split where 10% was yours, 90% it goes to charity? Like that
I would love that.
That could be really cool because you still have some skin in the game, and not skin in the game. You have skin in the game, but you also have your own personal but then all the real money goes to whatever charity you want to send it to.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I like that.
That'd be making a difference.
I like
that. Yeah.
Then you become the house, and it's like your house is donating.
Yeah.
You see what it's like to be on the 10% side, Ann.
Yeah. Oh, I've been there a lot of my life. I got 9 kids. Come on.
That's true.
You know the story.
You are sacrificing and giving back more than any human being has. Well, no, but you're up there. You're up there with them.
Low and gold.
All right. Well, with that, we got a special guest waiting in the wings, who I think, Michael, you know. I know. We all know.
Yes, I do. I do know him. I'll have to ask him
real quick.
Disney cruise was.
I have a call here for short at 524. 524 with a stop at 534. Oops, what happened? With a stop at 534. 10 points, stop. The target will be 13. I will take 3. I think we're already there.
Show off.
Are you in?
Yeah.
No, not filled.
Okay.
It was
I'll follow 13, you in there. 17. A little bit different on the levels, but I'll follow you in there.
Yeah, my level is 524. 524 short. Stop 34. 513. Come on. Do it. Do it for the show, not for me.
Well, we'll let this position cook. In the meantime, the schedule waits for no one. We gotta drop in with our man from the dorms. We're doing a little dorm room trading with Grant. Gabe, I think you had a transition or something. I don't know.
Yeah, let's do it.
I love it.
We'll be back in 5 seconds. Now.
It's fancy.
Hey, 5-second transition. Awesome. Hey, Grant, what's going on, man?
Nothing much.
Wow, that's such a freshman in college answer. I love it.
I had class this morning, but outside of that, nothing.
What class did you have?
Math.
Okay.
Ooh, which one?
It's
101.
Pre-calc. It's yeah, it's 104. It's super easy, but
that's good.
I don't know those triangles before you get to the other stuff, but
yes. Yeah, so tell us about the other math, the math that you're doing right now of understanding the markets.
Well, it's a journey. I'll tell you that. I'm still. Welcome. I'm very new into it, so I'm still completely trying to understand how you can tell, or like how to read the markets and how you're going to know if they're going to go up or down. But so I'm still trying to figure that out.
Okay, so what are you trying? Really quickly, give everybody a backstory. You are a freshman in college at whatever schools is on your front of your shirt that lost last night versus Creighton.
Okay, don't even bring that up.
God, and I had money on the game too. Yes, I got the under though. Yeah. So tell us about it. Why are you doing this? What are you studying? And then what are you trading?
I'm studying aerospace, and I wanted to get into trading because I'm in long-term investments, but I wanted something quicker and something that I don't know, that'll be fun and something new to learn. like with the time that I have that I'm not doing anything. So I thought like trading would be a good idea since I know a lot of people in it and I have a lot of good role models. So
Yeah. Also, since you have such a sensible career choice, you just need to inject some sort of chaos into your future life, right?
Exactly.
yeah.
Chaos is good for young people.
Yes. Okay,
That's
so you're
the place
trading. What are you
to go.
trading right now? And you just started, guys. This is completely green. He's new to college. He's new to the markets. He's not new to me. But yeah.
I talked to you about trading S&P, and then you suggested I go into. I'm right now. I'm doing micro Bitcoin, so
Okay.
it's like I don't know where I get the advice. I've watched some YouTube videos trying to just figure out like how you learn how the Bitcoin market moves, but as of now, I do not know much.
So in the chat, if anybody in the chat has any thoughts about anything on him trading micro Bitcoin, let us know. He was talking about trading the S&Ps, guys, and I want to. And you have sons, and how you would guide them if they just started going into trading. This is my nephew. Give me some tips on how I should be guiding him into the markets, because he said S&P. I said don't go NASDAQ, go S&P. And then he's like, okay. But then I'm like, well, actually, Bitcoin is becoming bigger and bigger to trade in your generation, whatever. I don't know what number you are, letter you are. Help the world understand what you see that moves Bitcoin. There's a kind of a strong long bias only strategy too, so you don't have to get too short heavy, like biased. So maybe there's something there. So Ann, with you being on here, what are your thoughts with that?
So, everybody that's watched me for a long time knows that one of my sons tore down the stairs, came into my office and said, "Listen, there's this thing called Bitcoin. It's $56. You got to buy it." And so, of course, I said, "Get out of here. I'm busy." And so that is a true story. Mm-hmm. So for micro Bitcoin, the first question, I love trading micro Bitcoin, incidentally, but the first question I would ask is, how much time do you devote to staring at the charts to trade? If you go, oh, I'm going to trade, how much time do you box out and go, all right, this is my trading space.
I'm prefacing this with, I've already talked to his mom and said he cannot, and she said he cannot be trading at all during school, like class.
Right.
Like that.
So after class, but in the terms of the amount of time, is it an hour? Is it 2 hours? Is it tell me what that is, or does it fluctuate?
For me?
Yeah, you. Yeah.
So I think
no, me, Grant.
I thought my bad. As of now, like yesterday, I spent some time just looking at the markets. But originally, I talked Tuesdays and Thursdays. But Thursdays, I've been tuning into this. So I kind of after this, I'll go watch the markets till my next class. But Tuesdays, I watch it for about 2 hours. Like I have 2 hours between my class, so I spend most of that time watching. But I was gonna ask you guys too, like how do you read the markets? Is it a lot of just like learning how they like watching the charts, or is it more just figuring out news and like why they're going up and down?
So there are libraries of books that will address all of those conversations, and I don't believe that there's a black and white answer there. Trading's a really individual sport, and so oh yeah, I did call it a sport. It is kind of.
Makes it more fun if you call it a sport than a career.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so the question I would say is, okay, you're watching the markets. What are you watching it for? My short just triggered, incidentally. So what are you watching for? A lot of times, here's the thing. If I'm just sitting and I'm staring outside and I'm not looking for anything, I literally might not see anything. I might see everything, but none of it makes any sense to me because I'm not looking for something. But if someone says, hey, there's a guy that walks down to his yacht every day to make sure that folks are cleaning it, and he loves wearing a red cap. And so, I want to check the guy out because it's a 100-footer, and I want to see what kind of guy owns a 100-foot yacht sitting in my marina. This is a true story. And so I'm totally, I'm like, what is this? Who is this guy? And so he wears a red cap. Now, if I'm staring it down for the morning time, all I'm focusing on is, can I see the red cap? And so when you're trading, you have to get into a space where you go, oh, I'm looking for something. And so the easiest somethings to look for are support and resistance. And those things are, okay, support is where you come to buy something on the cheap and you want to buy it for $5 and everybody goes, no way, dude. The cheapest you're getting this is $5.50. That's support. You're not getting it for $5. Same thing is, hey, I want to sell this for $100. Well, that's too bad because nobody's offering you more than $95. And the way that looks in candlesticks is that there's no price action above it or very little price action. One guy and then, or just a few little ticks, and then the same on the bottom. So when you go, hey, I'm looking at the markets, you got to make your time become something super precious. So if you're trying to wrap your head around the market, the first thing to say is, okay, where are they mostly buying and where are they mostly selling? And if you're only staring it down for an hour or so, you go to your Bitcoin chart and you stare down 1,000 tick chart and you go, all right, well, let's see if everybody's buying here and let's see if that continues to move up or if everybody's selling here and that continues to move down, and build a framework around, it looks like when they get to 104 this morning, they're kind of fading, but now they're looking at maybe holding 102. Let's see if
Grant,
102 is actually a number.
Now, Grant, look at my charts real quick. She just said 104s. There's a 1,000 tick chart. I'll even have you go, Jack. 1,000 tick chart. Here's 104s. Here's the that we're breaking through on 103s. So go ahead, Jack.
Well, I was going to say, Grant, we're going to give you the cliff notes of all of this at some point. I would say just go in there. You're trading sim. Just set some bracket orders. Take 2 minutes. You got to learn those math. Learn the maths first. And just get your feet wet. We'll help you along the way.
How about this?
We don't want to...
Go ahead. It's hard work. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say that we don't want to hold Grant too long before he has to go to class.
Yeah. So really quickly, we'll take some tidbits of what Ann just shared with you, Grant. All right, right now you're looking out the window. And out the window is what you're seeing on my charts right now. It's 100 tick. Let me clear it off. 100 tick and reset it. So you get one chart up there. You got one window. This is your window right here. And you're looking out. You're not looking for anything yet. You're just looking out. Now you start to recognize that there's something there that you're maybe drawn to. What is that? Write that down. Make note of that. Do what Jack then says. Get familiar and comfortable with getting in and getting out. Put a bracket order together. So now Ann talked about, hey, this morning it was doing here at the 104s, and now we're down here at the 102s. Why is that? I've been watching it, and then you won't understand this the first day. You won't understand it the second. You'll start to get in tune with the game of trading. You should have one window, in my opinion. You should have one window that you're looking out of. And then you have this, and then you can go over here to bracket orders, risk settings, and you can see it on my chart. You can set it right here, and you're in a 50K, so I would set it, risking 200 to make risking 100 right here. You put it in here, risking 100 to make 200. And then you go save. Okay, you go save. Then you come back here. Now you go back to your one window. 1,000 tick chart. She said 1,000 tick. Write that down. 1,000 tick is what I have right here. Here's what it is. If Bitcoin's a momentum play. Let's just say you eventually get to the point of like, man, once it breaks a certain area, it just keeps going. So you could pray that. And then you would put an order in, as simple as it is. Well, that's 5. Sorry. Just do a 1 lot. All right. I'm now short. And as you can see the bracket order right here, I'm risking 100 to make 200 because I think it's going to continue to sell off. That's your hypothesis that you're going to test. And the great part about this is you create, hone, and test your strategies in the trading combine. So now you have a bracket order in here that every time you put a trade on, and you just let it sit, let it cook. I don't like a set and forget it type of word, but you can kind of do it here. And then you go to class. You don't check it at class. You get done with class, and on your way back from class, you look at it, you have a push notification or whatever says you're filled, and hopefully it's your target. So that's kind of a good idea. And I got short, which a lot of people won't get short as rookies. They'll get long, which is totally fine. But take what Ann says. Here's your window. Here's your product. Here's the yacht that you're looking at, the Bitcoin. And you're the guy walking up to it saying, well, actually, no, you're Ann. you're wondering who that guy is walking up trading it so well. So let's start with that. Bracket orders, $200 profit to risk 100. Put that in. You have Topstep X. Go to settings, risk settings. Every trade will be that way. Now I let this trade play out, and I go to class. So why don't you go ahead and go to class? Get out of here.
There you go. There's your orders. Hey, Grant.
Is that helpful?
Grant,
is there anything you got to share?
I will add, because it's like one thing I think I've learned, but like where your lines are drawn on the chart, is that a range? Like, would that be a range trade?
Oh,
yes.
There you go.
Exactly.
Okay.
So if you recognize it's ranging, if you recognize it's been ranging all morning, then you start to think, well, what would be the highest probability trade success-wise here is it would continue with the range until something breaks it. And right now we would say, did it break it yet? I don't know. Could this, so it's a lot of just figuring out what the market, that's why we always joke about hindsight. After the fact, you're like, it stayed in the range. It just poked down here a little bit. And then I got thinking it was a momentum trade to the downside, and I got short like we just did. So rinse, repeat, trial and error, live and learn by doing. It's the best thing. You're in the trading combine. You're in a safe environment. And you're going to come on here every now and then and share what your thoughts. So you just figured out range. You got the Bitcoin. You got the window. You got the risk reward. Take that. We'll follow up with you.
Sweet. Well, thank you guys.
Grant. Yep. Thank you for stopping by.
Pleasure.
We'll see you real
Absolutely.
soon. And now we're going to jump back in here. Mohammed is waiting for us, and he waits for no man.
Actually, I'd like to join you, but I have class tonight.
How about tomorrow night?
I have class then, too.
I'll tell you what then. Why don't you call me sometime when you have no class?
There we go. Grant, thanks again for stopping by. All right, let's do a little update here. Anne-Marie, you got short.
I did get short, and I covered. I covered when it came down into the heavy congestion. So I'm flat again and waiting for another short. I think it's going to be higher because we're building a floor underneath. What do you think, Mohammed? Are you seeing buyers?
I see. We are in the middle of the range today. If you want to go long, then your stop need to be very wide. And if you want to go short, you will take a tight stop. So the safer trade I see is the short one. My original trade that we took here, it went to my target, shallow a little bit. I sold again here, 5, and I exited here, trailed my stop here. So I exit the trade with a little bit profit in this one. This spike up, and then it went to the target, and it get back again. So we are in the middle of a range, inside of a range. So
yeah, it's a mess.
When are we going to break this range? Entire session since 5 p.m. Central last night. 62
Yeah,
points
we
in
have
the NQ.
we have a heavy move now down. Looking to go long. Actually, no area. I don't have a setup. And I will not sell the breakout. It's very difficult to sell the breakout after a strong bullish day.
Man, that
So
500 looks very sweet.
yeah, I'm looking to sell after sellers has control. They have control now. They have full control. So with the market to go up to 515 or so, strong grid candle, and repeat this. Maybe we'll have a breakout there. Maybe not, but I cannot sell in the hole here. Strong support area. We should not forget this is strong support area. I cannot buy it either because it's a big range of support. This is the whole support. If I buy, my stop should go all the way 480.
Yeah, I got
It's
some
going back
buys
to
up down there.
101, 200, selling off a little bit.
Yeah. I'm going long down there.
You long, Henry?
Yeah, I'm long. Just one. I'll add if it comes in and touches the bottom and then rotates back to the upside. But I'm taking the long there. Taking it. We'll see if it'll flush. I've got small size, so if it does come down into your 480, Mohammed, I'll be able to handle the heat and
Yeah.
potentially
You can add.
Exactly.
If I want to go long, I will start from 490, adding here.
There it goes.
Ooh, there it is. Oh,
Yeah,
Wow, what a
adding
head
here.
fake. What a head fake.
See that?
beauty. Look at
What a head fake.
Kaboom.
Yeah, it was very. It was
All
very
right,
quick.
Let's
Very
see
quick.
changes.
That took out the IB low. And if it stays above that IB low in the NASDAQ, that is 497. Then we could end up with a failed downside auction, but having trouble holding that IB low.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah.
So 478 looks like about where my stop ought to be. 478 right there.
Yeah.
What do you
I'm
think,
long. I'm
Mo?
long here. I am long here with the stop at 480.
Okay, good.
A nice,
on the same page.
nice, nice quick double bottom here. We need to see a break of 505.
For sure.
A target would be minimum 21, 23.
Well, let's see if we can handle the heat there. Yeah, that's a pretty good size flush. But as far as the 30-minute candlesticks go,
Still
holding that range pretty nicely. We'll see. It's probably hunting stops. If yeah, I think it's hunting stops. So
this is why I say 80 is maybe 79 is a safe place to put your stop. If you can.
Yeah, I can. That's good. That's good heat.
Gold 78% long.
Because if this works, we have a hell of reward up there.
Yeah, it'll go all the way back up.
I don't mind to lose this one because it's a cheap trade.
Yep.
Oh,
We'll
what are
find
you
out
thinking?
in about 7 minutes if we're going to be seeing a
failed
failed downside auction.
Downside? Okay, fantastic. All right.
Just a little heads up also, 10:30 today, Barkin will be speaking, our good friend at the Fed.
Is she a voting member or is that a man? Is Barkin? I don't know anything about these
I
dead
just
people.
know them as. Let's take a look. I think
No,
Thomas Barkin.
no.
Yeah, I always think
Now,
Ellen Barkin. You know, the actress. So I'm like, no, that's not who it is. Okay.
my stop
Now?
now is 85.
Okay.
Stop is 85
Nice.
now. I don't want to see that low again.
All right. Let's
He's
see if we
the
can.
rich man north of Richmond Fed chair, Fed member, Thomas Barkin. Arf, arf.
Timely
He's
reference.
Barkin.
Right on.
In the
Barkin
chat,
away.
it says he is a voting member.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
What is the crime?
All right. Well, I am.
Nice
looks
run.
good, but
Looking good.
Looking good. I will take some profit at 520.
Yeah, that's my thought too. Although 512 looks like it's got a lot of sellers sitting on it.
Yeah, it was the previous bottom.
Yeah.
They will not make it easy for sellers. Because it's very obvious. 512 is very obvious. It's the low here. So usually the
We'll see
market
if the
tends to
buyers
go
are
a
wood.
little bit higher. No, this time they are from steel. This is a steel move. You can see this almost V-shape rally. You run away, Marie. you leave me alone.
No, I'm there. I'm just rowing quietly behind you.
Well, these buyers
with
are a
less.
little more than
Yeah.
wood, aren't they?
I'm still in there.
Yeah.
I'm still. Yeah. Plus, listen to what we had happen. We had a 50 lot, 107. We had a 65. All fire off at around 506, 500, and then down to 490. So if we can hold up above here, all of those shorts, if they went short, they're going to have to buy to cover. And if they got stopped out because they were long, they're going to jump right back in. So
Got negative delta,
yeah, I just
negative
don't
1,000
like,
in the NASDAQ. There may be some shorts in there.
yeah, I don't like that I'm under my VWAP and my hulls. That's the only thing I don't like. And I still have.
Yeah, I see that like a magnet. That's area is like a magnet for the price.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have a nice entry place, so I think I would hold it. If you're looking at this from big picture, we are long the low of the range, and the plan
for sure.
buy the low, sell the high. So
yep.
I'm not willing to kill this nice trade.
And was that a real micro Bitcoin you traded when Grant was on? And did you hold it?
I'm down $9, $8.
Oh, it's just one.
Micro, yeah. It was, I wanted to show him the brackets and all that.
I gotta get you guys to do me a favor. So I am so much in the weeds all the time that if somebody asks me a question, I'm going to dig right in and just, because I'm a scientist at heart, right? So in the background, I need Eddie to ring a bell that goes, you've been talking for more than 3 minutes and you need to shut your pie hole. So that's
Jack's job.
Are you still talking? I don't know bells.
See, I need that from Eddie. Do that.
You need a little Pavlov's dog, to get the bell ring. Oh,
exactly.
That's good. You were cooking. Grant
No, that was great.
looked like, yeah. Grant looked like
Maybe
the universe was flashing before him. But you know what? This is recorded on YouTube, so he can go back until he understands that.
That was great.
Well, I already texted him, Grant, write down everything you learned and what and who said it to provide dialogue on what you're learning. Go back and ask questions, all that kind of stuff. Ask questions. So go out there.
studying to be a stenographer then.
At least he didn't start with
right
like
now
gamma
he's still
stripes.
green. Right now he's still green. They're like, you don't know what to ask. You don't know what to do. So
Yeah.
Ann's the whole window, and then going into here's the window I want you to look at. Sure, you start. I think that's like T-ball when you first start. Here's your back.
Exactly. Exactly. You have to, you know, a number of my kids are very interested in trading, and one of them is incredibly heavy into crypto. But when I started with them, that was the first thing. They're like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. And
Yep.
you can't, if you go, hey, I'm just looking, I'm watching. Well, I mean, you may as well be in a coma because you're literally not going to see anything.
Uh-huh.
It's just, I remember looking at the charts the first time going, I don't even know what it is I'm looking at. So, yeah, hopefully I'm looking forward to seeing his progress. He seems to have a mind that likes to have compartments based on the questions that he asks.
Yes.
So his mind seems to be so it'll be interesting to see how he puts all of that together. So
He's gonna
I'm
start
very glad I went
creating the
flat.
compartments. Yeah, I think he'll start creating the compartments, and then he's going to start asking and what.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, I should have not have showed him the first trade being a short, because what's a short? How could you sell something you don't know?
have
I'm
a
like,
downside auction, but I don't know how much I like it.
Yeah.
Really not getting any push above that level.
Exactly. So we might be fighting. I just think it might take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
And the big thing that I think your caution warrants, John, is that we're sitting under the VWAP. We just pressed a little lower. Our highs have been a little bit lower. So we're sort of grinding into some kind of support space. And if you remember, this move to the upside that we had over the last couple of days, it just went. And so we literally have got to have some structure built into some of these low volume nodes. Or at least this is my thought.
Yeah,
While we're
higher
looking for
high, like
structure
a higher
here-
high, you know?
Higher high.
Yeah.
We do
maybe
have an
still down
announcement.
Keep cutting Jack
together
off.
now.
Keep going.
All together now.
Every time Go.
We do have an
remote.
announcement. Eddie isn't back. We're going to kick it over to Eddie. Eddie, take it away.
All right, my friends.
Emery, your order, Emery, your order.
All right, folks, gather around here. For 12 years, that's been over 4,000 days, Topstep's mission has been to help traders develop their skills in a safe environment. We say this over and over again. This is so they can trade long-term in the live markets. Now, in that time, we've had tens of thousands of traders that have been called up to live, and we continue to evolve to give more traders this opportunity. Now, today, we're updating our payout policy. Now, this is to guide traders towards the habits of risk management needed to grow their accounts and earn a spot on our live funded trader team. So, this is what's happening. Express funded account traders can request up to 50% of their account balance. It's up to a maximum of $5,000 per payout request per account. Now, here's a good example. Okay. If you've got 5 express funded accounts that are eligible for payouts, you can request a maximum of $5,000 for each of the accounts, and that's totaling 25,000. Put up 5 winning days and do it again. Nothing else has changed, okay? But you can read the payout policy details in our help center, and we're going to drop the link in here so make it easy for you to check that out. But now you're probably wondering, does this apply to me? Well, who does this apply to? Well, this update only applies to express funded accounts. These created after Friday, December 6th, 2024. That is tomorrow. And it doesn't affect those created before December 6th. Okay, one more time here. Who does it apply to? Only applies to express funded accounts created on or after tomorrow, Friday, December 6th, 2024. And it does not affect those created before December 6th. Now, this update does not apply to live funded accounts at all. Live funded traders, you traders can continue your payouts, and there is no dollar limit. Now, why is this? Well, the express funded account is a stepping stone. Okay, it always has been to building your account and getting paid after developing and honing your strategy in the trading combine. This update helps express funded traders balance both. Now, trading live with our prop firm and working with Topstep Trade Desk is where the best take their game to a new level. Biggest size, larger payouts, and many more benefits below. I'm going to pass this torch and mic over to Michael. And Michael, you can. The stage is yours.
I think you framed it up. I explained it yesterday on some of the things that we're doing. It's again, there's no payout cap at live. We're going to keep sharing you guys the live stuff. Live traders is the end goal, whether it's trading with us or your own personal brokerage account. Sim forever, professional sim traders, they don't exist at Topstep. We get them to the live level. It's always been our mission to do this. And then when the sim funded accounts started showing up in 2020, it kind of allowed us to reevaluate, okay, how can we do this, but still keep the stepping stone going towards the live account? Because in the end, it has to be beneficial to you, which it already is. It has to be beneficial to the prop firm, which live trading is. It has to be beneficial to the live markets, providing liquidity, which it is at the live level. If we didn't have anybody going live and everybody in the planet decided to go to a prop firm that never took anybody live, you would not have liquidity in the markets, and you would have liquidity folks, exchanges, and regulatory probably not liking that too much either, because it doesn't provide to the markets, which we need to really provide to the market. So we're actually helping you prepare yourself better, almost pre-qualifying yourself to manage risk, whether it's your own or ours. And you're trading our capital when you come to the live funded account, live funded real money trades that go into the real exchange. So all that kind of stuff, it's keeping you moving forward. It's getting you that funded account that you've earned, XFA. You can build it and pay yourself out very handsomely still, very bigger than a lot of the other firms out there. But without looking at any of them, it's the right path for Topstep to continue moving towards our mission. So we're always going to move towards our mission, helping turn people who trade into better traders with healthier habits. Got to be doing that. And then professionalizing your passion, getting it to that level that you can take a 5-figure account to 6 to 7. And then you have that support system at that live level. So we're going to go in here and share some more. There are some benefits of live. So if people are like, whoa, I don't know if I want to go live. Well, this is such a small percentage of folks that go live that I would shift that attitude. You definitely want to go live. That's just like hands down. You want to go live. You want to be better at your own personal brokerage account. That's live. You want to get to a prop firm that supports live trading. That's what we do. We've done that since 2010. So there are some other benefits that we want to share. Go ahead and roll those when we have a chance. But
Okay.
We're going to get back to the markets. That's an announcement, but I'll be jumping in. If there's questions in here, I'll be, weaving those in as we go.
Michael, we have a goal. We want to hit that pro level. Like we talk about pro ball. We want to reach the top of the mountain. We don't want to sit halfway through and say, hey, this is all I'm going to do. We've been talking about this for a while. I just want to reiterate that you can request a maximum payout of $5,000 for each account totaling $25,000. Right, so if you're eligible for payouts, if you do have 5 express accounts, it's totaling $25,000. All right. As far as that goes, some people are going, what are the benefits? Well, we got some positive, negative comments here, but listen up. If you're getting our top traders to 7-figure trading, it takes having the support of a professional level trade desk. Live funded traders, this is the benefits. You're going to be earning more potential. You've worked hard to build your account. It's time to reap the rewards. There's a lot of work going in this. So start with a live account balance up to 6 figures and take the uncapped payouts. Right? This is, I tell you, one of the Topstep's elite traders. Another benefit, trade bigger. Now, here's a good thing now. Our risk team can increase your account parameters. A lot of people that have XFAs, hey, can you adjust this? Can I have more of this? We can't. But if you go to live, okay, we can increase your account parameters after putting up a good performance now, okay? If you want to scale up or get more room to trade, take Coach Dakota, for example. He's able to trade up to 30 contracts in his account, and it works with us to adjust his daily loss limit when needed. I mean, you could call the risk team and say, hey, you know what? I'm requesting this. They're going to check it out. Another benefit, the professional trade desk. Our team proactively monitors all live traders and will reach out to guide you. Recently, a live trader had a record-breaking day of 104K. Huge! We called them to confirm their plan to lock in profits so they could focus on a kick-ass trade day. That is huge. Additionally, you'll have a direct line to them. And please feel free to call them. They will answer. Another benefit, hands-on time with Topstep coaches. Our network is yours, all right? We provide access to Topstep coaches and trading psychologists so you can get the dedicated help you need. I want you to build relationships that help you grow. You'll be trading for a while. And the thing is, Topstep, we want to support you. And another benefit here, exclusive access for our best traders. Want to trade your way, right? Like holding positions overnight. What? Holding positions overnight? Show us a month of consistent trading. And we're going to talk about opening up all those opportunities available to us from our brokerage partners. That's what I have here today. And any questions? Of course, there's going to be a lot. We are here in chat. The answers, I know that we put the link in for our help center. So please, our support team is ready. We've gone over this, and that's what I have for today. And I hope that we all reach that pro level. That is the goal here that we established 12 years ago at Topstep.
We've taken tens of thousands, I would say, since 2010 to the live level. So this is nothing new for us. It's more about where in our program people were getting stuck. And we have to always watch too, is it helping traders get to the live level? So a lot of these moves too are helping get you to the live level while still giving you the opportunity to put 25 grand a month into your, or not even a month, every pay cycle, every time you are payout eligible, which is 5 winning days greater than $200, you're able to take that. So
boom, another.
You're fine.
Do it again.
You're fine. We want to have you focused, getting money in your pocket. I said that earlier. You got to want to keep money coming in, so it takes pressure off your trading. So that's there the minute you get funded after a trading combine. And then I really hope that you keep growing that account so that we can call you up and then you stay live, and then you build that relationship with us. and you can call in and be like, hey, risk desk, I want to buy some call options on the 6,500 S&P because I want to do a longer hold. So you can do this kind of stuff. We'll start to talk to you about doing that kind of stuff. Why? Because you are the elite of the elite, the top of the top. And the whole reason why we created this business in the very first place, the funding industry in 2010, we're the first ones, was to find our joking word or serious word was find the Michael Jordan of trading. And we go on to keep you moving. So that is the premise. And we can get back to the markets, and I can ask. I'll answer questions as it weaves in, but let's get back to the market. So you got an email in your inbox that explains all this.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
And one final thought on this, too, is are you somebody that is buying a bunch of evaluations or combines and then YOLOing sim accounts and then cannot stop yourself from doing it every day? If the answer is no, then this does not affect you in the slightest. I think people are vastly overstating how much this affects it. Yes, there is a certain type of person that this will probably affect. That person, there was nothing in that announcement that says, hey, come Monday, you must give us money and keep in this program. That's it.
Actually, come probably here very soon will be an announcement on us limiting the amount of resets you can do in a day. Us also limiting the amount of combines you can have in a month. XFAs you could have in a month. Once you hit that cap, Topstep's off limits to you, so to speak, on entering. Because we want to make sure traders are slowing down. We want better traders. Better traders does win in the long run. It is the goal of this, on a win for you, a win for us, and a win for the industry. All that being said, we're going to be having some, lack of a better word, purchase limits, so then people don't go on that. And we don't help enable creating that habit of a bunch of combines in the hopper, a bunch of XFAs, YOLO, rinse and repeat. Again, that boom or bust type of behavior we will be eradicating in the worst way. Saying that is, but we're doing it in the nice way of saying, hey, get yourself on track, slow down. Slow down. Now, if you want to spread yourself out all over all prop firms like some folks do, I don't get it. I think that dilutes your focus. Just like spreading yourself out on a bunch of products to trade dilutes your focus. Get with one and stick with one and go narrow and deep on it.
Hey, Michael, I got some questions here. We got a little time. Lucas is asking, can you clear this up, please?
Yes.
Is there a limit on XFAs like 10K? Since your card take 50% of the account out of the max of 5K?
Is there each payout request, per payout request, each account has up to 5,000 that you can request out. If you have 10K, you can request 5K because it's 50% of that you keep in your account, again, as a cushion, so you don't bring your account down and then have a cold streak, and then next thing you're gone. We don't want you to go. We want you to get funded, stay funded, and take payouts. All that still is there.
You got it. Okay, I've got another question here from Troops. Why not make the XFA payout limit per person and not per account? Makes it seem like you want people copy trading now. I thought you were against copy trading.
No, we're not against it because we offer it. I'm personally not recommending it as a new trader. I get it for traders that after they start trading and they're like, hey, I have $200 days, but when I can't really get my head around having $1,000 days, it's really hard. So then they might scale that $200 a day psychological strategy with copy trading that then says 5 times 200, there's $1,000. That's where you can build your account based upon where you are in your trading journey. I see so much more success on long-term success. And we get misled all the time on social media about short-term success. It is rampant. And then you just got to say, here's where I'm at now. Long-term success is what you're looking for. That keeps you in the game, that keeps you getting paid and all that kind of stuff. That is single focus. Bring it down to either one product or less products that you're trading, or that you have to just less accounts, smaller size. You do all that, then you get yourself in this little trading 101, easier way to get your head around everything and really start to build from there. So no, we are not encouraging more accounts.
And people asking about doing it per person instead of per account. The thing is, if you have a single account and you're anywhere near half of that being 25K, you're probably going to be in live. That's some really good trading. And then, as we said, there's no limits on the payouts.
Can you still take a one-time 50% if you get called up to live?
Yeah. Yes. If you're payout eligible, guys, if you're payout eligible, nothing's changed there. If you're payout eligible, you can request a payout. And it's the same thing. We just made a limit, added a limit to the XFA folks, kept it completely wide open for the live folks because the big money, the big trading, that's all going to be happening live now. It should have been pushed there sooner. That is something that we are now in a kind of a spot where we're like, okay, we should have had this cap here sooner to keep people moving forward because we saw this behavior start to show up. And again, you have to watch behavior of traders in here because that's what we're evaluating as traders' behaviors. And there are folks that come in here with different type of behaviors and saying, I want to be a serious trader and get myself to the professional level where I can take consistent payouts and be here for the long term. There's other behavior that shows up and be like flash pan. How many can I buy? How many can I get? And can I yellow? And that's really not something we want. We want to shift your mindset, but if your mindset can't shift, we are okay with both of us moving on and finding greener pastures. That may suit you with that strategy.
I got one more. A few people are asking about the what happens after the winning days, the 20 days, 30 days.
At 30 days, at 30 winning days, because you have every 5 winning days. Once you get to 30, if you want to take all that out and then go open up your own brokerage, great. We will see if you're rinse and repeating. And we will see if that's the type of trader that gets up there, takes everything out, starts all over. We have a big monitoring system that's starting to show up. And I'm going to talk to you guys about maybe eventually we might be parting ways with some folks if they're taking advantage of that. We don't want them to take advantage. When you get live and you're trading really well, we have 2 things. We would like you to stay with us, grow with us, or if you leave, go trade your personal brokerage account. Do not start back over in the combine. And that's what we're going to be monitoring more too. We're going to be pruning the serious traders that are here for the long haul. We're going to be working with the traders that are here for long haul and pruning the mindset that is that boom or bust. We just can't have that mindset here as the integrity of our program, the mission of what we're trying to accomplish here, and the ultimate goal of trading live for the long term with us.
Pro ball.
All right.
Just one more real quick here, Jack. Real quick. Regarding the activation fee, a lot of people are asking here, will we ever remove that activation fee?
No, not at this point. It's not on the table. Some individuals say, when do you know you're going to get called up? You get called up right after you pass the trading combine. It's the same downside. Won't matter. So you could be right to live the minute you get funded. The minute you get funded, you're on the call up radar. So there's no clear cut, hey, this is when we're going to call you up or anything like that, because again, that allows us to do our things, to watch you, to understand that behavior that you have and see if that behavior is ready to be called up. The behavior trading strategy and everything might be ready to be called up right away. And that's the same downside. It changes nothing about your downside that you would have had when you first started on your XFA, but now you're on the live account. So we're going to get better and better at that. So call up is actually very exciting because it means you are noticed and recognized as a high performer. So
just remember, there are no limits on live either. No limits. And this starts, I mentioned December 6th, Central Time. 12 o'clock midnight is the cutoff. That's when it starts. 12 o'clock midnight, Central Time. I'm going to pass this back to Jack. We got lots going on here. Thank you, Michael. And Jack, what do you got for us?
Well, let's go back to the markets. NQ's been pushing upwards. We're also going to segue pretty soon. Once JD gets in here, we're going to show in honor of all this, the top 5 live payouts. Good thing to demonstrate. But Mo, what you been doing? Been muting.
$5, Mo. Yes.
and
Jack.
and also I added, after we have this breakout of this high, I added here, and I added after this signal, took some profit here and here and here, and I'm still holding 2 micro in this trade. I will start trailing after I see a clear pivot.
Great stuff. Nice trade. Anne-Marie, welcome back.
I'm glad to be back.
I would like to comment on the new policy. I just like you. It's the first time I hear about it now. Thank you, Topstep, for that. I'm appreciated because, and maybe you're strange how you appreciate having less payout from Express. Maybe I am the most affected of this new policy, because Topstep want to help me. As you can see, I struggle getting to the life. Why? And this is the moment of a truth. This is taking the elephant to the room. I mean, you talk about the elephant in the room first. So I am struggling to go live because I focus on the payout. I focus on the dummy payout. It's not real. It's not real. It's not what I did to have. It's something demo. It was encouragement from Topstep to improve myself. However, with that big payout, $10,000, $20,000, I did. How many times? I think I have get a payout around $100,000 this year. Only this year. Last year it was, I think, 50 or something. But I'm still struggling to go to the live. I've never been called. And I know why I'm not called. I'm not ready. I am not ready because I struggle. I take more risk. I start to go. I have my payout now, so I don't care anymore. That's something is inside me. I don't want to do that, but you are human at the end of the day. So having this new policy, I hope and I think it now shift my focus now. You will get $5,000 for your effort. However, be consistent. So you code live so you can take as much payout as you can from your deserved profit from the real market. So thank you very much. You are taking me a step forward. And take this from someone who is really affected from this. And I'm taking this as a positive. I really need that.
Good.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Jab.
Well, with
London
that, I see
close in
JD
4
in the
minutes.
background here. London closing. Before that, we'll get a very not British guy, JD, in here to talk about the top 5 live payouts.
Here they are, your top 5 live payouts. Jack never misses an opportunity to take a shot at my musical Chicago accent, by the way. Thank you, Jack. Kai Chun. We hear about Kai Chun quite a bit on the shoulder tap. $36,000 in payouts from the live funded account yesterday. Big day for Kai Chun. Prince, also see him on the shoulder tap every once in a while. $18,103 in payouts. Hey with $4,800. Anonymous Badger with $4,200. And Paul N. $33.75. Those are all live funded payouts, folks. No limits, no cap on live funded payouts. We should have another announcement coming in just a second.
Uh-oh.
I think that's our Anonymous Badger. Hello, Anonymous Badger. What's going on today?
Hey, what's up, JD? How you doing, brother? Are you good?
Doing good.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in here again. You guys asked me to do this. Hey, one thing I want to mention is this payout. I got this really cool hat. I got this really cool pin. I really want to thank you guys for that. Good stuff, man. I'm wearing it every day. People are like, oh, hey, you're in a 5K club. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Out of my way. So good stuff. But speaking of yesterday, I pulled out a little over $4,000. I absolutely dominated. Honestly, it was like the market was reading my playbook. I mean, I spotted the setup before anyone else even saw it coming while amateurs were chasing. I was already in the perfect position stacking contracts. Now, when the ES started to pull back. I didn't flinch. No, not at all. I knew the exact level it would bounce. It was textbook, but only if you have my kind of experience. Me, anonymous, and the breakout. But this is why I'm different. Real quick here, I don't want to keep you guys any longer here, but the market rewards precision. Precision is what I bring every day. Now, people think trading is hard. When you've got my levels of skill and intuition, you do the work, you do the homework, you study the markets. Hey, it's just another day of collecting profits. So honestly, I should be teaching this stuff. But hey, you know what? Put up some good numbers again here today. I'm going to take the rest of the day off. Locked my account out. So you guys have a good day, and maybe I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you, Anonymous Badger. There are your live funded payouts from yesterday, from Wednesday.
Thank you,
I'm
JD.
just saying,
Anonymous.
Badger's a great moniker.
Got his head on
Not
straight.
sure how I feel about that guy. Kind of oscillates back and forth between
Yeah,
being
I
a
don't
real
know, I mean.
a-hole and being really nice.
There's the payout club.
I just think he walks with a swagger, Jack.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Jack
Still
Swagger.
skipping a
Don't
step.
they
I
sell
know, I
cigars
was
by
just
the
going to
Board of
say that, Eddie.
Wait a
Jack
minute.
Swagger.
It's a cigar place by the Board of Trade.
Oh, yeah. That's all there.
Yeah, I think so. I passed the link to somebody that was asking about cigars.
Very nice.
I trailed my stop loss to 21,524 because we have a strong entry for a long. It will invalidate it if we break this area, which is 524. Actually, I added on the signal here 5. I was long.
Where's your target?
Target now is 545. Still have
Amber, are you
buyers.
still
Still have the
short?
control.
I am still short. Just dancing around here.
It'll be fun when you guys both make money on this.
I know. Fingers crossed.
Range trade.
I already made my money, so hope the market goes to 524. So to break it, and Emery enjoy it. What is your stop?
My stop is about 553. So I'm going to add one
Okay.
structure builds.
Oh, which EMA are you using? Someone's asking.
It's 21 EMA. There are 3. One for the close, one for the highs, one for the lows. And the blue one is the smoothing line of the 21 EMA close. I have explained it in this video. Let me share it. Where is it? Yeah.
Sharing the video. Thanks for making those, by the way, Mohammed. Big help.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
I would like to make more. Maybe I will have some free live webinar to explain the strategy. Only if we get likes to 1.5.
Oh, yeah. How many
Now
do we
it's
have right now?
1.3. 1.3.
You're usually,
So let's
you're
take it
usually
up.
2K.
1.5. Yeah.
Mo, you're usually a 2K a day type of guy. When you get on the show, that's a 2K day. We got to get it
Yeah,
up
but
there.
it's still early. It's still early. So if we take it 1.5, let's say 1.8. 1.8. If we take it 1.8, I will prepare a video this weekend.
There you go. There's your trade-off, guys.
There's the
I
carrot.
know a good trade when I know a good trade when I hear one.
And that will be about the psychology of the market, how to read the buyers and the sellers, how they think. Because when you go in long, you have to think how the sellers are thinking as well. So
That's a good
it will
point.
be about that subject. Maybe you noticed Anne-Marie asked me, where is your target? Why? Because she's short. So she's thinking about the buyers, what they are looking for. and that's helpful.
Looking good. Strong position for Muhammad right now.
Yeah, looks really nice.
Yeah, you can see the buyers are actually, it's not about buyers are strong. It's about how weak are the sellers. They
Yeah.
try how many times? They try here, they fail. They try and fail. They try, they fail. They try and fail. They try and fail until this sequence ended. The market will just go up to the right.
Now, do you
So
have
once I
a
see-
take profit, or are you just going to trail this the whole way?
No. I have a take a profit for 3 contract at 545, and I will leave 2. I will leave actually 4. Because remember, I was long since 95. So I'm just risking my profit. I think once we see a break of 24, that means sellers try to be successful now. They cut out the sequence of failing if they break 24. This is why I will get exit at that point.
Really quick, I mentioned this morning, besides sort of the Bitcoin 100,000 story, that it's been light. We've had a light range as far as news.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to give an update from yesterday. We had a call on here from Aaron Rodgers, and that's our first news story here. Is an update of that. You can't make this up. You think that was made up? That was definitely Aaron Rodgers, who today said, yeah, it's ridiculous to think he needs the final 5 games to prove his value to the Jets. Quick reminder, the Jets are 3-9. And Aaron Rodgers is what, 57, something like that? That's on my throat.
His birthday was the 2nd of December. Yeah, I think so.
Who's a Jets fan here in the chat? And just really quickly, is it Rodgers really playing that poor? I mean, like, Bears have had great quarterbacks and great players, but had crap around them that then we've been known to ruin lots of players. So I don't know. Jack, do you watch the Jets? Or Ann, are you a Jets fan?
The locker room is a cesspool, right? Their locker room is, and it's, you can have a great quarterback and still have crummy success simply because football is really a team sport. I mean, it's, it's not like basketball where one guy can get out there and really be a game changer. You got 11 guys on the field, and it matters. And my husband is an avid sports guy, and whenever I talk to him, that's my only inroad. Hey, what's going on? And so, yeah, exactly. And so, he showed me an article in The Athletic, and a lot of people aren't saying anything, but they're like, holy cow, you can't say anything. You can't talk about how you feel. You can't throw out ideas. It's nothing. It's the Aaron show, and everybody's walking on eggshells, and you can't build a cohesive, you can't do it. People get very discouraged, and you got to be a savage.
And just to clarify, folks are saying Aaron Rodgers doesn't have to prove anything. Well, yeah, obviously he's a Hall of Famer. He's won the Super Bowl. But I would argue he does have to prove whether they want to stay with the 42, 43-year-old quarterback next season if they finish 4-13. Also, they asked who the great Bears quarterback was. Sid Luckman. Take that. Granted, that was 70 years ago.
100 years ago.
And one other tweet here I found amusing. This is a question, and I think it's the right answer. That next story I have there. What is the male equivalent of having an OnlyFans? Having an investment newsletter.
Love it. Okay, that's funny.
Oh, that's all I found for today. We'll get back to the markets.
Hey, real quick here, Jack. Hoag, didn't Luckman's grandson work on the trading floor?
I've got a picture of him and I on the trading floor in the pit together. I'm looking for it right now.
Okay. Yeah. Remember, he used to come over by us when we were doing the broadcast on the floor, and we'd bullshit and talk. And a very, very cool dude, man.
Yeah, Brian. He was. He always said he was his grandfather's favorite grandson. I'll see if I can find that picture. We can show it up.
Cool beans, man. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Eddie.
So I think Mohammed is out, and my short is green. And so
Perfect.
We're doing well trading together. I'm just a little concerned about it holding the VWAP, but I don't think it will. If it does, then, I'll flatten.
I saw the market broke 24 and then jumped immediately. That was a concern for the short. However, a quick rejection came to confirm the break of the 24. Now we have a confirmed close for the shorts. I would trail my stop now if I am short.
Okay.
At
what
least.
are you thinking?
Looking for 500. 500 is a nice covering area.
Yeah, I'm thinking that 511.
504, 505. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, once it's there, once it's 511, just trail your stop. You don't know what would gonna happen. So risk 5 points or something. Just watch it tumbling. Don't exit. Don't exit. Trail it for last 2 candles or something. Let the market run. Sometimes the market do things that you don't expect. If it happens in your favor, why not?
I get
Wires
you.
are made of wood.
But I get you, but the market isn't giving me a framework that shows running. It's giving me a framework of nothing but sideways chop. And so my thought would be old
Take it.
resistance, new support. It might be grinding a little, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I'm willing to run if the market's running, but it doesn't feel like it's running. So, yeah.
In your time frame, yes.
Yeah, true. I am looking at a 1 minute. I was telling everybody I was trying to get on the same sort of track as you, even though you use tick charts. So I put it on a 1 minute chart and said, all right, I'm practicing so I can be in here and run on Mohammed's cycle.
Yeah. If you are in the money already and you are questioning where should I exit, and you don't mind to exit around the area that you are in right now, move to the smallest time frame that you can and use your typical where the long could start, exit there.
Yeah. I'm thinking that was the 511, but I got out.
Good trade. We both win.
Nice trade.
Yeah.
Hoag, you called it. They both won.
Yeah.
What? How do you do that? How do you do one person's long, one person's short? Welcome to the world of trading.
Exactly.
Selling off a little here real quick. We got JD back for one more thing that we had to move yesterday. So we've gone a day without this little tidbit. JD, you ready to go?
Here we go. Last piece of housekeeping. Yesterday's funded trader hot streaks. I know you're all pining to see this one, right? We got VJ at 54 days, $3,780 in total profits over those 54 days. All these traders are now eligible for payouts also. Ali at 52 days. Ali's actually in a couple of accounts. Ali has another account on a 44-day hot streak. We're only putting we're going by user, not by account though. So Ali's got
are these consecutive or maybe they skip date, not
consecutive,
right?
Consecutive winning days. Yep.
But they can skip days though.
Okay.
Let's be clear. Is it? I had a winning day today. I skipped Friday and I traded Monday. Am I still part of your funded hot streaks?
100%. Yes, you are.
Okay.
Taking a day off does not take you off the list. You have to have a losing trading day to be ejected from the list. Does that make sense?
Come on, that's not fair. I get
That's not
bumped from the
fair?
hot streaks with a losing day. Well, you're somebody say it.
Day
Day offs do
That's
not
how it
count.
works.
Then we've got Stephen H at 52 days. Also, $2,011 for Stephen. Alarezra, 34 days, 10,644. Your hot streak P&L leader for the moment. And Jacob F, now on a 31-day heater, worth $2,866. Jacob is actually in 2 accounts on 31-day hot streaks. So we have 2 traders with multiple hot streak accounts. There's your list for today.
You want to know what get you called up a bit quicker? Being hot.
Being hot.
So if you're like, I don't want to be called up, then you got to be cold. And that's going to get you sent down yourself, self-inflicted. So try to get those hot streaks. Doesn't have to matter how much you're putting up. Just get the W on. Get the W going. Get the W. Scratch day's your second best winning day.
Yep.
What a range today.
I know.
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
range
non-farm.
inside of
So
the
I think
range.
we're
Inside of the
looking
range. That
for,
was
really.
expected. I expect this will last until even power hour.
Really quickly, Jeffrey, if that's what gets you called out, how come none of these guys are live? It's a variable. We have multiple variables, and multiple variables are how fast you reset, how aggressive you are. Have you been up here and failed? Have you been up here and failed? But then when you're the opposite of that, when you slow down, and you'll eventually keep going. It's the basics of slowing yourself, the foundational things of trading, having patience, slowing things down, letting the market come to you. We rinse and repeat that conversation all the time here with every guest that comes on here. They say the same thing of when they're trading really well, that's where they're at. We're watching all that.
Well, Hoag sent us a picture. I think this is a picture
Found
of
it.
Hoag with, I presume this is Sid Luckman's grandchild?
Yes.
Grandman.
Lucko, LKO, right down there in front of me. That is Sid Luckman's grandson. And we didn't even know it. He came into the pit, he was the new guy for a while, and I kept calling him Sid Luckman because his last name's Luckman. It took about 2 weeks, and he finally says, Sid Luckman was my grandpa. Everybody said, what? Yeah, he was my grandpa. I was his favorite grandson. But he was a really nice guy, really good guy, pretty good trader. After the pits closed, I believe he moved to Florida and became a physical terrorist. Physical therapist. Sorry.
Thank you, Hoag. Hoag is also the owner of the world's largest collection of watermarked photos, but the credit is there for whoever took that.
Oh, wow. And I'm already getting screenshot text from my nephew. Got in at a good time here, and it begins. The first little taste.
Nice.
Got in at a good time, exclamation point.
Wow.
And it begins.
Johnny, and it begins. I know, that's the bug.
Yeah.
It's a fever that never leaves.
Never leaves. I've been doing it since 1997. I've only done one thing in my entire life, man. I mean, like career-wise.
Yeah, that's very unique. I think most people have like 3 different careers. I know I certainly, and this is my third, right? My first was as a neuroscientist. My second was as, yeah, my second was as a CEO of a recruiting company, and my third is here. And so, yeah, most people have 3 iterations. And many more. It takes them a while to get their groove on, as it were.
Yeah. I was an artist and a bartender and a trader.
All right. That's
Man
3.
of many talents.
Yes.
How about you, Jack?
I was a Christmas tree salesman, a tennis instructor, a fixed income trader, a writer, and then Topstep. I don't know if the first 2 count as careers.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I don't think you could say like your stepping stones. Like some of these are jobs that get us to. Like I was a bartender.
Yeah.
Entrepreneur. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. The journey, you got to have fun in the journey. Make sure you're just learning along the way.
Not
That's
about the
big thing.
destination. It's about the journey.
Exactly. Is that a song or a poster?
I don't know. It should be a song.
Band.
Yeah.
We should write that.
I'll leave you
I went
to
into
it.
short. I went
Oh,
into
you took a
short.
short. Oh, okay. I like
I
it.
took a short with this signal, looking for 507 as a target. Stop 528. Entry at 519.
I like that. I like
I
that.
mean, for a slow day, it feels like it went fast.
Yeah, it did go fast. We had a few trades, that because we're working on these tighter cycles, and so it's just aggravating for somebody who's looking for trend. If you're looking for trend, you're typing into your Discord buddies, "This market's untradeable," or whatever.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm not making fun. I'm not making fun. I'm just saying this is what
Yeah,
people
it's
say.
only 10. It's all 10 points. 10 points. It's not a trend even. So
Yeah, it's a mess. It is a mess.
Who was it that gave
Well,
us that
let's-
feedback? That Governor FOMO. Raise your hand, Governor FOMO. Governor FOMO. Yeah. How about giving the guest blah 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 XFA? I really like that idea. And in the background we were talking about the charity thing and all that. We're all talking about that, and the team likes it. That I'm in a side conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for that feedback. If we're gonna go to appreciation, I appreciate feedback. I'm already jumping to it.
Well, before we hit that, Michael, we do have the call-ups.
Let's do it.
Pro ballers.
Let's do it. People going to it. We're caught up now. We will be day to day now. But some of the last holiday stuff here. We got a live funded trader certificate for Asher W. from America's Crossroads, Indiana. I see that sign every time I drive across the Skyway. We'll be starting with $15,813, trading the NQ. Short list today. These are just the new folks that are coming up live, but want to give them their shout out. We had Asher, Romain, Ahmed, and Callum. Romain from France with the second highest starting balance, 15K in payouts for Ahmed and a little more for Asher. Great job, guys.
Nice.
You will be in the live account.
Got some money in XFA in their pocket, and a good sizable, better than you would coming out of the combine into XFA. Downside starting balance. Off to the races, folks. Yeah. Off to the races. We are fully supporting you on your live journey here, trading Topstep funded firm capital now, real money.
And with the new policy, I think the starting balance will start to get bigger.
Yeah. You'll see bigger ones and whatever ones, but they're always going to be probably. Well, no, I shouldn't say always. We'll talk about it as we keep calling up. You guys can ask your questions. Get to know the live level. That's the level again that you're going to hear me keep talking about from now till always, because we've been talking about it always. Is getting comfortable with getting yourself in a position where you're a great live trader, whether it's on your own personal brokerage account or whether it's with us. We'd like those two things to be happening.
Right. Well, we're coming up on the end of fast markets. Is everyone flat right now?
No, I'm still short, and
Still short.
they ask me why I'm short. We can see the price goes below the moving average, and sellers had control, and they spark a strong red candle. That's my signal to go short. I took it. I added some here and some here. My stop at 529. Still, it's valid until it's broken the high of this try. Because if this failed, that means sellers are getting back to the previous behavior of trying and failing. And that's what I don't want to see. This is why my stop is up there.
Right on, Mohammed. Well, just a few minutes left here in fast markets. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, buyers now are starting to fail, not the sellers, but we are in a range day, so I don't expect a lot from this trade. At 507, I will take my profit. Maybe before.
There we go. Well, just a few minutes here left in fast markets. It's time for some appreciation. So throw them in the chat. What are you thankful for on this Thursday? Man, this week flew by. Andre will be back on Monday. Starting out, Eddie, I see you back there. What are you thankful for?
I am thankful for my little space heater. I got plugged in, keeping me very warm here on this very cold Chicago day. And thank you, God. Thank you, family. And thank you, community. Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, Eddie. Hoag?
As always, my God, my family, my country, and appreciative of Topstep. Been here 14 years now about, and it's been such a great opportunity, great learning opportunity. I've had the opportunity to meet and work with thousands of traders and looking forward to working with thousands more. So appreciate Topstep and always.
Thank you. Mohammed, always love that sign behind you.
Me too.
Thankful for today.
Thank you. I'm appreciated for my God, then my country, my family as well. I would like to appreciate something strange today. I'm appreciated to being live in this age of life. Just imagine that you are lived 300 years ago or maybe 50 years ago. The life, yeah. Imagine any problem that you face today. Just ask yourself, what would happen if I'm living 300 years back? Except traffic, maybe. There was no traffic back then. However, I'm appreciative for having this time. Quick learn, you can learn quickly. See how it's easy to get information versus how difficult it was 50 years ago. I'm not going very far. Maybe 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I don't have YouTube. I don't have Google. If you need information, you have to go to bookstore to read about it. You have to write to a scientist about something and expect he will reply back 1 month later. This is a blessing. We are living in an age, in an era that easy to make money. It's easy to get a job. It's easier to get a job. I'm not saying it's easy. It's easier to get a job. It's easier if you get sick, you will get treated easily. You know, in early ages, you know, if you get, you know, a flu, small flu, you might die of that. So I'm grateful of that. I'm grateful for being in this age. You will never have Topstep at that time.
I could have used it. I lost a lot in the beginning.
Anne-Marie?
You know what? I am delighted that I'm associated with the most professional type of company the way Topstep is. That's professionalism is so important to me. It's an anchor of everything that I do, and the moves in Topstep just give me so much confidence about the future of how professional this company is, where it's going, what they're going to accomplish. And at the end of the day, you know, there are tiers of folks. There's the person who dabbles, there's the amateur, there's somebody in AAA, and then there's somebody at the show. And we are the show. right? And so if you want to get to the top of the game, sorry, those are all baseball references, folks. If you want to get to the top of the game, this is the place. So anchor in, and I am so happy to be part of it. I feel like God's given me this opportunity, and I am grateful for it every single day.
Wow.
Anne-Marie.
Well said.
Well, time's now, MP. What you got?
Okay. Well, I looked in here. I didn't know what I was going to appreciate when you first started this, but then I saw plop, plippity, plop, yo say, I'm thankful for my grumpy wife, who I love dearly. I am thankful for, we're kind of like, I have a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old. So the 3-year-old is still getting away with, but like you start to like guide them, teach them discipline. Disciplining them is like hard. It takes work. You got to be on the same page. She's much more lenient with it. And so I appreciate a nice partner in parenting. So my wife's pretty great.
Thank you,
I
Michael.
love that.
I love what Muhammad said there about being thankful for your time and stuff like that. We talked about our careers. A small part of that is I'm kind of thankful. I've been out of college for 15 years now, and the only time I've ever had to wear a tie or a button-down shirt was the first interview for the first job. So it's been nice to be able to be comfortable and work that way. Thank you guys for watching Fast Markets, but stick around because right after this, we're going to turn around lickety-split. We got Hoag coming in for the morning recap to talk about this wonderful range today. And then Grant Ellis is back for Power Hours. He's going to talk about his strategy and discipline. Stick around. There's tons more to come on TopstepTV. We'll be back in 60 to 90 seconds.
If I can't see a clear, no-brainer decision, then I try and not make the decision.
Yeah.
And no decision is actually better than a decision, is what I realized.
100%. The act of not trading is being a trader.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
you got to know when to trade, not to trade, and all that kind of stuff. Why did you ping me to talk about the markets? And then after that, why did you listen to Dre's advice?
I don't need my money just sitting in a savings account. The interest is low. So it's like I get $20, I think it's a month, every few months on interest in it. And I mean, I kind of want my money to start working for me while I'm in college because I don't really have that income that I'm making anymore. I wanted to do something with it. And I thought the stocks would be a good idea because I mean, that's what you do. And I know I'd have a lot of good people I can look up to and talk to about it. So I thought it'd be a good idea.
So the natural path for a trader is to start in stocks. And he thinks we're in stocks, but we're not in stocks. But we are trading equities of a futures contract. He's now in spiders. He's now in trip Qs. He can actually do this if he wants to be an active trader. Those that are here that are trading stocks, those here that are probably are in the future space, probably started with stocks. I want you guys to be like, hey, are you a trader or are you an investor? You got to know the difference because one of them has a different time frame than the other.
I like the idea, and I'm biased because this is how I did it myself. I like the idea of having a full-time job and a full-time career while I'm learning trading and while I'm developing my trading skills. It takes so much pressure off. It also gives you a fallback, if the trading doesn't work out. And it takes the pressure off if you go through a period where you're not making money in trading. It's not all of a sudden like your family doesn't have money. So I think there is some wisdom in what the questioner is asking to have a secure base and then use that secure base to work on the trading over time.
All right, it's time for the morning recap. Old Coach Hoag here. Thanks for joining me. House count was pretty quiet today. We didn't take any trades. Michael took one trade as an example for Grant, which that was a lot of fun to see Grant and see him getting into the trading industry a little bit here. Very nice young man. But we did have some of our professional traders here on Topstep take some decent trades today. Anne-Marie and Mo really carved it up. When we look back at this chart, we're going to see how really nicely they traded this market today. So Anne-Marie was the first, I think, to really kind of get into the market here this morning. She was looking at yesterday's high. She was kind of looking at that as a double top. She put in a short and she took a nice trade on that. That short, I believe, was up around 547, 548, and I believe she got in somewhere down around 521. So, a really nice starting trade. It was a really good job. Then we got Mo in, and Mo took a long down here near the lows. And I'm just going to keep this on the 30-minute chart for a moment. We talked about this on the opening call, where the market broke to the upside yesterday, extended the range. This was the 1 o'clock bar, very early for a late spike, but this ended up being the kind of the support level for the session here so far. Overnight support. Anne Marie, Mo got in a little preemptive. The market looked lower a little bit. Actually, I think he got in and then took the profit back up here near VWAP. Anne Marie and Mo both got long against that level. Again, it looked below, left a failed downside auction, and the market rotated all the way back up to settlement. Anne Marie and Mo both took that long. Anne Marie got out up here. Mo started adding. He moved his stop up and got out about here. Anne Marie actually shorted up against this level again, about 21,530 approximately. Pretty big stop on that trade that we were just talking about. I think she said her stop was up at 53, but the market held, stayed below settlement. Nice out on that back at VWAP. Very range bound days here in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. We had a stop for Mo, which was all the way down here. Let's call that 21,478. So the Topstep traders on the screen today did a really good job of carving up the market, and just very impressive trading, I thought, on both of their parts. One thing here in the S&P is we had the market open up. We also have a failed downside auction at the bottom here in the S&Ps. This was a little bit tougher to kind of stick with. But where again did the market kind of target the structure break from the S&Ps yesterday, which was around 6,089? We didn't quite get there. What doesn't happen is sometimes is equal or as important as what does. But again, leaving a failed downside auction, the market traded almost to the tick to the value area high from yesterday, showing rejection of value from yesterday. The failed downside auction, the rotation really is to the other extreme of the range. We'll see if that happens by the end of the day. If we get up to the IB high in the S&Ps, which is 6104. We didn't really talk too much about crude oil or gold today. We saw, a really nice initial balance breakdown below the initial balance yesterday in crude oil. We saw something similar today, but not as big. The market rejecting value, rejecting a potential repair day, and continuing to try and push lower as we speak. So the initial balance high was 69.12, initial balance low 68.71. Once we broke the initial balance, eventually, once we closed it, then the trade is to the short side. This would have been a tough trade to take, a tough trading day in crude oil because there were a lot of conflicting nuances. There was always the possibility that the market could go into repair and trade up to the upper distribution of volume and time that was put in here yesterday, up around 69.75. That did not happen. It took a look, went into the single TPOs here, but never closed them out, never really fell into a possible repair type of situation. And then, the market, we initially started with a failed downside auction, and that failed downside auction did not play out to the upside. Sellers continued to try and push into this market. When we're thinking about the bigger picture here in crude oil, we're still very range bound. The market has been just kind of rotating from high to low to high to low to high to low. building some open interest. So I think there's going to be some sort of substantial change in the market state in the coming days or weeks. OPEC is speaking today. We did have the jobless clams come out earlier. They were relatively uneventful. A lot of folks in all of these markets are just kind of, I think, sitting back, looking forward to what the non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate are going to look like tomorrow. Well, what did we do in gold today? We did the exact opposite of what we did yesterday. Yesterday, the opening range was the low of the session, right up against the base of the late spike that we were been watching since the 2nd of December. The market rallies pretty much the whole day and then just kind of dies up here at the top. Now, when we're looking at a P-shaped profile, which is what this is, we would kind of look at this and say, okay, we were too short in the hole down here. The P shape of this volume profile, if you can see that, is indicative of short covering, but we added 7,600 new contracts on an up day. That's new longs. Buyers were piling in here. Are they going to continue to protect this area? We have the late spike base from November the 25th, which was rejected. We have the late spike base from the 2nd, which has been rejected. Now we're back in that area. We may be wearing out some of these longs, and if we added a whole bunch of longs yesterday, they're underwater. So depending on their time frame and what they're hedged on, there could be a pretty decent push to the downside. I would love to see an opportunity to see this market back down or trade down to weekly kickoff low 2639. The initial balance did break to the downside, never returned back to it, leaving single ticks just below the initial balance. This is going to be a short every time. Not going to work every time. Nothing works every time, but this would be a short every time, and the market is still continuing to try and push to the downside. So, very interesting markets as always. Really a fun session today with Mohammed and Anne Marie and Grant and Michael and Jack and everybody and Eddie on Fast Markets. Make sure you stick around because we do have Trade with Topstep coming up here. We've got Grant Ellis back for Power Players, focusing on his strategy and discipline this week, as we all should be. He's trading in 5 new trading combines, but it had a little bit of a losing day yesterday. We'll hope that today is better, and we'll spend a little time with Grant, see what's going on with him. Dolby and JD will be with him. Looking forward to seeing everybody later on again for the afternoon recap. Let's get to it. This is TopstepTV, and in honor of Andre, let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Power Players. This is JD and I today. Grant, we couldn't find a Grant. So, for all of JD's friends and family who are currently watching the show, you get to look at JD's beautiful face today. He is the Grants. So
Just
if he
me.
comes,
Yeah. I let
we'll
it
have
slip.
him
I
on.
let it slip. I sent out a text message saying Grant was going to be here, and now I look like a total jerk. But you still
No,
got
you
me.
don't. No, you don't.
It
Not
is
our JD.
okay. It is okay. Nothing is going to change here. We're still going to chop it up. JD has keys to the house accounts. That is fixed. And we still have you, chat. So, chat, give us some trade ideas. Give us some markets you want to look at. We're putting the steering wheel in chat's hands for the next 40 minutes. And the only thing JD is doing is just pressing the gas pedal. But, chat, you get to drive. So
Vroom,
give us some
vroom.
markets
Let's
to look
go.
at. Give us some trade. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna
Hey,
go back
just
to the
noticing
NQ.
gold hit a low here today, just a little while ago. 26.4860 gold.
What's the trade? Anybody in the
Gold.
chat trading gold right now? I'm
Maybe
seeing
we
a
can
lot
get a
of
poll.
NQ short. Seeing a lot of NQ
Short
shorts out there.
NQ, short NQ.
Maybe we can get a poll up. NQ, ES, GC, CL.
Okay. A second here. Get that up
People
and
just want to
running.
slam shorts and really Nasdaq. I mean, JD, what are you seeing in Nasdaq? So I think yesterday we were talking about doing range trades. Once again, Nasdaq is in a really nice range. If you're a range trader, it's really nice. If you're a momentum trader, you're in hell currently.
Yep.
Is this a location in Nasdaq in which you'd be willing to nibble on shorts?
If I was going to nibble on a short, I'd want to come back inside yesterday's high at 21,548, which is also that early, right around that early high. So back inside the early range, or I should say the initial balance high, then I would consider a short. Until then, I would use that 2154, 21,548 area as sort of a support level. We're outside of the initial balance right now, so direction is pointing higher. I see the temptation to get back in on the short side. I really do. I really do. But my trader brain is telling me that we are on an upswing right now, and don't fade it until structure is built and you have the signals to fade it. So for right now, I like the long side. Get me back below 21,548, just call it 21,550, and I'll entertain the idea of taking a short trade. How does that sound?
And actually, chat, why do you want to go short? Typically, you are all momentum traders and trend traders. So I'm a little bit curious as to why chat is leaning in shorts into NQ. Because typically, you guys flame us constantly for shorting NASDAQ. It seems like y'all are bearish now. But we'll keep an eye on responses. JD, do you want to take a peek at gold? That's like our second place runner up here, actually ES and gold, but ES
Pulling
and
up,
NQ
looking
are
at
similar.
a 15-minute. I'll scale down to a 3-minute. Some decent selling
Switch to your
pressure there.
charts. Do you have a chart shared? Oh, you did. There we go. Cool. We're up.
Yep, my charts are up. We got 54% long the tilt in gold right now, but we are trading right off the lows. What is that level? 2654. Pull up.
Well, talking about gold, Daniel says take a look at the long-term head and shoulders on gold. We could be looking for a break the shoulders at 2644.
How long?
What's the long term for
daily? Maybe daily, JD. I'm gonna draw it right now. I think we got it's pretty obvious actually.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Thank you, Daniel.
We haven't gotten confirmation on it. So when you're looking at a head and shoulders pattern, you're looking for a breakout of the neckline in order to put on a short position, and then your profit target is the distance between the high and your neckline. So measuring that down, we still have some distance to go before this pattern is actually confirmed, but it does look like a nice head and shoulders pattern, no doubt about it. And if you wanted to jump in on the cheap side, you could initiate a nice cheap short if that's the pattern you're really playing. But for right now, we still
as well.
Yeah.
If you go to the daily, the gold is in a ridiculous consolidation. I mean, we're going like
we're also forming. Looking at this daily chart, Hang on a second.
I mean, that looks like a 5-minute range, but it's actually just a daily gold chart.
Also got the start of a nice downward sloping channel in gold.
Can you trade gold,
And,
JD? Your live account?
I've never traded gold. I've never put on a gold trade in my life.
You want to see if you can give access to it? Maybe we can throw
I
in
should
some
have
gold
access
shorts.
to it. I've requested access to it.
Okay.
Let's see.
You know, somebody in chat yesterday was talking about Bitcoin, how they cashed in the Bitcoin and bought gold years ago.
Yeah, we have access to
so
gold.
sorry.
We're
So
good on
sorry for
gold.
that, trader. Gold. You got gold.
I feel bad for the guy that blew 4,000 Bitcoin ordering out a pizza.
Pizza,
Years ago.
I
Have you heard that story?
Yes. Oh my goodness. Well, you know, I mean, back then it was like, okay, you know,
All people used
I'll
it
get a
for
pizza
was
for free.
all people used it for was gaming and online poker. And Bitcoin
Yeah.
was pretty cheap back then.
Well, you know that story with my little sister, one of those crane machines. She had got a little stuffed animal, and connected to that was Bitcoin. And this was like many moons ago. And she held on to it, didn't know what it was, and all of a sudden it's like, oh my goodness.
Jack corrected me. It was
She's
10,000 Bitcoin. 10,000 Bitcoin for a pizza.
That is, they're not going to feel
A
good
new
about
lows
that.
in gold.
Yeah, gold is rolling. Someone in chat was saying, why are you looking at gold? Because gold is actually kind of moving.
Yeah.
It's a nice market. Really nice range bound so far. I mean, the trend has been to the downside. So if you like trending markets, this would have been a nice place to be hanging out today. But if you're not trading gold, you'd never even see it in the first place. We also had some requests for the old Dow as well.
Ye old Dow?
Ye old Dow.
Right. A.O. Dow. None shall pass.
So next
pretty
up
firm
on the
tapping.
downside, in gold is weekly kickoff low at 26.39. We already broke through yesterday's low at 26.54.20. $39 next target, right in the middle though, right in the middle of that range.
I mean, Dow's been going the opposite direction of NQ. Glad that we got some Dow traders in chat now. Dow is a fun market to trade. You can kind of trade a little bit of size there. It moves a little bit slower than NASDAQ. I think it's $5 per ticky, which isn't too bad. I know some traders are trading it pretty frequently when we were featuring it more on Topstep, and a lot of traders actually do like the Dow.
Yeah.
Ishmael loves it. Mm-hmm.
We got a possible reversal setup on gold right now. I'm kind of looking at a 3-minute chart.
Go.
Range
I
trade?
think we got a textbook 3-bar reversal popping up here on a 3-minute chart.
On a 3-minute. You wanna grab it if we can.
Yeah.
3-minute. So for the do you go over the 3-bar reversal? So you're the 3-minute chart. I got them on the 3-minute chart. I see the bars right here. So are we just looking to get long over 2650? Is that how that works?
That could be, yes. As I see it. I think as if you're a charting peers, if Dakota were here, I would say his target entry would be 51 to get long.
50. So he likes the breakout. I know he's sometimes preempted the breakout, but I think when you are super familiar with a specific system, then you can start maybe bending the rules just a little bit.
That's his bread and butter. I won't pretend that I trade it as well as he does, because that's seriously like his number one trade setup. All he looks for are 3-bar reversals to get into the market. And I think if I'm calling it right, it was a good non-entry. Or we got a cheap long opportunity. What does Chad think? Cheap long in gold right now? Cheap long means stop just below.
Wood.
Chop just below the low. Low is 26.47.20. So if we were to get in now, we'd be taking about a buck a heat on a 1 lot.
It's not bad. Chat, pull up GC gold chart and put in your bids for gold. If you were to get long, say market if you want it now, but if you want any other number, put in the bid that you would bid for. So it could be like 260.44 evens. Give us a number. We will see. There we go, CL Trader. 26.45.
CL is always on it. Johnny T. All right, look at that. They're in the same ballpark, Johnny T and CL Trader.
Yep.
Anthony also.
45s, 43s. You can start drawing a
44,
range
45,
now.
43, 44. I like this.
CL Trader, are you guys targeting 26.45, or are you saying that's where we should go long? 26.
No, that was the question. Was to go long. If you were to put bids in gold, where would you put them?
Okay.
Was the question posed, and we're getting some good responses here. 26.45,
Yeah.
43.
So above 51, down to 45.
Yeah, I think what Chad is looking at is these maybe longer time frame wicks that they want to maybe see a stop run on. So if you pull up like a 4-hour chart, you'd have like a nice little kind of area of support there. So maybe that's what Chad is looking at to see if we can kind of shoot down and maybe we can rip back up again. Working on my drawing skills.
That's a pretty stick, man.
Yeah, I could draw you one, Eddie. Not great, but here we go.
Stick. Stick. There it is. Look at that. In control.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Is he jumping or falling? I don't know. But he's smiling, whatever it is.
It's a good question. It's a very good question.
Yeah. I'm going to say jumping with the smile. Because, damn, that's pretty high.
Every other time frame but the 3-minute points to not buying gold right now. But
can't bounce.
Yeah.
Go stand in the corner.
I mean,
you'll always find the answer you're looking for.
I think it would be a good long though, because would it be counter trend trade? How would you describe that, JD? Is it just like a standard range trade, just because we're kind of stuck in the middle of a big kind of V range?
I'm looking at a very short time frame chart. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart right now, and I see getting long as a counter trend trade at the moment.
Okay, so it'd be quick in, quick out. See if we can snag some tickies.
It would definitely be a see money, take money type of trade. In fact, I almost wouldn't mind trying a failed bottom trade right now. So we've got a low end.
Describe that.
We were talking about this yesterday quite a bit. We got a low now at 26.4720. So what I would do is put a bid in 26.47 even. Big fat round number right there.
Mm-hmm.
2 ticks below the low. With a 5-tick stop.
Why don't you throw in a bid there, JD?
The bid is in.
Or it is. Oh yeah.
Bid is in.
Take some action.
Actually, I'm gonna put in a full dollar stop. I won't expect that $1 stop to get hit. If we don't get an immediate reaction after putting in a new low, I want to see an immediate pop. Very quick liquidity grab, followed by a pop. Quick see money, take money type of opportunity. That's what a failed tops and bottoms trades. That's what they are. In a heavily trending market, they work best on low volume, low volatility kind of days when you kind of pop through the new high and then it comes right back down again. I love those kind of trade setups. Yep. However, today in a trending market like we're seeing now, this is not the highest probability trade, but because things are slowing down, volume's kind of creeping to a halt, volatility's dying out a little bit. This could be a great opportunity. We see just a quick liquidity grab to the downside, followed by a pop back up.
And JD, do you want to pull up the NASDAQ? Because we're getting real close to 21,550s, which is a pretty important level that we broke out of. We're kind of getting a little 5-minute range above it. Is this a continuation trade for you, or are we looking possibly for this to fail?
I see a bull flag.
Bull flags are bullish. Something here. But if we get back in, so let's say we go down to 21,540, would you be looking to take shorts at 21,550 on a retest potentially?
I'm not against it. It's a good cheap trade. We know what our risk
Right.
is. We get 15 points of risk if we take a short under 550.
All right. I like that thesis too. That's a good one. So we got the gold working. Do you want to work something in NQ too? You comfortable? Multiple markets?
You want to stop to enter in NQ?
Potentially. Chad has been kind of bearish on NQ. I always feel like I get a burning sensation when I try shorting NQ though, but chat likes it.
Okay.
We can maybe test something. And the alternative is that you look at 550s and it's like we're stair-stepping higher and we just, never short NASDAQ ever again.
Exactly. I drew the bull flag on my chart. Is that a textbook bull flag? No. Does it appear to be a bull flag to me? 100%. But if we can break through that yesterday's high, 550 level, I don't mind a cheap trade. I don't mind taking on a cheap trade. The juice is worth the squeeze, as they say.
Maybe we could get a poll for NQ. Do we think we will be above or below 550 by 12 o'clock? It's a decent poll. I don't know. Shorting NASDAQ gives me the heebie-jeebies, to be honest. Ooh. This gold trade, though, this week, maybe getting filled on this one. Gold is starting to dip a little bit. Your bid is at 47 evens?
That is correct. Let me expand my screen. 47 even bid.
All right, let me make a note in here.
$2 away.
House account bid. Making sure all the markets get some love today. What's YM doing? YM is still kind of heading lower. But another really big range in YM. Got daily range in YM. Very consolidated market.
Poll is up.
Ooh, polls and chats. NQ above 21,550 by noon. Where do you think NQ is going to be in 20 minutes from now? I do like these sort of sentiment questions, JD. Let's see what chat is thinking here.
Sure. I'm going to vote on this one.
Yeah, what's your vote, Eddie? What do you got?
I don't want to be biased, but I don't think so.
Say no.
I said no. Just considering I'm on my 15-minute. Seems like a lot of these markets, when the buyers are strong, they sort of peter out. When the sellers are strong, they peter out. We haven't really seen, except for earlier in the Russell, some long candles. It's like a tug of war in NASDAQ, so that's why I said I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm just a guy back here in the trunk.
Guy, I thought we installed a safety
Having a
lock
good
for you,
time
Eddie.
here.
NASDAQ's trying to push higher. NASDAQ's really it feels like it wants to break out. It looks like it wants to break out, but it's just having a bit of trouble breaking out.
Cheap shorts,
Volume
JD?
really.
Say
again?
Said cheap shorts.
This is a perfect cheap short opportunity. And then an ad below an ad
on
at
a
50.
break.
Yeah.
So market offer, and then just try to add one at 50. Oh man,
Short at 59. We're in.
You just talk. All right.
Discount short at
All
59.
right.
We got a 10 handle stop. Super cheap trade.
Oh.
And we just got filled on gold.
Oh, look at this. NASDAQ in one hand, gold in the other.
No, we didn't.
No? What was that order then? Who's that?
I don't know. Someone else had an order filled somewhere. Who's still
Behind the
sharing
scenes?
charts?
Wasn't
Not
me.
I.
Not I.
All right.
Is it you, chat? Chat, did you sneak into our green room? Share your charts with us somehow?
We're short at 59. Add below 50. We got to stop at 69. 10-point stop. 10 handle stop would put us at new highs, which is the invalidation of this trade, signaling a breakout to the upside. So this is a nice, super cheap trade.
Multiple people taking responsibility for that. One of you is lying. But yeah, JD, excellent stop placement, right? Because you're making sure that your stop is in an area in which the market has to kind of work to get to and break structure. You don't want to have that stop under 65 because you're still within that range, and we like that range, and it could still go up to 65 and come all the way back down again. But 69s, that's a new thing. That's a new story.
Where do we want to put our
So far, so good.
where do we want to put our stop short entry? We want to be
For the
below
second
50.
one?
Yeah. Do we want to be right at 50 or below 50?
Below. Maybe like 49s.
49s?
49. Yeah, make it work a little bit.
Working one more. Stop short at 549. Stop entry at 549, I should say.
As
Getting
a
real
range
close to
trader,
that
this-
gold fill
yeah.
too.
Oh, did we?
Missed this by 2 tickies on the way down there.
2 tickies. I need to get up both
Here
of
we
these
go.
charts.
We're long gold. We are long gold.
Let's go.
We saw exactly what I was looking for there.
A
Quick
new
liquidity
bottom.
grab. Let me get my gold dome up. Boom. How about that?
We're in 2. We're double fisting right now, JD.
We are long gold.
Short NASDAQ.
Taking 150 bucks out of this
Bring 'em
gold trade
both.
if it'll give it to us. Stop
Right.
now at break even. See money, take money in gold.
All right, okay, nice. So you are already break even on that gold trade. This is a reversal, see money, take money, fast action or reversal trade here in gold. Oh man, JD, we got action. NASDAQ rolling down 49 evens. Are we filled as well on that one?
We are filled. We are short 2 NASDAQ. And we're
Let's
about
go.
to get
All
filled.
right.
We're filled on our gold. We're up 150 bucks in gold. Switching back to NASDAQ. House count is short that, or house count is flat the gold trade. Took $150 out of gold real quick.
Bam.
And we are short a pair in the NQ. Average price of 21,553.75. Short a pair.
Nice. 573. What'd you say? What was that number?
21,553 in the orders. 21,553.75. Short 2 in the NQ.
Okay, cool. Chat, keep up.
Hey, with
Multiple markets right now.
With our poll of 515 lovely people, NQ above 21,550 by noon, 12 o'clock here, Central Time. 63 said yes, 36 said no.
Okay.
Well, if we walk out of here 36%, you come on over to my house for the weekend. We're gonna have a barbecue, couple
Even
kegs,
chat.
live music, Dolby Times band's gonna play. Have some fun.
Yep, we're playing all of our hits too. Playing all the hits. Yeah. So
Dolby, when you
Spotify
playing
did
next,
their,
man?
I don't know. We don't have any shows booked actually. I missed the last show. They had to get a sub drummer for the last show. I wasn't even in the.
You know, gigging in the wintertime sucks.
Yeah, it blows.
I mean,
you know how cold it
I
is.
played for 16
You know how
years, and it was like,
cold
oh man,
metal gets in the winter. It's real
my
cold.
God.
Okay, so NQ kind of bidding against us. Oh, our stop's in the
gotta
same
stop
place.
We know what our risk is, yeah. We're risking about 400 on this trade.
Did you move it at all, or are we still staying at 69s for the stop?
We're still at 69. Stop at 69. That's
Did you
our
consider
level of invalidation.
adding shorts at like say 60 or 64s?
That was our initial entry.
What if
59.
we added more?
Want to keep going? You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. Let's do it.
Not so butso. I mean, not really. I really don't like shorting NASDAQ, but you know, it is what it is. Why did we
Trade
short this
ideas.
range? Because chat wanted to go short. Chat had a short thesis in NASDAQ, and then you guys flipped on us, and now all of y'all think we're going to be closing over 550s.
We shall see. It's not noon yet. We
It is
shall
not
see.
noon.
All right, seen a little
Every
spike
time.
in the NQ here. Not much though. Not down a lot. Short a pair.
Nope. The gold one was money though. That was a great call. Nice short bounce. Any regret on getting out early there, JD? It's still running.
Is it? Like I said, that
little
was a
bit.
see money, take money opportunity. Super
right.
short-term trade, yeah. We're seeing that follow through right now. A lot more follow through than I was expecting, especially trading on the lows like that. After a heavily ranging lower, or I should say, trending lower.
It's cool though because we had a thesis and we stuck to it, and we didn't all of a sudden expand our take profit. We went in with idea and finished the idea, and then on to the next.
100%. Don't wallow over making money on a trade because you didn't make all the money on a trade.
Yeah.
If anything, just reflect on why you got out when you did. But I knew where I was getting out
wallow.
before I got into that trade. Yeah.
You know, you said the word wallow, and I just thought of like hippos, like just slurping in mud. Don't wallow in it. Hey, you get out of the mud.
Dragging yourself down for no reason doesn't make any sense.
No, yeah, you're right. You're
Doesn't make any
absolutely right.
sense.
Gotta keep that mental capital high. Don't waste it dragging on yourself. Not worth it. We've all been there. Well, NQ once again has no chill. Shocker.
Nope.
Every time we short NASDAQ, I always say to myself, never again. And
Why
here
did we do
are.
it?
Why
Breaking
did
out
we
of that
do
bull
it?
flag. Yeah. So more than likely we were on the wrong side of this NASDAQ trade, but we're going to let it play out.
Yep. Cool. As well, while we wait, Eddie, if you're ready, what happened on this day?
On this day, let me get my camera. Yes, my camera is on, and here's my flea market gong. Oh, on this day, December 5th, 63 BC, Cicero. Yes, the Cicero, not the Cicero we talk about for $50. This is the Cicero back in the day. Marcus Tullius Cicero, best known for his influential speeches, writings on rhetoric and philosophy, and his role in the Roman politics during the fall of the Republic. Cicero began his career as a lawyer, gaining fame in the oratory skills. In 63 BC, during his consulship, Cicero uncovered and stopped a conspiracy, a plot to overthrow the Roman government. This action earned him free hamburgers at Burger King. Actually earned him a praise, but also made him enemies. So this is what happened here. He sort of, I guess you could call him a whistleblower. So one of our first whistleblowers in history. He also navigated some relationships between like Julius Caesar. After Caesar's assassination, he opposed Mark Antony through a series of speeches. So I guess you can call him pork tongue. And he did pass in 43 BC. So on this day, on the 5th of December, 63 BC, Cicero made some friends and some enemies. Back to you guys.
Thank you,
And you
Eddie.
know what Cicero said about $50, right?
Hey.
$50.
Hey, $50 is a $50. I'm a Roman, eh? Hey, mother. Hey, Julius. The name is Julius.
First name Orange, last name Julius.
Julius
Oh,
Caesar.
to squash
Guy who invented
any
the
chatter in the
salad.
chat, I am indeed trading on a live funded account right now. This is house count trade. We're trading live. Trading in the live market.
Has to be a house account stopped out. Hopefully not though. NQ, please go back down.
Bit of a range extension there. Minor liquidity
Oops.
grab, pulling back just a bit. See what happens.
You loved shorting it at 53s. You'll thoroughly enjoy shorting it at 65s.
Give me the wrong link.
I don't know. What's chat say? Did chat say it's the wrong link?
No, I gave Mr. Whitman the wrong link. Michael, I'm sorry, buddy. Come here, give me a hug.
Averaged what,
Like a
53?
chin. Right link.
3.
I'm only human. My God, man.
Maybe we can.
I
No,
think it's
there's no
coming for
saving
us.
this. There's no saving this one.
Yeah.
Unless a
minor-
miracle happens.
Another minor
So is this
liquidity
JD?
grab there.
Would you ever consider just moving your take profit to break even on a pullback to see if it's like a reverse move to break even? Normally, if the trade's in the green, people go to break even. What if the trade's in the red? You go
Oh.
to break even on your take profit.
I mean, it's easy to say, but I'm also of the belief that if you take the heat on the trade, if you took the risk, you should reap the reward, you know? If you're willing to sit on a trade for an hour and take all that heat just to scratch it, I don't know.
Well, there's a good question. I mean, do you dwell on a winner longer than a loser? You know,
Don't dwell on any of them. Move on to the next one.
move on to that. Well, you know, I don't know if you Pittsburgh fans out there, Pirates Hall of Famer Willie Stargell hit over 500 home runs. And I was watching an interview once, and they're asking him, you know, what's the secret of hitting so many home runs? And he goes, well, you know what? You hit a home run, fine. You know, you get the congratulatory things from your fellow players and so forth. But when you strike out or make an out, you break it down and you find out what you did wrong, what you could have did right. And I mean, the same thing with losing trades. That's what we need to do. You know, if you got time to break those down, you know, was it me? Was it the market? Did I do something wrong? Did I get reckless? Did I follow my rules? You know, discipline, patience, management. And it helps. It definitely helps when you can figure that out.
Certainly. Hey, we're still alive, JD. We're still
Didn't get us.
alive.
Yep.
It
Come on,
didn't.
sellers. I want to throw
This
that
might
party.
be the move that we needed. You know, we got that little wick above. Maybe that was the liquidity we needed to push this thing lower.
People saying if we're losing in a trade, we should cut it. Here's the thing: we knew what our risk was getting into the trade, so we're giving our trade time to play out. That is the whole purpose of having a strategy. Let your trade play out.
Yeah, I can't.
Here you go,
I
Mr.
can't
Whitman.
tell you how much money I've lost over managing positions. Like the amount of profits I've taken away, pulled out of my pocket by going to break even too early, bending the rules, far outweighs any straight up losing trade that I've had by like 10x. Just let the trade play out. If you knew where the market was going, then you already would have made that bet in the first place. The fact of the matter is, none of us know what's going to happen. We don't get to pick and choose how the market goes from point A to point B. It could sit in this range all day and eventually break down. We do not know. Just because it feels bad doesn't mean it's going to be incorrect unless you have the data and you've tracked every single one of your feelings and emotions and are like, my gut is right most of the time. Otherwise, just let it play. We don't know. Nobody knows.
Yep. Almost back to our scratch point. Just a couple tickies above it.
Yep. You know, if you add a little extra one up there, you know, it moves your average up a little bit. You take a little bit of heat on the second one, or a little bit of heat on the third one. But it's not for everybody.
Yep.
But it is,
We'll keep
it
this
is a
on
way
through,
to trade ranges.
Tagging a new high here. Our friends at the 500.
Yep.
6107. Quada.
We'll keep this trade on through the shoulder tap too. So.
Oh yeah.
I'll be working the production
Still
box
valid.
during shoulder tap, so I can pop in and give updates on it.
Gold, 71% long. We talked about that earlier in this segment.
That was the trade of the day,
Lows.
huh? We picked the
You
bottom.
can't hold gold down, man. You can't. Eventually.
That was a good long.
Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. A fast segment. We had 2 trades in the house account, a nice little scalperoonie in gold, and we have an open trade on in the NASDAQ, which we are going to keep open. Into our next segment. Jack and Ben are up next for shoulder tap, and then we'll have group coaching with Robert and JD. At 1 p.m. Central, we'll be joined by our number 3 live funded trader, Jake Ricci. This will be his first appearance on Topstep TV. Follow him on Instagram at Rake Trades. If you have been in this space and have a social media account, there is a very, very good chance you have seen his face somewhere on Instagram, somewhere. So very excited to have him on. He is trading exceptionally well. Number 3 in the leaderboard. That is no joke. But shoulder tap is coming up, so we will take you right there.
Goodbye.
Hi-oh. What's up, everybody? This is Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Ben. I've been informed that the house account trade is in the money a little bit right now. JD, you're back there. What was the price again on that?
House account is short a pair of NQ at 21,553.75. Approaching our first profit target at 21,543.75. I'll keep you informed on what happens after that.
There we go. Well, this is Shoulder Tap. This is where we talk about the performance, usually of our live funded traders. We'll sprinkle in some XFAs in there, but I know we're not today. Ben, how is our populace of live funded traders doing?
We're doing okay today. It's not the best day that I've seen recently, but there are definitely some standouts. Lots of people at or near the daily loss limit, which is often the case. But yeah, pretty middle of the road type of day with a few outliers, as always. With how many live traders we have, that's always going to be the case. You know, we've got let's take a look here. Pretty frequently featured name these days, Yusuf, up $8,000 at the moment, and I believe that's someone that Mick had featured recently. We've also got Alexander up 7,500, Tren up 3,500, and Peter C up $3,000. Handful of other people up a few $1,000s here and there. Lots of people near break even. So it looks about as dead as the equity markets have looked today. So on the live board, so the people that sat it out are probably happy that they did. The people that are up money, make sure that you lock that in along the way. So not a ton to report back, but handful of outliers as usual, Jack.
Yeah, I want to throw out an APB to the chat because I can't look it up right now. But the entire range from last night's open right now in the NQ is about 80 points. Can anyone out there help me find out when have we had a narrower range? Like, when was that? Non-holidays.
Yeah,
Excited to see what the results of that are.
It certainly looks like a holiday when you look at the chart. Just no motion when there is any kind of direction. It's a trickle across half hour or so. So yeah, tough action, but that's probably in anticipation of the jobs numbers tomorrow. So be patient. Make sure you trade for tomorrow and maintain that capital, because there will continue to be trading opportunities likely tomorrow with the NFP number. It could always be a dud and no motion, but it sort of looks to me as though there's patience for that next bit of news to come out and recalibrate where people are positioned. The big players, that is.
Mike Ortiz says, that would be yesterday, Jack. Was it? I live in a bubble. Look at this.
I haven't seen a range this tight since yesterday, huh?
Yeah. All right, smart ass. Anyway, we're going to have to make our own fun in that case. I see Michael's in the chat as well, so let's be on our best behavior here, Ben. We got one card today, and I think it's kind of a special one, right?
Yeah, I'm really appreciated the trading we've seen from this guy. Let's pull up the card for Jake R. Jake R is one of our live funded traders. He's been in a live account before, but especially in this most recent iteration, he got transferred to live today is the 23rd trading day. So November 1st was when he first got into this live account, and has been really, really performing well. That average daily P&L says a lot, averaging $774 per day. But what I like more than anything else is the reward over risk relationship with the win rates here. You can look at it on a per trade basis, Jack. You can look at it on a average winning day, average losing day basis. Everything shapes up to, a little bit shy of 2-to-1 reward over risk, and, right around the 50% mark for winning percentage. That is a very good, profitable place to be. That's right in the sweet spot, I would consider. And, with the number of trading days we have, 22, that's not a huge sample size, but we do have an average of a little over 7 trades per day that Jake is putting on. So feel pretty confident that he's going to be able to, sustain this in some, similar capacity going forward, as long as, you keep those fear and greed monsters at bay. As you continue to post winning days, as you continue to succeed, it's easy to, let greed take the steering wheel, so to speak, and start making you do things that, didn't get you to this dance in the first place. Oversizing, taking additional trades, trading different markets. There's any number of things that you can start doing when you're on a really hot streak. So Jake has been around the block. He's been trading with us since 2019, and we've got to have a level of trust there that he's going to maintain an even keel. And he's always welcome. If he's happens to be watching this broadcast, he's welcome to reach out to us on the risk team. We want to talk to our live traders, ones that are performing poorly, ones that are performing well, and figure out how to get them back on the right track, or in Jake's case, stay on that right track for as long as possible, because with these kinds of statistics and profitability, the sky's the limit. I did want to point out that for the month of December, and today is December 5th, it's up $17,000 total in this live account. He's also up a cool $600 today, and looks to be flat for a significant period of time now. So hopefully he stays in the green on the day. But overall, fantastic start to December, and I've got a little bit more here we can dig into, Jack. But wanted to give you an opportunity to give some commentary here. This is one of the better cards I've seen in a while.
Well, 1 second. First, the house account's flat, up 396 on that trade. There's your update there. All right, so this is a unique situation. You asked if this person is watching. I think they very well might be, or will be shortly. It's rare that I get to go on here and critique cards and then possibly see the person in an hour or so. But this card is great. This is definitely someone who's very high on our leaderboard. The balance is very big, payouts very big. But let this be a lesson, all right? Even though this person has an account balance over $200,000 currently, they are not losing. It's a 150K account. They are rarely losing $3,000. That's the thing I'm most impressed by with this card. There's a few early on. Since November 5th, there's probably been 20 days, and the losing days have been 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, 1,100, $2,000, $2,000. The winning day is much bigger. So here's someone with a huge account who is trading very well. And even in that situation, they are not risking the full $3,000 every time. Remember, it's a limit, not a recommendation. So, this is one of the better cards I've seen. This is really great stuff. And Ben, I know you have some more notes, so I'll let you get to them.
Yeah, you point out some great pieces there. I really enjoyed looking at the hold times as well. It should be on there. Yeah, an hour and 20 minutes average on the winners versus 15 minutes roughly on the losers. That is one of the hallmarks I've seen from a lot of our most successful traders is the ability to sit in a winner for longer than the loser. Sometimes that is a function of great trade location. So, when you are getting stopped out, that's happening relatively quickly. But when you are right, when you have the correct direction and a good trade location, you're able to sit in that longer term and really let it work in your favor until you have a reason to sell. I think a lot of what is the saying, Jack? It's like entries are a dime a dozen. It's the exits that are difficult, something like that. You need to know what criteria you're looking for when you're exiting a trade. I think that's something absent with a lot of newer traders, but there's a lot of great content out there on that. I know SMB Capital has a great video on reasons to exit. So there's any number of different chart patterns, bar patterns, volume patterns, anything you can dream up, of course, an actual just line in the sand profit target as well. But you've got to have a good reason to get out. And Jake is doing a wonderful job of entering the position and then reading the chart, reading his plan, and exiting at significantly more profits than losses. One other really bright spot on this trade report is that the best winning day is 3 times the worst losing day. So we've got 3 times the amount of profit on the best day as compared to the worst day. The worst day, obviously, being that daily loss limit. But as you pointed out, Jack, that is not the norm. The average losing day is about half of the daily loss limit. So all of those, I mean, we can look up and down this trade report. It all says, sustainability to me. And for all of that praise, of course, there's room to improve. There's room to grow. And if Jake is joining the program later or at some point here in the future, he can probably tell you more about that in depth than even I could. I wish I would have done X, Y, or Z. There's always room for improvement. But right now, Jake is sitting pretty in this account, trading well, and we're looking forward to his continued success in this live account. I have to say, Jack, if he came to us, especially given the account balance and the proven profitability we've seen so far, if he came in and said, hey, I'd like to, I think at this stage, increasing the daily loss limit probably wouldn't make a ton of sense. But if you wanted to increase the position limit, contract size, that's something that the risk team would definitely be open to exploring with him, expanding it for a trial run and see how that goes. And we want our best traders trading at their best with size. That's how you really succeed in this game, is by having a large position on when it is your A++ setup, so that you can really, especially in a live account where you don't have limitations on payouts or anything like that, that you can sit there and ride out a large position. I know we've seen Rafa do that. I've lost count of the number of times, I've seen him post a $20 or $30 or $40,000 day in a live account. That's from a pretty good sized position in a good trade location, riding it out to success. So that is what the people at the top of our big boards are doing. And Jake is one of them. So happy we got an opportunity to cover that, Jack. Anything else you want to say here?
Yeah, I mean, trading itself is an art. I would argue that the risk management itself is somewhat less of an art. And let me explain what I mean by that. Is that what I'm glad to see about this card is sometimes we see cards that maybe don't have the best, shall we say, management of capital, or not the way capital would be treated at a professional level. That's at any place that, it's one thing to gamble away your own money. If people give you money, they don't like that, and that you won't get it unless you can show that you're doing stuff in a efficient way. And there's a lot of things here to emulate that. If I look at this, it seems like I look at the trades per day, the number of trades, they're not a crazy number, right? I think some of the things I see that usually are warning signs on cards are like a ton of trades day in and day out. Maybe you're an expert scalper, but usually I think that means that you're either bored or you have to press the button. Another thing is there's consistency as far as the hold times. So there's a strategy going on here. There's not just wild swings where it seems like, oh, one day, because we'll see cards like that on here where it's like, well, oh, one day this person made 100 trades with an average hold time of 9 seconds. And then the next day they traded 2 contracts and held for 10 hours, right? That's usually a warning sign. And then the 2 related warning signs are, one, the over leveraging of your capital, where we talk about it all the time. That's the most common flaw, is people risk a large percent of their account. The biggest flat intraday swing on here is like $7,000, which, if there were 15K in this account, I'd be like, that's too much. But there's over $200,000, right? And that's the biggest being flat to hitting a loss limit swing. So that's what, like 3.5%. And it was done once. Otherwise, this individual is really risking on most days, it seems, less than 1% of the capital. That's good. Yeah, so those are the things I would take away from this, but really good stuff. So
Yeah,
thanks for
you make
sharing.
just real
Go ahead.
quick. You make an important distinction and something I know there's been a lot of conversation about. It's easy to throw around the word professional, but it means something, and there is a difference between professionals and amateurs. There's nothing wrong with being an amateur. Everyone has to start out as an amateur, no matter what you're doing, right? You don't have the logged hours of experience, the actual executions, whether that's trading or otherwise. But Topstep is a place where you come to move from being an amateur into a professional. And part of being a professional is, going back and studying those trades, reviewing what you're doing, reviewing what, strategies are working, what markets are hot, those kinds of things so that you can continue to grow and get better. That's what, most of, and I see that and have those conversations with our live traders that they're saying, yes, I'm doing X, Y, and Z now. I have that conversation with Dakota a lot. He says, hey, I'm going to make this adjustment to my trading. I'm going to lean towards this market and I'm going to size down, and a lot of that comes to the risk team totally unprompted. He wants us to know where he's at, what he's looking for. And you see that borne out in these statistics. So you can see the steadiness in total contracts traded, hold times, all of those things that you mentioned. So that's what we're here to do, is to become professionals, to move to that professional level, and really take big bites out of the live markets and make a good living doing it. So that's all I'll say about that. Just wanted to throw that in before we move on, Jack.
Well, yeah, we'll transition to. We got 5 minutes here, so we can do a little Q&A, and I can start with something I saw in there. I saw someone asking, um, how many is too many trades? It's kind of like, and I forgot who's the politician or judge that said it. It's like pornography. I know it when I see it. And from us looking at trade reports, it's hard. What are the limitations of all these sim evaluations out there as far as judging who's going to be good and live? Is that, there's a lot of accounts. We can't see, we can't know what you're thinking. We can't sit down with everyone and be like, so explain to me what you're doing. We also don't make you record yourself a video of doing that. But a lot of times in the trade reports, I don't know some things. Somebody could have 10 trades in a day, but it could just be scaling into a position. You can see when people are over trading, though, because there's no rhyme or reason. It usually involves, like, in the trade reports, I can see it because like here, I probably guess that Jake is scaling because, for instance, December 4th, 8 trades, 16 contracts. That to me seems like a very clean of somebody scaling into a position and getting out. Now, when I see 60 trades for 500 contracts, which we see quite often, it's like, okay, well, the contract limit is only, even if it's a 150K account, you can only trade 15 contracts. So if you're making that many round turns and that many trades, that means there's a whole, like, you're just throwing, shit against the wall, seeing what sticks.
Yeah, it's the variance between the high and the low, I think, is a big factor. Like you're saying, logging what appears on the trade reports as 50 or 60 or 70 trades or more. Yeah, that's a lot of trades objectively, even if you're scaling in and out of those. But if one day you're taking for 5 days in a row you're taking 2 trades a day, and then all of a sudden you've taken 25 trades, then we know that there's something that happened obviously on that day, whether it was tilt or otherwise, and then I've seen that happen a number of times, Jack, where there's consistency in the number of trades, and then something happens one day in particular, maybe a blow up day, big DLL. And then, from that point, it's almost like a line of demarcation on the trade report, right? From that point on, there's really no rhyme or reason to what's happening. And we can sit back and project, oh, it could be this, it could be that, without getting into the trader's mind. Like you mentioned, it's tough to say exactly what it is. But what we do know is, and everyone on the risk team and yourself included, Jack, have a trading background, we've gone through that ourselves. We kind of know what that looks like and feels like, and pretty, well estimate what's going on. So when we see a lot of variability in those numbers, it says there's probably not a firm strategy that's getting adhered to day in and day out.
Real quick here, the NQ, which is the chart I've opened right now in the last 10 minutes, is getting mollywopped. Don't see anything across the financial juice. Remember, it is such a narrow range that this, top to bottom is only a 55-point move. Wouldn't be much on a normal day, but JD looking for that runner. Oh, new lows of the day. This is interesting.
Jack, I've not heard someone use the word mollywopped since 2016.
Isn't it fun though?
It's wonderful.
Yeah. Just waiting to see anything there. If you want to point us in the right direction on chat, I don't see anything coming across. Could just be some weird holiday market stuff. Remember, the market has been at all-time highs consistently for a long time now. Some excitement for the near shoulder tap.
I mean, just want to reiterate kind of what we talked about at the start is there's an endless stream of opportunity, and if you're not seeing what you'd like to see as a setup right this second, you don't feel like you have to continue trading on the day. You can shut it down. You can wait for tomorrow. Be disciplined about what type of trades you want to take and waiting for those. That would be my parting words. I've seen a lot of people, live traders and otherwise today that probably took trades that were outside of their wheelhouse and, ended up daily loss limits. So just be diligent, be patient. It will come to you, and you will be rewarded for that patience if you're, waiting for that setup and then take it once it's there.
Thank you for the heads up, by the way, chat. I am seeing it now over here. It was kind of Fitch saying they no longer expect any further rate cuts in 2026. Thank you, Fitch. Obviously, let me check the Fed watch real quick. I think it's still incredibly likely. Yeah, 72% implied on the quarter point cut in December 18th. But Fitch, who so accurately helped us out during the financial crisis, says no cuts in 2026. So there you go. Fun. Well, Ben, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to do this with you, man.
Yeah, likewise, Jack. It was fun. Back to regular scheduled programming. I'll see you Thursdays, and as we get into the holidays, maybe once or twice more on top of that.
Right on. All right. Well, there's that form pinned in the chat for group coaching with Robert is coming up next. He'll be here with JD. And then at 1, guess what? We got, I believe it's Dolby and JD, plus the trader whose card we just talked about. Jake Ricci is going to be here. 1 o'clock. You're going to want to check that out. His first time on TopstepTV, I believe. So let's be nice. This is TopstepTV. We'll be back right for this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back. It is 12:34 in the Central Time, 12:34 Chicago time, as we say around here. It's my favorite time of day. I hope it's yours. It's group coaching time. I'm JD. Behind the curtain, I'll be feeding some questions to Coach Robert. We have a question form pinned in the chat right now. It's right at the top. There's a link. You'll see it. It says Coach Robert, question form. If you got a question for Coach Robert or myself, feel free to click on that link and type it in. We've got a couple good ones. But Coach Robert, what's happening today?
What's happening today? How about that Bitcoin and how about that dump off on NQ? What a fabulous job here.
We had the trade of the day on the house account just about an hour ago. We were short right at the top. We had a pair on. Short a pair of the NQ at what was our entry price again? Let me pull it up. We
Must
were
have been
short
right up at that mess. I was at lunch.
Yeah, we were short right around 57.75 with a 69
Nice.
stop. We had our first profit target of around 40. And then I moved the stop down to break even on the runner. It came and swiped us, and then it just tanked. Is that a lesson on moving stops too soon? We did follow a strategy. It was still a winner. I'm not complaining about the trade. I already lectured on moving on from trades already. But when you see a move like that, yeah, you kind of wish you had a runner. Not complaining. Winner's a winner, and I'll take it. We actually had two trades on in that segment. We were simultaneously long gold and short the NASDAQ. Winners on both trades. I'll take the $400.
Absolutely.
All right.
$400 in Chicago is the same as it is down here in North Carolina, right? $400, $400.
$400 is $400 for sure. All right. We got your questions. Let's take a look at them. First up, we got a question for Mint. Mint says, passed my first combine, took the week off. Any advice for jumping into this XFA? Thank you. Well, as our boy Hoagie would say, John the Goat Hoagland, dance with the one who brung ya. It is good to take some time off, though, in between the trading combine and jumping into that XFA. Keep an eye on your practice count during that time if you want. Have a feel for the markets when you come back. But I would recommend not straying too far from the strategy that got you there. Coach Robert, what is your take on taking a week off between the trading combine and that funded level XFA?
Well, I think it's a good idea. First of all, Mint, thanks for the question, and congratulations on passing the combine. We know that it's not always an easy feat to do, and it's your first one. So yeah, kudos to you. You get a warm welcome. Congratulations from me and everybody here on the team. That's a good job. And I think, Mint, you actually did the right thing. Just hey, I passed it, and maybe let those emotions go through, and just say, hey, I'm gonna take a little breather. Maybe the market's not doing quite what you're looking for. Maybe you just need to take a time away. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We always say the market's going to be here. JD, I'm with you. Dance with the one that you brung. Then just keep doing the same thing over and over again, and you'll. But adapt it as the market goes. But obviously, if you're doing something that was working, it got you this far. Stick with your plan. And the only way you're going to be able to make corrections in your plan is if you just rinse and repeat, and monitor and make adjustments along the way. But first of all, yeah, definitely congratulations. Taking time off is never, ever a problem. JD, before we jump into that next question, a quick little thing. I have to give a shout out to two people here, two traders here. One is Dr. Deanna Cole. Well, excuse me, has helped me quite a bit along the way, and this goes along with Mint. It says the joy of this. The joy is in the journey, and I had a little session with her not too long ago, and I just wanted to give a quick little shout out. She just jump on here when I'm doing group coaching. And the second one, this is going to be really good. You never know where you're going to find your traders. And just the other night, I was out grabbing some dinner for myself and just struck up a conversation with a couple of wonderful couple next to me, and the gentleman's name is Patrick. And next thing you know, we're talking about trading, and he's here today, and he's jumping on the futures bandwagon coming over from the Forex world. So I just want to make sure I said a hello to Patrick, because he's literally just a couple miles down from me. I met him the other day. Super guy, and looking forward to working with you, sir.
Excellent. Very nice. Hope everybody's listening. Decent shout outs from Coach Robert right there. Thank you. All right. Next question comes from Trenchcoat. Trenchcoat wants to know, what does it mean when the market repairs itself? Thank you. Well, my take on market and repair is when it's coming back to equilibrium after a violent move in one direction, a lot of business was missed out at those prices where market moved through real fast. So market needs to come back and conduct business at those prices and then move on in its general direction. Coach Robert, what is your take on market repair? What I said makes sense to
Exactly
you?
the same thing. Yeah, exactly the same thing, JD, for the market repair. I actually did a little bit of cheeks. I want to make sure I had all the angles covered because none of us knows everything about all these things. So I did a little query in ChatGPT and put that exact question in. What does it mean when the market repairs itself? And I just pasted that link in the chat of the answer that it gave, and it's pretty much what we were talking about. You have rebounding from losses, a big giant movement, and it kind of hangs around a little bit. Or there's some type of additional volatility that may not have been there before. I'm going to switch my chart over because I want to address what Hoag had mentioned earlier today, and this has to do with gold. I'm going to switch my chart up to the GC. I'm going to a daily chart, and I'm going to make it big here so we can all see it. This is a daily chart, so look at the last, 7 or 8 days going on here. This is what I would be calling the market repairing itself, or as Hoag says, to take the words right out of his mouth, it's looking for new information. We can see the big movements. We can see these large candles on the daily, and then we push back up again. And then what are we doing? It just doesn't know what to do right now. What is happening with gold? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days right here, right in a row after the big drop down. What is it doing? They're very, very small. We're talking going from 45.4 to 92, let's call it 93.4. That's not a lot of movement. So this would be a perfect example of digestion, market looking for new information, and a market repairing itself after these couple of wild moves. What are we talking? We're talking around election times and everything, and voting times, and we're talking around December time. And I don't know the date on this, but I'm going to really mess this up. But somebody can Google this. There's countries, I want to say it's like Saudi Arabia or the Middle East or Dubai, where it's customary to buy gold for your families. I'm going to mess that up, so I don't put a pin in that. But I know that there's something out there like that, and this may have something to do with it around the time of the year. So again, it's purely just something I'm thinking off the top of my head here. But we're looking for new information. What's going to happen? The market is repairing itself right now. A couple of big moves on gold. It's got to do something. It's got to find some new information. The other thing is regaining equilibrium. I always have trouble with that word. Structural weakness, and then also there's a behavioral aspect to it. And I didn't know that. It's based on humans, the investor sentiment. What is going on? What are we looking for? Again, looking for new information. So we're just going to kind of take it easy. Hold on. I don't want to buy long up here, but I don't want to sell it yet either. I don't think it's dropping, so I'm not going to sell the bottoms, but I don't think it's cheap enough, so I'm not going to buy them either. There's your information. That's your behavioral aspect that's in there. So definitely one that I didn't think of when I was thinking of the answer to this question about what the market means when it repairs itself. So I'm so glad I threw this in GPT. That's one I did not think of. So I just put the link in the chat. I'll just stick it in there one more time. You have it readily available. Click the link. It will give you the question and the answer right there. So that's a fabulous, fabulous question, JD. And fabulous question from Trenchcoat. Really appreciate it. Makes me think. I love it.
Yep. Thank you, Trenchcoat. Keep the good questions coming. We definitely appreciate them. All right. Next up, we got Brandon. Brandon's in a bit of a pickle at the moment. Brandon says, "Hey, Coach, I got a question regarding the psychological side of things. Monday, I had my first ever 1,000-day profit in my XFA. This is my first XFA, and I've been in it since October. However, the past 3 days since Monday, fallen into a bit of a slump, losing on nearly every trade. I feel like I'm brand new again. I haven't changed anything significantly in my system, which has proven profitable for me over time, and now my confidence is suffering a bit. Any advice on trading through the slump? Thanks a lot." Time old question. When you notice your strategy isn't working so much anymore, maybe it's time to take a step back, reevaluate, or just take a break for a little bit and wait for the market. We just talked about markets coming back into balance and equilibrium. Maybe wait for a market to come back into balance and until it sort of embraces your style of trading again. But Coach Robert, what's your take on fighting through slump as a trader? Do you walk away or do you power through it?
Well, I'm a little different individual. I tend to power through things. It's not always the right thing to do, but as a personal aspect, that's what I do. Harder, faster, stronger, more. Just seems to most of the time work for me, my personality, what I'm trying to do. It's not advice, but you got to look at yourself and find out if you're a person like Mint said, hey, I took a week off. I passed my combine. I'm gonna take a week off before summer XFAs. Kudos to you. Brandon, if you're a driver and you're a pusher, jump back in and get in there. Well, I'm going to hit on the side of this, JD, that's the psychological side of things. And I am no means a trading psychologist whatsoever, but what I do understand are patterns and a bit on the behavioral side. And what I mean is this. If you're trading here and you're currently doing $500, $600, $300, $400, $500, $550, and then all of a sudden you have that $1,000 day, we're going to call that an outlier. Congratulations, it's excellent, good for you, but I'm not going to say you got lucky either because I don't know that, but it's an outlier per the norm, okay? Take it, awesome, great, review it, and figure out what happened on that day. Maybe you happen to be short a little while ago like this, and NQ just happened to dump off for some reason. We were trying to figure out, or Jack trying to figure out, like, what just happened over here? Look at financial juice, what's going on? And you jumped in there, awesome. I would honestly put that as an outlier and just stick within your pattern, stick within your range, what you're used to, what you're comfortable with. Because here's what happens for me, and here's what happens for a lot of traders. Man, I just did $1,000 a day. I should be able to do that every day now. I would venture to say, hang on a second. Take a look at the reason why that happened. And it goes the same for a big loss. If your days are constantly $200, not constantly, but you're limiting yourself to $250 loss day, $300, $500, $1,000, whatever your risk tolerance is, whatever your account size is, and all of a sudden you have that $4,000 loss day, well, does that mean you're a bad trader, or did that just happen to be an outlier day? Very, very possible it's an outlier day. So try to stick with the most. Look at your back history. Look at your structure. If you're in Topstep X, it's got great logs in there. You have the calendar. You can see what it looks like as far as, hey, I'm winning 80% of my long trades and only 20% of my short trades. Use that information so you can just, I don't want to say create a bias, but create a plan. Say, okay, this market looks like it may be dropping. I'm not real good at taking shorts. So just hold on, look at a different market. We saw him scanning around the markets today. JT just went long in one, short in another. Great, awesome, you can do that. We try to not be biased, but you got to look at yourself, Brandon, and say, hey, I made my first $1,000 day. Now let's go one step further. Let's say the market, you are doing good in your XFA and you're consistent with it. And then you had a really good day that really matched and lined up with your strategy. Bam, walk away with $1,000 day. But the next couple days, something changed. Just like I'm showing on the chart right now, gold. What happens if you were, hey, I see these highs. I'm going to sell this sucker. I don't think it's going to be up there. And you took a nice trade. Bang. And you said, oh, I see a recovery coming along. And then you went long. And there it is. Now you're hoping these big moves. You're looking for those moves like this. But now for the last 9 days, you're stuck in a range. It just didn't happen to match with your strategy. Okay, so instead of just writing yourself off entirely, step back a second, look at why you've been successful, look at that outlier day, what happened, probably lined up, something was really good that worked for you, and then what happened after that. It might not be you, it might not be your strategy. The market is dynamic, you need to change, you need to adapt, and take a look at it. And yeah, that's what I would say. So trading through the slump, you can always take a break just like Mint did. I hope it works out for you, Brandon. Thanks for the question. I love these types of questions. And hope I did you some justice there.
Excellent. Thank you for the question, Brandon, and thank you for the answer, Robert. All right, next up, we got a question from Avi. It's a technical question regarding Topstep X platform. Is there a way to download the trade notes with the trade exports? I can't answer that question. Coach Robert, can you? Do you know what this trader's talking about?
Yeah, I can answer it. It's a short answer, Jade. It's not right now. There's trade notes and going there. I'm on the live side, so I can't even pull that up. So why don't I do that right now? Just so we can demonstrate it. I'm going to refresh my screen here. We wasn't going to be on live. I'm just going to go to the sim side so I can show what those notes look like. There's the performance reports, and then when we go down to our trade down the bottom, we can add our journaling notes in here. And then also when we're back on our chart, we can go to the bottom to our trades, and on the bottom, it's kind of hard to see, but on the bottom right, we can click on export, pick the dates you want to export the trades. At this time, they don't download at the same time. So that's unfortunately that's it. But hey, you can also go right over here into the support area, and there is a feature voting. Go ahead and add it, create a new post, make sure that's in there. You can look at the roadmap and see if it is already in there, and you can upvote it just like we like to see. I'm willing to bet that it's in there somewhere. So take a look around, use a search feature, use the filter, use a magnifying glass, and I think we'll be good to go. But thank you for that. Short answer is it's just not at this time.
Excellent. Thank you for clarifying that, Coach Robert. Much appreciated. All right. Another Topstep X platform question. Can you go over the Trader Hub real quick? And how do you use it to improve your trades? The Trader Hub. Oh no, page not found.
No, that was me just clicking the wrong button. I want to switch over to the live side. There it is. It's right there. Yes, I hit the wrong one. The Trader Hub, has that's. I'm sorry, Michael. That's a good question as well. I love these questions. Long time since we've been gone over the Trader Hub and get rid of my drawing tools. I like to keep clean charts, JD. You know that. Yep. Trader Hub is excellent. On the left side, see it on the chart right here. You can click on TV. That's going to bring that TopstepTV. Click. It's going to bring it right in the middle for you. You can just click right on it. That's a beautiful thing. The Trader Hub is the second one down. A couple of people up there. It looks like the old like Jom Social type of networking type of stuff. I love this old style icon right here. Trader Hub. Let's click on it. So what does it have? Well, we have a bunch of market news on the left side. These are all fed in from Financial Juice. This is embedded in here. And on the right side, we have economic events. And forgive this, the wideness. I'm on a really big screen. So if you're on a smaller screen, you won't have this big gray thing in the middle. Some of these you can mouse over and see it turns into a hand. It means you can click on. I'm going to click on this, see the Swiss unemployment rate. If I just click on it, it's going to link you right over to the page where it's pulled from, and you can dig into some more information there. Okay, or you can go to the right-hand side and just look at the nuts and bolts. It used to be 2.6. The forecast of 2.7 came in at 2.6. So the unemployment rate, we were expecting 2.7. It's 2.6. It's green because that's a positive. We don't want the unemployment rate to go up. The same with all the rest of these. The colors, I'm going to click on the filter right here on the right-hand side. If I click on the filter, you can choose between countries. You can choose the importance. So you may only want to watch news. Let's say you are in Italy. Okay, so you want to only watch news in Italy. Uncheck them all. You only want high importance news. So what you'll see on the left side is everything that has red. And then you can look and see on the right-hand side how those numbers all came out. It's really cool. It's a nice place where you can just take a quick look and say, okay, what is coming up? Maybe take a screenshot and stick it off to the other side or on another screen somewhere and say, this is something I really need to pay attention to. The second half of this question from Michael was that how can you use it to improve your trades? I'm the person, a trader, that I don't like to trade through news events because you never know what's going to happen. And sometimes you don't know what's going to happen, like what just did in NQ. Where'd that come from? So how can you use it? The first thing I would say look at what you're trading as the instrument. If you're trading equities versus if you're trading commodities, if you're trading, cattle and corns, or if you're trading gold, you may want to keep an eye on some other aspects versus, if you're not trading cattle, do you really need to know the agriculture report, for example? But if you are trading currencies, I really think you want to know what happened with the British pound versus the US dollar. You can find all that. You can narrow it all down. They give you these little lightning things here. The lightnings are they're quick hits. It's just something that's going to come out super fast. It's just a number. Bang, that number comes out. It's not a big report or anything like that. And if you notice, we can click on it. Canadian trade balance. Again, it'll bring us to the numbers. It came out. There's the import, export cost of goods, and there it is. So that's a great idea. I love this, JD. We haven't gone over the Trader Hub and some stuff like this in a while. And I'm going to make a video, and there's one of the Topstep X videos all about the Trader Hub and what's up and coming too, because there's some cool stuff in there as well.
Awesome. We will definitely keep an eye out for that. Thank you, Coach Robert. Thank you for the question, Michael. I see you in the chat answering too. Mike in the chat says, thank you, Coach. All right, we got time for one or two more. Haas wants to know, what tools or techniques did you use to become an overall better trader? Was it books, backtesting? Did you have something else that gave you an edge in this market? Before we turn it over to Coach Robert, I will say, Haas, there is no substitute for screen time when it comes to learning about the markets in general. You get a better feel for the market that you're trading if you're in there observing the market. You don't necessarily have to be in the market trading, but as long as you're observing the price action of the market and you see how it responds to news events, how it responds to technical levels, that is your edge, in my opinion. But Coach Robert, what's your take on tools, techniques? What made you become a better trader?
Yeah, JD, I'm going to put myself on the line here, but I'm going to do it for the greater good. And if those have heard me before, it's like I lost my attitude and my ego. That's what made me better. If I had to pinpoint any one specific thing, it wasn't technicals, it wasn't the market, it wasn't trading, it wasn't anything like that. It was just losing the I'm better than this. I'm better. I had that for a long time, and I paid for it. It cost me dearly for a long time. I did have a little tip from I used to trade those small cap, low cap stocks a few years back. That's when I first started, 2017, 2018. And I was getting destroyed, and someone in the group said, "Hey, man, I think you know enough trading. You kind of understand this. So I just think you're trading the wrong product." So that was my switch over to futures. So that helped, but I still carry that attitude in that ego over to say, look, I think I'm a pretty sharp guy, to be honest, right? I'm math. I understand these things. I understand concepts and patterns and recognition. I learn quickly, but you're not going to beat the market. As soon as I understood that, and I just had to, you put your pride in your pocket and just be like, what is the market telling me? What is it showing me? And does it match with me? The second half of matching with me was when I had that gentleman whom it's anonymous. I don't even know the name. I know it's a screen name. I owe this guy the world. But he moved me over to futures. And after that, I had to go, all right, now we got to lose the attitude. And JD, the sticking point was like, you know what? This is when I started doing coding and making algos and stuff. I had to step back, and here's the line that gets me. It's like, who am I that thinks? Look at Wall Street. Look at the market. Look at how the quants are. Look at the hedge funds. These traders and these employees, men, women, old age, with whatever. They got double PhDs in physics and economics and in coding and all these types of things and financials. Who the heck am I to think that I'm gonna beat all these people as this at the time 45-year-old guy that's just kind of like, yeah, I can beat this. I'm better than this. As soon as I let that go, that in and of itself is the biggest technique. There it is. That's the biggest thing for me that gave me the greatest advantage, because as soon as I let that go and opened my mind up, I didn't beat myself up, just saying like, hold on a second. You got to think about this. Some things are case in point. I'm not going to step on a football field and think I'm better than Tom Brady. You know what I mean? It's just not that. But hey, this is the market. It's buys and sells. It either goes up or down. And look, they're candles. They tell you what's going on. I can do this. This is easy. And the problem with that was my first week, I actually did really good. My very first week of trading. So I was like, yep, I got this wrapped up. This is a piece of cake. Oh yeah? Nothing but losses for 8 months straight. And it haunted me and it killed me. But it also gave me a kick in the pants and gave me the attitude adjustment that I needed. Again, I'm just laying this all out there for everybody. That's what did it for me. I don't know if it's going to do it for you, Haz. But yeah, that's it. The other stuff you were talking about, books, absolutely. There's a reading list that we can put into the chat. That the Topstep, great recommendations. Trading in the Zone was a good one for me because that helped my attitude also. Back testing, yeah, that works out as well too for the most part when I started coding algos and everything. But far ahead of everything else is just dropping the ego, dropping the attitude, stepping back and going, all right, let me take a look at this from an objective, high level point of view. So there you go. That's probably going to be clipped and stuck on social media, and we'll see how I get lit up on that one. But you know what? I'm going to do it anyway. We want to put it out there. No, I'm human. Everybody's human. We all make mistakes. We all have to learn. That's what did it for me. Great question, Haz. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach Robert. All right, folks, that's all the time we have for group coaching today. We're going to step aside because we've got Jake Ricci coming in. I see you guys in the chat asking where he's at. He's coming up in just a couple minutes here. He's number 3 on the big board, number 1 in your hearts. The number 3 trader at Topstep is here. He's coming on next. He'll be joined by Colby and me. We're going to take a short break, folks. We got Back to the Futures coming up in just a minute. Coach Robert, thanks for joining us. Thanks. Stepped on my tongue there. Thanks to all of you for submitting your questions for group coaching. We appreciate it as always. We'll be back with more group coaching tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. More tradertainment coming your way. TopstepTV. Let's go. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to the futures. A lot of you in chat been anticipating this all day long. You keep asking, where is he? Where's Jake? Where's Jake? Well, he's right here. Number 3 on the leaderboard. Jake Ricci is here. We've been talking in the green room for the last few minutes. This is going to be really exciting. Jake has been in this funded account for about 22 days now. He's been with Topstep on and off for the last 5 years. We're going to get to his story. We're going to get to his trading strategy. We're going to get to the markets. We're going to do everything. But first off, Jake, thanks for joining us. How are you doing on this beautiful Thursday? Is it cold there? Is it chilly?
I'm doing great.
Is it chilly in California today?
Say again?
Is it chilly in California today?
I'm back in New York, and it's finally getting cold. So it's finally getting cold here. But I'm doing great. I'm very excited. I've been a fan of TopstepTV for a long time, so I really appreciate you guys having me on. It's definitely is a full circle experience for me from the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Awesome. So the first question, if Andre were here, the first question he would ask you is, how did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you? You started in the trading combine 5 years ago. You got funded. You took some payouts. You took a little break. You're back. You've been at Topstep for a few months now. You made it from the bottom to the top, bottom to number 3 on the leaderboard in just a couple months. But I want to hear about your whole journey. Let's start with how you first found Topstep. How did that happen?
Absolutely. So Topstep way back in 2019, you guys are the very beginning and the absolute leaders in the space. And I found your swing account. Back when that was offered, it was a $10,000 account that you could trade micros with, or I think only micros up to 5 MNQ was the size I was allowed to trade with, 5 MNQ. And you could get a $2,500 or $5,000 payout. And that to me was at the time like gold. I was trying to figure out how can I get myself that $2,500 payout. That sounds amazing. So it was end of 2019, early 2020, I believe, when I tried to continue to push through and trade futures. And so it was an interesting route for me because I got a payout. And my biggest thing I was focused on at the time was figuring out my options trading. So I actually took the payout, put it into an options account, lost it very quickly. And that kind of led me down this road of, I figured out my own trading more and more and more. And then as this year came on, I dove more and more into futures. And I started to trade futures more on a daily basis. I started to not love the margin requirements that my Thinkorswim account or Interactive Brokers account required, which is like $20,000 for one NQ contract, $13,000 for one ES. It's really high margins, right? And that kind of led me back to trading on personal accounts, which I'm still doing, but also towards the prop firm route and looking at the leverage that was offered to me. And I will say the nice part about Topstep is that some people who are newer to the prop firm space, might be introduced to different things. Topstep was the very first prop firm, and I was a user of it 5 years ago. So it felt very natural to come back and be like, hey, let me come back and try and see. Now that I've figured out myself, my strategy, found my consistency more 5 years later, let me see if I can reach a payout goal. And it's gone well so far. It's gone well so far.
I'll say 6 figures in payouts, 0 margin requirement. How do you beat that? Where on the planet do you get that?
You can't. It's no margin requirement. A couple of credit card points for purchasing. I mean, it truly was a win-win across the board. So no, I've been very happy, and I was moved to a live funded account pretty quickly. I think that I hit a threshold, and I since then have dropped my risk pretty significantly, which I think is a natural approach. It's been going really well so far. I've had some back and forth days trying to break through the hump, but we're doing. I don't know. I think I have the numbers pulled up. I think it's up 5 figures since inception. So I'm excited about that.
Very nice.
I was just going to say, how is it being in a live account? Have you talked to Mick yet or any of the risk managers?
Yes, I have. So I actually got my live funded account. There's like the week-long process to being transitioned to it, right? So during that week-long process, I reached out to Mick, and my What I wanted, ideally, I had designated to start with 5 NQ contracts and a 3K daily loss limit. I think that's the standard. For me, that isn't ideal because the way that I trade, I need at least $1,000 of daily loss per NQ contract that I'm allowed, for example, right? I just think if you look at one trade in the NQ, $1,000 is 50 points, right? And so essentially you have, if you're wrong 50 points once, you hit that on the NQ, you would hit that $1,000. So for me, having access to 5 contracts, but only $3,000 of daily loss was not ideal. And I know that most traders, I think it's just funny to me because I'm number 3 on the board. I've definitely traded with some size, but most traders I think really are inherently trying to strive for the 5 or 10 NQs. My solution is much the other way. I would rather trade less contracts, but keep my daily loss limit wider and just essentially give myself more bullets or more room to be right. So I did have a conversation with Mick. Originally, I asked him to move me to a 1 contract and $1,100 daily loss limit, build a little bit of profit in the account. Unfortunately, that was 2 days. I had sent that request 2 days after I got the live account. So I actually hit daily loss limit, minus 3,000, back to back to start the live account, which I don't think is an uncommon statistic. I don't obviously know the math, but from people I've talked to, it's not surprising that they hit daily loss in their first day or 2 in the live account because it's a transition from trading more size. It's just a little bit different. It's a transition, and anytime there's a transition, your trading takes a little bit of that. So I hit daily loss limit twice, minus $6,000 to start the account. And I talked to Mick and I basically said, which is a tough conversation because I said, I now want to move to a 1K daily loss limit in 1 contract, which means if I want to make this money back, I'm going to have to do it with a lot less size than I lost it, right? I'm going to have to do it, which is not an easy thing as a trader to kind of put the ego aside and be like, yeah, this is what I have to do. But that was the right way for me to do it. And since then, I had built myself back up, got back over, made, I think I was 5 or 6K in profit. And I decided that I wanted to do the flexibility of 2 contracts and a $2,000 daily loss limit, just allow myself a little more bob and weave room. And Mick was very accommodating. We took care of that. I think it was Brett actually on the risk team as well. He took care of that within like an hour. And I was able to trade 2 contracts. And since then, since having my contract changed to 1, sorry.
Real quick, coming over the wire here, we've checked some sources here. Tsunami warnings been issued for parts of Northern California, including San Francisco Bay Area, following a 7.3 magnitude earthquake located 45 miles southwest of Eureka, California. So if you're in the area, have any relatives, give them a holler and make sure that you're looking for safe cover. It's coming over the wire. We'll keep more eyes on this. But Jake, sorry about that. Back to you, friend.
No, not at all. My parents live in Northern California, so I am going to keep an eye out for a text from them as well. So I appreciate that. I hope everybody stays safe. Earthquakes are not fun out there.
Earthquake, tsunami warning.
Yeah, a tsunami warning. Wow, that's chaotic.
Okay.
Yeah, fingers
Sorry
crossed.
to break it up.
No, you're totally good. I essentially, since I started minus 6,000 on the live funded account, I've now been able to build it back. It's plus, I'm looking now, it's plus 17,000 in the 20 days or so. And that's been with trading 1 to 2 contracts. Most of the time now 2. And I think that alone can speak to, I don't know, if there's anything out there that I hope traders take away from this segment here, you do not need 5 NQs. It's just a large position. Not saying that you can't do it, not saying that sometimes you won't find trade setups that fit that criteria. I'm not saying that I don't do that. Absolutely. When the setups there, do it, but on a frequent, regular basis, on a day-to-day basis, you really don't need more than a couple of contracts, and you can produce some excellent results.
I'm sure our risk team is back there right now, just drooling, listening to you talk. If MP were here, he would call what you're doing pro ball trading. I see some messages in Slack. Our guy Jack is saying, I love the way this guy trades right now. It's pretty great. He's on a 3-day run in his live account this week. Close to
Yes, so I'm on a 3-day run. I was hovering just between this break even and up 5 back to break even. So I'm happy to have captured some of these moves up the last few days. That's the larger moves up are something that I excel in with just being able to hold a winner for So it's been a fun 3 days. I'm a happy camper for sure. Well, 4 now. We're today.
Awesome.
So let's get
kick it over
into a little.
Kick it over to
a little
Dodie
about your
now.
trading,
Let's talk a little
Jake.
bit about your strategy. Yeah, let's do it.
100%. Are you more of a range trader, momentum trader? What's your ideal market state? I'm assuming it's not megaphone formations and an NQ, but I could be wrong.
Yes, it is not. You are definitely right. It is not weird formations in the NQ. The other thing I'll note about this NQ range today, this one you can see is sub 100 points. So I'm not trying to sound like a cocky trader or anything like that. I aim to catch trades that are 100, 150, 200 points. So when the entire range is 100 points, I'm just not really all that interested, because I look at the question of how much meat is there on the bone for me to be able to capture, right? And so if we look at something, and kind of zoom back to a day, I forget what day this actually was, and this moved very fast at the open. I remember getting long a little bit pre-market, right? I like trades where I'm able to capture an entry and hold throughout the duration of this move. So I love 15-minute charts. I think 15-minute charts are the most underutilized aspect of trading as a whole. I believe that 15-minute charts could save the vast majority of problems that traders deal with. And I like to trade with the trend, whether it be up or down. I prefer up. Market moves up 70% of the time. So I believe everybody should prefer up if they're a trend trader, but you do you. For me personally, I like to ride a trend and ride a move and let a trade work, right? And that's something that is really important to me. Is the vast majority of the time, whether it's futures, options, stocks, all that, most of the chart analysis that you individually, you out there or me, or most of the chart analysis we're doing is right or will be invalidated, right? And if it's right, what you really want to do is let it work as much as it can. And so I personally, my trading style, I would say, is that I am somebody who likes to capture a larger move, and I like to be able to hold it for the duration of that move, right? So I might take one partial here, but for the most part, I am looking for some sort of longer time frame move. And when I find my entry, I let it work. Today is actually an example of a day where I did not necessarily listen to myself. And I took an entry on, somewhere in right here in this bar here, actually. We didn't have
What time is that, do you think?
That was right at 7:35. So 7:35 a.m. Pacific time, 10:35 a.m. I took a trade in here. Also one in the NASDAQ, but the ES is where I was really focused on at the time. And I put a stop underneath this low. And about 10 minutes into the trade, I went, and I just closed it. And that stop never hit. Ultimately, the target was hit. That would have taken me about an hour and a half or 2 hours of holding time on that trade. About little over 2 hours of holding time on that trade, which is not a problem for me. I usually thrive in that kind of conditions. I like to hold trades for a long period of time. I think my average winning trade time is an hour and 15 minutes. So I like to hold. I do well doing that. Just for whatever reason today, I talked myself into, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. But that's kind of one of the things that I really aim for as in terms of stylistically as a trader is when you take a trade, you're supposed to have these larger targets, this overall narrative that you're hoping to fit. Let the chart do the work for you, right? Find your entry and truly let it do the work. So for me, the narrative today on the ES was we were at all-time highs. We don't have a whole lot of levels to work with, but we had this overnight low. And so my narrative on the day was we took out this overnight low. We had left a high up here. My thought process was, okay, well, if we're going to hold this range, right, the next logical place to go would be back towards the high a day. So my entry in my trade today, very straightforward, just took out the lows, Right? And again, there's a lot more to my strategy than that. We're at all-time highs, so it's a little bit. You can't go into every detail, or I would, but this one didn't require every detail, I should say. But I managed to find an entry at the low targeting this high a day. And today was one of those days where I was not able to hold my winners like I should. But yeah, a lot of it sorry, I know I rant sometimes, so please don't hesitate to
Go for it.
But I would say that the biggest part of my trading style is holding my winners for a long time. And you can see that in the average winning trade time. My average winning trade time is 1 hour and 14 minutes. My average losing trade time is 17 minutes. And I think that's probably been affected by a few longer holds. Most of the time when I'm wrong, I'm out within 5 to 10 minutes. I'm wrong pretty fast.
I'm here to verify that. I'm looking at your trade report right now. You are dead on, 100% correct. Hour and 15 minutes.
Full transparency. JD fact checked you on that one.
I'm showing 1 hour 17 minutes on the winners and 16 minutes on the losers. There you go. This is no joke, folks.
So Jake, there's a lot of traders who have a hard time holding trades for even 5-10 minutes. When you get students who come in who just can't sit in a trade, what are you telling them to give them the confidence that, hey, it's okay to sit in a trade for a half hour, 2 hours?
Absolutely. So I think that there's a few things I'll say. First of all, it definitely is a personality trait, right? And so there are going to be people out there who I think inherently lean more towards the scalping short-term mindset. And I don't necessarily want to push them away from that, right? But what I would say is that the biggest thing that I notice consistently for traders is the vast majority of the time, it is not the analysis that you struggle with, that they struggle with. That part isn't the problem. And one of the most common things that traders struggle with is entering a trade, right? Something happening, and then they exit, they take a loss, whatever the case, but their original idea works out, right? The thought process they have. So when they, maybe they were like me today and they bought this low and they wanted to get the high of day taken out, and you talked yourself out for whatever reason, right? Most of the time, the thought process that traders have of the analysis of holding this low and then getting that high, that's not the part where they're wrong. The part where they're wrong is some sort of trade management portion of it, where you're either, truthfully, the biggest thing that it is most of the time for traders is watching the dollar value of a trade as it's occurring, right? And so if you enter a trade here, and I'm sure that played a little bit of a role for me today. I was watching it, especially on my NQ1. It was up, right? And I'm seeing the green, and then I see it come back to red or break even or whatever the case may be, right? If I'm not watching the P&L on that, which I know this sounds like generic advice, but I promise you it's a giant difference maker. If you're not actively watching how much your dollars are fluctuating, it becomes significantly easier to let the chart just work, right? And so the biggest thing I would say for people that struggle to hold trades, it's definitely a combination of factors. One, reduce your size, because at the end of the day, futures are an extremely volatile asset that move a lot, and you just don't need a lot of them, right? You don't need a lot. And so if you consistently find yourself, regularly getting stopped out, and then a trade works, right? A lot of the time, the solution to that isn't trying to find better, more strict entries. It's just loosen the stop a little bit, trade with less size, and give your trade more room to work, right? So I'd say it's if somebody told me they were having struggle to hold, I'd give them a combination of feedback saying, maybe reduce your position size a little bit, right? 2, maybe stop watching your P&L as the trade is happening, because that's definitely affecting how you're managing that position. And then 3, the 15-minute time frame is incredible, right? I truly believe that there are so many traders stuck on the 1, the 2, the 5. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with those. I actually use them myself. I firmly believe in them, in their validity and their usage. But your narrative should come from a lot higher of a time frame, but at least a 15-minute where you can have some sort of clear picture on what's going to happen. If you're using a 15-minute chart for your trade thesis, it's pretty hard to be in and out of a trade in 1 to 2 to 5 minutes, right? Because you have to allow it to develop. So, it really depends on the type of trader you are. I don't want to make it sound like I'm better than traders who hold for shorter amount of times because I hold winners longer, whatever, blah, blah. It's all about who you are. And at the end of the day and what works for you. This is one thing that I talk about a lot, which is what puts you on tilt. That's what I really think trading comes down to, is what puts you on tilt. For me, what I've found, the biggest thing that puts me on tilt is watching a trade work after I get out. So I do whatever I can do to make sure that I don't like a trade working like I thought it would when I'm out. And so today I had to step away because, that occurred. But I, generally speaking, and so if I know that that's what puts me on tilt, to combat that, I will keep my stops wider, right? I will trade with smaller size. I'll give myself more room because I know that getting stopped out or having a trade that's green and then come red, that doesn't really bother me. I can deal with that. Yeah, it was green, but it was nowhere near my target. I have no interest, right? I can deal with that. What I struggle to deal with is the ones that run without me. So I've built my trading around that, right? So again, I rant, long-winded way of saying, there's a variety of different things I would approach, but the number one thing that you got to think about is what puts you on tilt and how do I avoid that?
You're cooking, man. Keep going. Dolby and I actually ran into that exact scenario just a couple hours ago this morning. We were short, a couple of NASDAQ, just a few ticks off the high. Missed our stop by about 3 points. Hit our first profit target, moved our stop down to a break even on the runner, came and tagged us out, and then just fell out of bed. It's one of those brutal moves, We played it right. The strategy was all correct. But yeah, in hindsight,
I hate break even so much, JD.
Yeah.
I personally don't do break even very often.
Let's talk about break even, Jake. Let's talk about break even.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know, man. It's a delicate game, right? Because at the end of the day, the number one thing above all else that you got to protect, like we've been talking about, is not going on tilt, right? That's it. That's it. That's the game. Don't go on tilt. That's the game. If you can figure out that game, ultimately you will succeed as a trader. That's the game. And so for me, I have found what puts me on tilt and gets me angry is taking a break-even trade. Now, certain situations are different, right? If a chart changes, if you're angry, if you took a break-even to prevent tilt, then I think it's a good thing, right? But that's pretty much the only time that I'm looking to take a break-even. I'm also not a huge partials person on these. I, generally speaking, like to, when I do my analysis and I take my trade and I saw somebody say this the other day. I forget who it was something like, I paid my stop to do a job, right? It's like, oh yeah, that's a good way to phrase it. You are paying your stop loss to do a job. Let it do the job. Like let it do the job. Let it be in charge. Let it do the work. And so I'm not a huge fan of break even. The other thing that I will say is that these futures markets nowadays, it was so funny. My friend and I were having a conversation about this morning. The futures markets nowadays, I feel like, are so specifically like Max Payne. Like they will intentionally, the markets will, I don't know, I can't really be intentional, right? Because how do they know you're short at that exact point? But the way that futures wick,
chat knows.
and the way that the way that they make these moves, it really is Max Payne. It's like, even you look at I think the NASDAQ in particular, above anybody else, although the Russell, the RTY has been doing it a lot lately too. These futures indexes out there, they will not hesitate to run a stop or run a wick or do something in between that can make you forget about your overall larger picture. And that's what I think taking break-even stops are, right? I'll do that sometimes defensively. And again, more so to protect the mentals than anything. If I feel myself potentially tilting, that's when I'm more cool with the break-even. Other than that, you really, the way futures move, it's just like you could get tapped break-even 7 times before your trade works, right? So like
100%.
And so if you're in a trade and if you've done the work to do that analysis and you really believe in it, right? I think that's another reason why today on this ES here, I didn't necessarily believe in it as much. And just for reference and explanation, I was interested before the market opened. I made my plan and I said, hey, if we can come out and take out the overnight low and fail to go lower, I'm open-minded to trading an upside trend, right? So we got that overnight low sweep, but part of that wasn't part of my morning plan was this failing to go higher first, right? I didn't necessarily expect us to pop and fail to go higher first. So I think today when I took, which was essentially a break-even exit, right, and why I'm kicking myself for doing it, but I did that because the chart, I felt uncomfortable. It wasn't part of the plan. And that's why I really don't have that much FOMO, right? Because I made that decision for a reason, right? If I don't have that reason, if this had just followed the plan that I put together pre-market, set up the way that I want, there's no reason to break even. There is only reason to let the trade either work or fail.
Very good. How would you say, how does Max Payne play into your overall strategy? Does it play into your strategy? If you're seeing a setup take place and you want to get in, but all right, you're thinking about Max Payne in the back of your mind, the S&P, the NASDAQ, it's going to do whatever screws the most people before it makes the move. How is that playing into your strategy when you see a signal? Are you thinking about that at all? Or are you just, this is my strategy?
I try not to think about that. Signal. I try not to. I know that there's a collective, it's interesting because there is this collective that have popped up in the past year or two, at least that I've seen it, where it's essentially the idea is that they buy other people's stops, right? They think of that decision. They're like, where would other people be stopped? That's where I want to buy, right? So in this example, if you look at a chart of the ES today, the theory behind that would be you'd probably put a buy limit underneath the low of the day, and you'd say, hey, as soon as we break those lows, everybody who's long is going to get stopped out, and that's when I want to get long, right? That whole thought process has really propped up and become at least more public over the past few years, in my opinion. I think that it's just so situational that it's hard to use that as a situation, right? The reality is the markets have two states. They are either trending or ranging, and there's no middle ground. They are either trend or range, that's it. Yes, the trend can be an up or a downtrend, but there is no other answer. If you look at a chart, then you are trying to define it into one of those two buckets. It will 100% of the time fall into one of those two buckets, right? A trend or a range. There's no other option. The characteristics of a range and a trend are dramatically different, right? A trend doesn't often go for Max Payne before continuing its trend. And I know that most of you out there watching it right now, that is probably pretty easy to understand. Think of the last day where the market went straight up, right? It was probably a pretty easy day to catch. Or here's another downtrending day, right? This downtrending day on the ES doesn't really feel all that hard to capture or to hold. It's just a clean downtrend, right? And that one doesn't involve a lot of Max Payne. You're not seeing previous lower highs come and get swept. It's not trapping people out. It's just a downtrend, right? So the concept of Max Payne, I'm aware of it, but I wouldn't say that I trade it because in my eyes, if it's a range type of day, then that's something that I'm going to be paying attention to. For example, later on in the day, I didn't take it in any way, shape, or form, but on the NASDAQ, as I was getting up here, and as I was like, okay, was eating my bacon, egg, and cheese, I was like, oh, we popped the high of the day, and we're failing to go higher. In theory, it's kind of like a range type of day now. Maybe we could short back to the lower end of that range, right? That, to me, would be a situation where you're thinking of, okay, are we failing here? Are we going to go run people's stops on here? With that case, if we have a clean trend on, I don't want any of that thought in my head. All I want is, what is the trend and how can I ride with this trend and capture that move, right? So I think it's a very interesting topic because, unfortunately, as futures traders, we have to be aware of, you don't necessarily have to trade both, but you have to be aware of both range and trend because you're going to see both of them on a frequent basis, right? So as a trader, you need to, and that's where I would say that stylistically, I think that I've taken a big leap forward over the past couple of years is that now, especially in futures trading and options, which is something else I do, but the futures is very, for me, the platform and risk controls are very important, because on a range day, which is not where I excel. I'll do okay, and I know how to trade them, but they're never going to be my biggest days. It's just not. A hard set platform daily loss limit is what's going to keep me in check on those range days. And on the trend days, I know that I'm going to be there ready to capitalize, and those are going to be my bigger winning days. At the end of the year, my bigger P&L days are all going to come from those trend days. So I know I went off tangent there a little bit, but
I had a question for you.
Yeah, hit me.
Yeah, so we've experienced, we're on fast markets, we're streaming all day. We've seen the NASDAQ on some days just be on a ripper. And we all say, trading a strong trend is one of the hardest things to do, because you don't know when the pullback is going to happen, or if at all. How do you approach a strong trend day so you feel safe getting into the market?
I think the number one thing I would say is, again, the 15-minute charts play the biggest narrative for me. I'm trying to find if there's a good example of it on this NQ chart here, but the 15-minute charts really give me good insight into how a particular candle closes and how I think, okay, are we going to continue this trend? Is this going to continue to show its strength? I think being focused on the 5, the 2, the 1 minute, it's a lot easier for the pullbacks to kind of look sharp and look really harsh and look like, oh crap, like that's not a pullback, that's a full-on reversal. And then you flip over to a 15-minute chart, and it's like this giant green candle with like this small red one there. And you're like, and you're like, wait, this is actually probably a long buy, like a buy, right? So the biggest thing I would say is reverting the time frames a little bit. Again, I cannot speak to the power of the 15-minute enough. And here's the other thing that I'll say. It's very rare for a trend to occur, right? And when you think of a trend day, right, what is a trend day, right? A strong trend up day. It's a big move up. But really what it is on the daily chart, it's a big green candle. That's what a strong trend is. It means on the one-day chart, you close with a big green candle, right? Within that one daily candle, there's a lot of 15-minute candles that have to occur, right? It's just math, right? In one day, there's what, like 30 or 40 15-minute candles? Those can't all be green. It's just not the way things work. Those can't all be green and straight up, right? So the one thing that I would say is that on a strong trend day, I would encourage any back testing of this. I find it's rare that there's not some sort of 15-minute trigger or entry signal that offers a potential higher low, right? So that's one of the things that I try to preach the most, is that trends, when they present themselves, at least for me, in the style that I trade, those are the more straight up trades. Those aren't the ones where I'm having to figure out a whole lot of mental work, right? And the thing that makes me kind of reassurance in the back of my brain that says, hey, if you miss the first 5, 10 minutes of market open, 30 minutes of market open, and you don't get the entry you want, don't freak out. A 15-minute entry is very likely to present itself, right? So for example, you look at this day in the NQ, right? If you didn't get long pre-market, probably pretty hard to get long in this first little bit of the day. Depending on your strategy, it's just straight up. And I don't know what the 5-minute chart looks like, but I remember trading this day, and it was a little bit hard to find an entry, right? But as the day goes on, we see here 1, 2, 3 bars of pullback on a 15-minute chart. We then take out the previous bar's high. That gives us a potential higher low. And from there, the trend continues higher. And no, you don't capture as big of a move on this one, right? Then you would be finding some sort of entry down here. But this is a day where the NQ had a strong trending day, which means at the end of the day, what that really means is on the daily chart, you have a big green candle. If you break down that one daily chart into different fragments, which is really what multi-time frame analysis is, right? You will have the awareness that a 15-minute chart probably provided some sort of entry there. It's just damn near impossible for that many 15-minute candles in a row to all be straight up, right? So in terms of capturing a trend on those bigger moving up days, the biggest thing I would say is look at is your 15-minute chart, because again, it's just math. It is hard for a daily chart to close a big green candle without some sort of 15-minute pullback or entry signal. It's just hard because there's just a lot of 15-minute candles in an individual given day, right? So that for me would be one piece of advice that I have, is that even this, right? You look at this and you might say, okay, Jake, this looks a little bit like these two candles here look bearish, right? We have a red, some people call that a dragonfly harami. Then you got this kind of failure to go higher bar. Those look bearish, right? And in a vacuum, I don't disagree with you, but we don't trade in a vacuum, right? And when you get yourself out of that vacuum, you have a large move up, essentially followed by a couple of consolidation candles, right? And so when you don't have to try and predict it, right? Then you can wait for the bar to take out the previous bar's high, which happens here, right? And that can kind of confirm to you that, hey, we have this is not a full-on reversal. We are holding a trend, and we are seeing a potential higher low on a larger time frame, right? And so I take away anything from this thing. Less contracts. You don't get the same contracts as you think you do. In the 15-minute chart is all powerful. I swear, it is all powerful.
I think you're our first trader ever who has come on and said the 15-minute chart is the best. This is their guiding light. We've seen 30 seconds, we've seen 30-minute charts, but not the 15-minute. Chat, write that one down. I'm probably going to write it down. On this picture here, where would you be looking to actually get into your long, given the example? You're looking for that breakout move, or is there something else in that consolidation there within those 15-minute bars that you're looking for an entry?
So it's the same criteria when a bar here when we have a trend, right? We have a trend up and then a pullback. Okay, we start that pullback by breaking beneath the previous candle's low, right? So we have a trend, we have a pullback. And once this candle here breaks above the previous one's high, that for me acts and confirms this as a potential higher low in the trend going in that direction, right? So if I'm using the 15-minute chart for my entry, then I'm entering above that bar's high with a stop underneath that bar's low. Now, some of you might be looking at that and saying, Jake, that is a 50-point stop. What the heck? You're right. It's a 50-point stop. This particular example is quite wide, but the trade that I would have been looking for, the return on this one would have been at least 100, right? I would have been trying to make sure that I'm aiming to get the risk. The size of the stop doesn't really matter as long as you are aiming to get adequate risk to reward still, right? So, I would sorry, go ahead.
This is seriously the conversation I think people need to hear. We were talking about this earlier on in the week. How getting on the right side of the trend is so hard for some traders just because the risk parameters are so much deeper. They're more content. As you're seeing the market spike higher, they're more content trying to sell new highs with a tight stop. They'll do that 100 times when all they really had to do was wait for that couple tick pullback to get in the trade with the expanded risk and be on the right side of the market. This is excellent conversation, but I apologize for interrupting. Let's keep going.
No, not at all. I think I was just going to say the nice part is that just the way you said that was perfect, because I myself have tried to short a new high a million times before, and the truth of the matter is that if you're trying to scalp, right, then your stuff like that will work. But if you're aiming for larger moves, it's always easier to catch a larger move with the trend than it is to catch a large move on a reversal, right? And so it's just more again, like you said, if you shorted these new highs, you basically had to be predicting that you were calling the top on several different time frames, right? On a daily, a week, as opposed to if you're just buying a pullback here, right? You can just say, I'm letting this trend kind of carry me and do a lot of the work for me, right? So I'm not opposed to counter trend trades or reversals or anything like that. I'm not, again, no one trading style is better than the other. But what I have found for me, again, net end game goal is avoid tilt, right?
Yep.
At the end of the day, as a trader, if you can avoid tilt, you're probably going to succeed, because making money is not really the hard part. It's avoiding the tilts behind it. I found that what helps me avoid the tilts is looking at a move like this and just saying, okay, just take a step back. Let me just breathe for a second. The 15-minute pullback will come, and I will find my entry, right? As opposed to saying, you know what, let me try and time the top. Let me try the top, because there's a good chance you'll get stopped a bunch, and the one that works, you still might get stopped on first, right? So yeah, again, definitely whatever prevents you from going on tilt the most is the best strategy you can have. But for me, I found that trading with the trend, it was substantially easier to avoid going on tilt and easier to let my bigger winners ride. Because I was like, oh, the trend is there. It's already done the work for me. Now I just have to kind of grab its hand and ride along.
Oh,
And yeah,
Dobie
well
and I
done
are
riding
both
through.
on mute. Dobie and I
No,
both
you
talking on mute.
ruined it. JD shouldn't have said anything. Now we owe $10.
I'll keep it shut next time.
Yeah. What do you came a little? You did a little bit of forex, which is kind of like a 5-letter word around here, I guess.
Yep.
What are some of the differences, and if there's any words of advice to any maybe forex traders who are listening now? Should they make the switch to futures? Are there some differences, perks, downsides?
Yeah,
What's
I
kind of your
honestly
transition like?
The forex I traded forex for like a 2-week span, and I traded NAS 100, which is the Nasdaq, right? And so it was like I was trading futures. I just had the leverage of a broker that was at the time an unregulated one that just offered a 500-1 leverage, something like that. So in my head, I was looking at it like this is some sort of cool leverage tool, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, mathematically speaking, there was no difference in the leverage that I was being offered there versus a personal funded account. The futures leverage is on some of these brokers can be low.
Massive.
You can get yourself in trouble. The only thing I'll say is that for the forex people out there, I was trading on an unregulated broker. I had fears on whether or not I would get my withdrawal, right? I had genuine fears about that. And if you're using a Forex CFD firm, I think it's a little bit different depending on the firm, depending on their reliability. But if you look at the two and you're like, okay, one has a regulated exchange, which just means that price is not up for debate. On some of these other platforms, price is like up for debate. And it's like, wait, shouldn't there be one standard price of what the NQ is right now, like no questions asked? So that's what futures offers. For me personally, I think it's kind of a no-brainer. I think that holding overnight would be the one positive that a forex thing has on its side, is that whether you're using personal, whether you're using CFD firm, whatever the case may be, you could hold a position on the NASDAQ, NAS 100, whatever it is, overnight, and that theoretically might be a benefit. Literally every other category, futures are just more uniform, more liquid, it's a better asset, and it's a better. So I personally won't trade forex ever again. At least I don't plan on it. Right? I would never say never, but I don't see the world in which it draws me back in. Right? I see that, and so whatever asset you trade and you succeed with is A+. If you're consistently profitable at trading eggs, hell yeah, brother. Keep trading those eggs, right? But
you can trade them if you want them.
Yeah, just rock on it. But at the end of the day, the most liquid, most standardized asset is the S&P 500, the Dow Jones, the Russell, the Nasdaq. It's hard to beat those, right? It's just hard to beat those. So I would implore. Yeah.
We got the boss man in the background. He wants to come in and say hi. He might be able to talk a little more about what you were just mentioning, possibly holding.
What's up, Break City?
What's up, buddy? Man? How you doing?
I'm doing number 3 on the big board, and man, are you great to listen to. I dig it.
I appreciate it, my guy. It's been a whole lot of fun.
I cut a ski run out with a buddy out there. I go, I got to get this before he gets off. So I just got out, made myself some chili, and listening. Yeah. I'm like, I got to say hi to the number 3, top third, or number 3 big board. Tens of thousands, actually hundreds of thousands at this point, have gone through. And my friend, you speak markets very well, and you trade markets well to get yourself to number 3. So kudos to you. And yeah, I wouldn't go back to FX if I were you either.
No, yeah, I never really I never like started. It was just a small little side quest that I did. And again, the leverage in futures is essentially when you're trading the NAS 100, you're trading the NASDAQ. If you're going to trade the NASDAQ, trade it on the most standardized, where the data is coming from one place. It's not up for debate. There's no yada yada, no mischievous business going on. It's just very straight up. So yeah, I don't think there's at this point in the industry, I don't think there's a reason to be on the Forex side.
Are you just trading with us only, or where's your focus at? Across the board?
I am trading. Say again, sorry?
Yeah, are you trading with other firms? Or are you trading with other brokerage accounts? I'm just kind of getting an idea of where your focus is right now.
I trade on a variety of. I'm live funded on multiple firms, and then I trade a personal account as well. But at this point in time, I had a couple other sim ones. At this point, I'm only doing live, and I'm live with a couple of firms. I keep pretty standard risk settings across the board. With you guys, I have 2 contracts, 2,200 daily loss limit. With some of my other live funded accounts, I have $1,100, 1 contract. So I try and keep the risk pretty standardized. But I'm trading across a variety of different accounts and options. I still do options as well.
Do they offer? Yeah, I was just going to say, do they offer you any other things? I'm learning from, you were a top trader, 6 figures in payouts, sizable live account still. Is there anything our prop desk, trade desk needs to be providing you that you don't currently get or that you want right now? You said options.
I think that one thing that would be, I find this to be, I don't know whether it's specific to me, but I have found success at in a live account with another firm, being able to tweak my risk settings, not necessarily on the fly, but in the morning, if I'm looking at the market and I say, oh man, I think the NASDAQ is going to make a move today, right? I can reach out and have my contract limit raised from 1 to 2, right? And I just know Mick has a lot of people calling him, I think. So I think it may.
Well, Mick has a team, and that team's getting doubled, if not larger. But then we'll have a lot of the automation that they're building right now will be allowed to do, or be easier for them to do. But what's your current size right now? I mean, you have a sizable. What do you have? You have a sizable live account right now. What's your maximum position, or do you keep it very low? You set your own.
I keep it low. My theory has always been live accounts. You don't need a lot of contracts to make a lot happen. So I do 2 contracts and 2,200 daily loss limit on this account. But I also am aware that I'm not aiming for the 10. I'm not aiming for 50K days on this account. Sizing wise, it's just not going to happen. But 2 contracts, you can get a $9,000-$10,000 day if you can hold winners well. If you can find a couple.
You're up 20 for the. Are you up 20 on the week?
I think it's 17. I was battling break even essentially coming into it, so I'm at somewhere around there. Yeah, and it's using 2 contracts.
Wow, guys! And when I say guys, everybody listening, you don't need to size up. You can size down, and you can make it happen. You can get to where you want to go. So. Trading options. I'm talking to our trade desk about how we open up. Like if you wanted to make a phone call and say, "Hey, I want to, buy 21,500 calls on the NASDAQ," and it come out of your account. Now you can't trade it in and out because the platform's not set up like that.
Right.
The one we have right now, but you can call in the trade, put it on, and that's something that we're looking at doing to really help our top guys. Have another, tool in the tool shed or ability to expand opportunities. All the things that our FCM offers us, our brokerage firm offers us, and plus some, we want to make available to our live traders. So, good. I'm glad you're crushing it. How long you been trading again? Like 8 years, 5 years with us?
7 years. 7 years now. 7 years. Yeah.
7 years. Damn, you got a good head on your shoulder.
It's been a journey. The one thing that the one thing that I would add is I know that there's been a lot of lately people haven't been super happy about, some people, at least I read Twitter sometimes just for fun. I don't have it, but I read it for fun.
Oh, God, I know.
But I have seen some people be like, what's the point of being live account with a prop firm? What's the point of being live account? This is my 2 cents. As someone who has traded futures on a personal account, I would like to, a brief scenario, if you will, as long as I have a minute or two.
Yeah, marketing. Get ready to clip. Marketing. Get ready to clip this.
Yeah, that's right. 157 Central.
I personally, on a personal account, let's just say that you have a $2,000 daily loss limit, right? Let's say on Monday and Tuesday, you hit that $2,000 daily loss limit, and then your trades reverse and start to work, but you can't do anything. You're frustrated. You've been maxed out. You've maxed out daily loss 2 days in a row. Speaking from experience, that window between 5 and 6 p.m. Eastern or whatever, that one little window where you can go and change the personal risk settings, I, before, many times, have gone back and said, I only got stopped out by a couple of points and then my trade works. I just need a couple more contract size, a couple more daily loss limit. And next thing you know, you're going into the next day with a 5K daily loss limit and 5 contracts versus the 2. And that day, on day 3, you just lose normally. It's not like, so now all of a sudden, and on Thursday, like, I'm speaking from experience that after losing days, which on futures, just because of how volatile an asset they are, is very natural, it's really easy to go back in and change your risk settings and just be like, it wasn't me who was wrong, it was the market who was wrong. My timing, like whatever the case may be, it was an asshole, it ran a stop, all this. For me to do that on my multi-6-figure account with Topstep, I gotta call somebody and I gotta say, hey, can you I want to size up. And they're gonna look and they're gonna be like, well, we can see that you've hit max daily loss 2 days in a row. Yeah. Historically speaking, that's not the best time to massively size up. Are you sure you want to do that, right? So that in and of itself, a lot of people have been saying, and I look, I get it. There's some tax stuff, some other stuff, a personal account, all that. If you're live funded and you want to keep the profits, having a risk team helps. It just helps. And that is coming from someone who's traded personal funds for a long time. My foray into these live funded accounts, the risk teams have made it very stress-free for me. That's what what
we're here. That's basically what Topstep's here. We're not the ones saying get in, get out. We'll never tell you to get in, get out. We're going to just be like, hey, Rake, you realize yesterday did that, this did that. Are you sure about this? We're going to you're a big boy. You're going to be like, you're right. Okay, you're right. I'm calling it a day. Thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
Honestly, the truth is making that call is enough of a deterrent. It's embarrassing. You don't want to make the call and be like, hey, like.
At our prop firm, and Dre would say the same thing. Like there was this like tension between the risk back office and traders. But at Topstep, we're like, we want to be the cool risk managers. The whole thing was like, we want to be like, we're here for you. We're back. But at the same time, you need that guy, you need that coach to come out of the dugout, walk up to you on the pitching mound and be, Rake, you don't have it today. Go hit the showers. Yep. And then you just take it. And then you go live to pitch another day, live to stay in the big leagues. You're able to stay in the big leagues. Now, if you're like, get the hell off my mound, I got a couple more in me, and they send it on you. You're probably going down to the minors. Let's be honest here. So the coachable aspect of it, being open to this. This is what we've been like building the program about. The whole funding model is really built around getting individuals to showcase their ability, learn, create, and hone their own stuff while they're proving it to us, and then build. And then we're there towards the end, not towards the end, towards the top of their game. And we're going to help take them to the next level or help them stay at the top of the game. There's fine. You can stay at the top of the game all day long. You'd be a $30,000 a year trader here at Topstep on our prop firm. Sweet. We want these guys that we pull up to stay up. And I like how you're open to that. So if there's anything we need to do on our prop desk, trade desk, that's better, please share. Love having you on here. You're great to listen to. I think having individuals like you that come on here and speak about the markets in the way you do, in a fun way. I mean, even your style right now is what you bring to the table. It's just fun loving. It's not like showboat and it's difficult. It's tough, and you share all that with people. That goes a long ways, and it's fun to have guys like you in our program.
I appreciate you guys all. I really appreciate you guys having me on today. It has been everything I hoped for and more, and I really loved the conversation. So
we'll talk to you offline. We'll see if we can get you on here more. You're awesome and a huge treat to everybody.
Appreciate you guys. Dolby,
I'll let you take it from here.
JD, let's close it out. All right, you heard him say yourself. 6-figure account balance in the live funded account, 6 figures in payouts, all with 0 margin requirements. That's what we're talking about here. All right, guys.
Oh yeah, hold on, really quickly. Speaking of margin requirements, speaking of prop, speaking of personal brokerage account, let's put this together. You can take money out of your prop and go put it into your personal brokerage and grow that one too. And then you're like, because this whole tax thing that people are starting to talk about on Twitter, like, yo, that only matters to people that are crushing it. And to top it all off, if you're in the prop can give you a 30 lot. Like Dakota does 30 lots. To have a 30 lot, your margins and all that kind of stuff, and then it's also like, you can keep your balance lower in your prop account. You don't need it and still get the same, get larger buying power and all that kind of stuff. And I did that. I mean, I would keep my accounts. I would have, it's all on how you want to do it. But yeah, the whole like all of a sudden like personal brokerage accounts are way better. Then go do that with your kids' college fund. So it's or do both. How about that? Do both. That's what I always did. It sounds like you're already doing. So
I still do it. I still trade personal funds to this day. I'll tell you what, it's a hell of a lot more stressful when I have a losing day because I know there's the threat of me going to change that risk limit on my own. I'll just tell you, it's just more stressful. I still do it. I still, it's great, but it's stressful. It's my live accounts with you guys and with others have been low stress, no stress, and that's great.
Good. That's a sweet spot we want you in. Good stuff.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for joining us, Jake. Number 3 on the leaderboard, you just saw it. All right, next up, we got Power Hour. We got number 2 on the leaderboard. Coach Dakota's coming in. He's going to be joined by Jack Dolby and Hoag. We're going to take a short break. We're running a little over time. That's okay, though. TopstepTV, more tradertainment coming your way. Let's go.
What up, everybody? It is hashtag Power Hour. I'm Jack, joined by number 2 on the big board. We're counting down. Dakota is here. Dolby is back on the air. Hoag is here as well. We're just looking at the
Glad to
NQ
be
right
here.
now. Yeah, always a pleasure to be here. Bitcoin's below 100K. What do we think?
I have mixed feelings about Bitcoin, Jack.
What are those mixed feelings, Dakota?
I mean, you see what that stock that has been buying up Bitcoin. See its reaction today in the markets. It was like up big, and now I think it's down like 3% or something.
Yeah, that'll happen
Micro
when.
strategy.
Yeah. Well, maybe someone here short it. Also, when you have 3 times the market cap of the value of their Bitcoin holdings and selling more stock to do it, who would have thunk? Anyway, we are below VWAP. We had that big sell-off on the Fitch rating news, we think. It's been kind of bouncing around, testing up the VWAP, coming back. Any ideas here? Dakota, you were maybe in favor of pulling along. You got the bull behind you.
Yeah. This is such a bullish market. I mean, it's been by the dips, right? And with what a great segment it was an hour ago, or I mean, the last segment where, I mean, that's trading. That really is. The sooner people realize and understand it, where you don't have to trade big size, smaller size, go in the direction of the trend, wider stops even, and yeah, you don't need to be swinging huge position sizes.
Yeah. Just talk about someone who knows themselves. I mean, he's like, hey, I'm only risking $1,000 per NQ contract, calls up the risk manager team and is like, hey, clear me for 2,200, 2 NQs, 6-figure account. Like, he knows exactly what his trigger points are, where his locked in size is. It's like so good. Such a good trader. Hopefully we can get him back on the air.
Yeah, I want to bring him in as a consultant for the to give the speech to those that trade the house account.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack, come on.
Hey,
I
this wasn't directed at you.
Pull the trigger a few times.
So we buying this range or what?
Let's find a trade for the house account.
Yeah, speaking of which.
Well, we were just talking about extremely narrow range today for the NQ. We are setting up for the news tomorrow, so there could be some positioning here in the last hour.
NASDAQ is sitting at a very interesting level as we speak.
The yellow Topstep level. Let's see what we got.
Hovering
Yesterday's
around
value
what?
high?
500.
Yes. It's the structure break yesterday to the upside. It's the IB low today. So my concern is, I mean, I like the long too. I'm a big fan of buying USA and longing the equities. But if we're spending a lot of time below the IB low and the structure break to the upside yesterday, we're back inside value from yesterday. We run the risk of value acceptance play, which could drag price considerably lower down to possibly value low 21,422 half. As long as we're holding below that level, we're showing signs of potential acceptance of lower pricing. So that's the one thing that gets me a little bit nervous about looking for longs at this time.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It's that number at 7:30 tomorrow. And
Possible levels.
the rager we've been on is
We need to extend this range. I mean, we were talking before in the green screen, just 93 points for overall daily range is very, very small. And if we can extend this range to the downside, then yeah, maybe we could take a look at us moving to the next support resistance area. That's going to be around 450s.
Well, that's funny because actually I have 468s, which is the 30-minute consolidation from a while ago, and 468's about the middle of that range. So maybe a little liquidity sweep or stop run down there, and maybe it bids back up. But 450s are kind of right in there as well.
One more little nuance. I mean, we traded below the initial balance early in the session. We traded above the initial balance. That tends to create range bound markets. So if we're going to stay range bound, the idea down here would be to go long. It's the value area acceptance that's kind of keeping me on my heels on that.
Yeah, this is your consolidation pennant flag Dorito pattern that we're seeing here.
Kind of weird seeing a Dorito down here, though. Typically, they're like more in the middle of a range, but we have a Dorito actually forming at the bottom of the range. So not quite sure how that's going to play out, but definitely keeping an eye on it because it's one of the tastiest setups to talk about.
And at the same time, we're also looking at a daytime frame megaphone pattern. Lower lows, higher highs.
We got megaphones and Doritos. That's not good.
Yes.
That is not good.
Yes.
That sounds about right. Yes.
Crunch that burrito carefully.
That's right.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. I mean, whenever you're making higher highs and lower lows, it's a rough market. You just never know when it's going to break. Typically, reversals near the extremes are the right play, but at any moment you could have the market. I mean, that's just normal, right? Anything can happen.
Typically, you kind of see that megaphone formation happening like the day before a big news event. Maybe the volume's a little bit light, and then people are able to kind of like run stops up high, then run them down low, and you can really chop up a lot of people. And if you're anticipating that market state, it can end up being pretty profitable just because you have the confidence of going in and buying a lower low because you're already anticipating playing the megaphone formation. I don't know if it's a formation I would play like every single day I saw it, but before a big news day, I think it certainly becomes a lot more appealing as a trade opportunity.
With this tiny little range, extension is not going to take a lot of energy.
Yeah, and it's not.
It's like knocking over a lamp.
I like that.
So short 50? Is that what we're doing?
We're
Keep
going to
it
knock
cheap.
it over.
We can be short and add. If there's range extension, it's probably going to happen to the bottom
downside,
of
I would
this.
think.
Yeah.
And I would think it'd back up. It wouldn't just free fall down. I'm kind of
It's
curious to
starting
see
to
about
look
adding.
like it. I mean, we're testing the bottom end of that support trend line, and if we
Overnight
break,
low.
we could see that extension down. I think
Mhm.
we're breaking right now.
I mean, Dakota, you haven't even traded today, so are you in the
No, I
mindset
haven't. I haven't even
to?
placed a trade. I didn't trade last night. I was watching Bitcoin hit 100K. I had a beautiful example with Coach Jay from the order flow that Coach or you, Hoag, talk about. I just sent it to you about having a big order, the market touching it multiple times, needing to get through those orders, and then it breaks out.
Gotta wear it out.
And yeah, and here we are in such a messy market. So I'm actually giving myself an A grade for not even placing a trade today.
Good job.
Pat
Well,
myself on the
MP
back.
was part of that stack. I was trying to say
I
stack
know,
and
I
deck
know.
at the same time.
We were talking about it, like, yeah, I think one of those is MP's Bitcoins that just got filled.
Yes, there is a poll up here. Grade yourself for it today. We do this every day here in Power Hour. And be honest with yourself. Don't be hard on yourself. Don't be easy on yourself. Be honest.
Bitcoin with a very ugly candle for the day.
Ooh.
It's bad.
Pull up that chart. What's this? The table formation where you go straight up and then straight across and then straight down.
Possibly.
Two-legged table.
How about the other markets? Have you guys just looked at and have been trading any of the other markets?
JD and I had a gold scalp that went pretty smoothly.
Right at the
That was-
bottom, man. You guys
That
picked
was
the
exciting.
bottom.
And then we called the top in NASDAQ, but we
Yeah, you did.
moved to stop the break even and got tagged. I mean, we were chopping it up. JD and I are on the same wavelength. But JD and I sold what 557s, Dakota. Almost got stopped out at 569s, covered one, and then JD moved it to break even, and then it sold off 60 points.
Yeah, that was when Fitch started speaking.
All right. We got a couple things to get through here. And then, Hoag, I'd love if you could explain the late spike someone was asking. But first, Eddie and Gabe, if you're ready, do you guys want to hit the jab, jab, jab?
Jabbity, jabbity, jab. Well, I do see a lot of
Jabba.
new names here, so I just want to explain what jab, jab, jab is. Throughout the day, we have a lot of our traders putting messages, comments, and so forth in our chat here. What I sort of look for is people that are moving forward. Now, we talk about jab, jab, jab. It's a step-by-step process to see success, to see light at the end of the tunnel. Whether you're doing good or bad, we want to keep moving forward to get to that promised land, if you want to call it. So, picking and choosing. If you had a payout, paid yourself out. If you passed a combine, we want to know about it. If you had a good day and you locked yourself out, we want to know about it. If you had a bad day and locked yourself out, we want to know about it. So we're going to get busy here. We'll start this out here with, of course, our tune. Okay. In this corner, logging in the Topstep every weekday, traders do the work, strive for success, and keep on jabbing when the opportunity calls. This can be you. In the other corner, with a W tattooed on each butt cheek. Wow. Never using a game plan or stopping like a damn fool. Author of the book Surviving a Zombie Apocalypse, only with duct tape and spam. Rondo the Can Tamale. All right, let's take a look and see what traders have used that jabs to make those count here and moving themselves forward. We're going to start with Bankroll. Now, Bankroll was posted this yesterday late, and I didn't want to miss it because I think this is something we all need to sort of realize. Bankroll locked all 7 accounts. They are mostly break even, $80 profit. I locked them all up. Okay. Hey, small profits do add up. Being in the green, whether it be $5 or 500 or 5,000, mentally still builds confidence. All right, coming in, we got Bearded Trays. I just want to put this in here. Very happy. Did a great oil trade yesterday. Must have been a great one because he posted it in chat. Dylan, another XFA in the bag. Next stop, live account. I'm coming for that leaderboard. Well, Dylan, you come, man. And job well done. Our good friend Dan Emmons, after months of effort, I've passed 5 150K combines. It took 15 days, but it was worth the climb. Never give up, never surrender. Hashtag jab, jab, jab. Joey Adams says, thank you, Topstep, for the opportunity. I am up $133 for the day. Joey, you know what I like about this one is $133. Had Joey put the comment in there. I'm behind you 100%, Joey. You're not reckless. You're not greedy. Right? Somebody being thankful for making 133. I tell you, I come into so many traders that say 133. Oh, geez, that was a waste of my day. Joey, keep going, man. You're going to be successful. And I think that is it for Jab, Jab, Jab. Remember, post them early in the chat. If I catch them, I will add those to our segment. Back to you guys for Power Hour.
Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Thank you, Eddie.
All right.
That was exciting. Well, the short would have been working a little bit right now.
I would
gotta
be
extend
okay
this
with the
range.
small short. Very small, right? Smaller size. I could see us getting down to 450s.
Dolby,
If
you
we
want to
can
take it?
extend the range. What's that?
Dolby's talking in silence.
God, it's no one can hear you scream in this damn forest I'm in right now.
I'm ready whenever.
Right now,
Dolby, you can take it.
right here,
whenever.
right now. It's just flying short now. Where'd you take it, Dakota? Right here, right now.
1
points
right
lower,
now.
we were talking about
Yeah.
short.
Yeah,
All
there
right,
was
short
80
one.
that just came in at the ask that got filled. So
Where's your stop at?
Yeah. My stop would be 512.
Perfect. Profit target?
I could see 50s, lower 50s, mid to lower 50s.
Cool.
410.
Little inverted on the risk, but we'll figure it out.
If you're feeling saucy, I would add one at like 75 with a stop and see if we get those triggered at the bottom.
Hoag 410, huh? Yeah, there's
410.
something to that. We can definitely trail it.
Your target's 410, Hoag? We can do that too.
430. Let's go 430.
I'll add
We
one
start-
here if you don't.
That's 5 points
20,000.
short of value area low from yesterday.
Anywhere to add? Do you want to average up into this
There-
thing? I mean, it's cooking to the
There it is.
downside.
Here we go.
Okay, bounce back. Would have had to be quick on that.
We can short bounces. Bounce a couple points off of 468, which is the midpoint of the 30-minute range of an older one.
I'm going to be honest. It's harder for me to add to shorts in such a bullish market this week.
Oh, not wrong.
That's a personal thing for me.
I think
Because we still haven't.
The special case with the unemployment number tomorrow. I'm not going to talk this
Long
poison into people's
liquidation
ears.
before then.
Yeah. But we should be
I mean,
taking
we're-
responsible trades.
Yeah, we're still at the bottom. Like we're near the bottom of that megaphone formation
Yeah.
that we're talking about, right? So if we get a break, then it's going to be good. And I don't really want
And
to
here
be
it
playing a
comes.
breakout market in a range bound day like today. That's why I'm fine with this small size and letting it play out, especially since we're against this, weekly trend.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Grade yourself. How was your
expanded. Are
trading
we
been today? 37% gave themselves an A, 28% D, 23% C, 10% no grades today. Okay.
That's the highest our A B level has been. 37%. Great day. It's pretty good.
Got some cocky folks in the chat. I love it.
It's hanging on the bottom megaphone.
It is. It is
hanging right there.
I want to see it just keep busting.
What entry did we get?
480s.
Okay.
A little bit premium we're paying, but it's okay. If it goes a lot lower, it's not look like premium at all.
Yeah, it's starting to look heavy. It's starting to look heavy. I like it.
Yep. Value area acceptance play. It's going down to 425.
Wow.
Okay.
Hoag calling the shot.
Let's do it.
To the decimal, Hoag? Do you want to just give me a half, quarter, or evens?
No, just
We already got
430.
25s.
I always go short of it.
Okay.
Always go
like
short
it.
of it. Make sure I get filled. Take your bite out of the middle.
$1,000 right there. Perfect. 430s. Coach J is a 410 target.
That's the
Points
first one I
lower.
looked at there, Jay.
Or 10. Love it.
About 340s. I mean, yesterday was so bullish. A lot of room to retrace.
Are we talking 20,000 410 or 21,000 410?
20,000
410,
right?
I'm sure.
Taking us for 1,000 change in 30 minutes.
Just say the word, guys. Just say the word.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Now, if we can get some acceptance from the S&P back inside yesterday's value, then we'll really be cooking. Right now, it's hanging right at the top of value from yesterday.
I like that this 5-bar closed near its lows.
Near its low.
And trying to break through this megaphone pattern.
It is really trying. And then Dakota, you had a level at 450s. I got that guy at 468. So we got levels to look at as this marches lower. Let's see if it starts ripping.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one we're going to wish we had multiples on.
Probably.
Yeah, it is. It is.
We can add one
That's
now.
usually the
I mean,
case,
it's
right?
not going to change all that much.
Let's be responsible with it. Like, it's only 10 points in our favor. And I talked about tapping that chart yesterday of the weekly. I mean,
here we go.
Okay.
The range is being expanded.
Below 468s. This was the middle point of the 30-minute range that was established at around 10:30 Central.
There
464 is the point of control from yesterday. We got to get through that now.
Okay, let's make a note.
Meanwhile, Bitcoin's down 6%.
$464s. You said 464 was point of control from yesterday? Cool.
Yes,
Right
TPO
around
point of control from
68.
yesterday.
Perfect. Nice. Got some levels that are very close to each other. That's good.
I see these 50s coming. Let's see it.
Is there Dakota? You got us into this trade in the first place. How do you feel about our stop still at 512s? Do you want to move it lower? Keep it where it's at?
It's at 512. I could say we could move it to 98.
Sure. It's just a little bit better in the risk reward ratio camp.
Yeah.
So risking about 360 to make potentially $1,000 if we go down to 430. It's about 2.5, 3 to 1 here. Risk reward.
Mm-hmm.
Chat, what levels do you have for the
Homer
NQ?
Brian, that POC on the daily levels is the volume point of control. I was looking at the TPO point of control.
450.
Chat wants to get long.
Oh, of course they do.
Hey, that's fine. If you want to get long, you don't know till you bet.
Come on, S&Ps, roll over.
Bitcoin's down
Hoag wants to
6%.
give you a belly rub. 6%. Wow.
From the high, from the high it made overnight.
It's an unusual circumstance to have an actual traded financial product where everyone is so amped up about one particular BFRN that people will literally push it through that to pop the champagne, and then it's kind of like, I think it could go way higher. I thought it was going to go to at least like 108 or something before it came back through 100K.
Well, I don't
Isn't
think
there
they
like
had
that,
champagne. I think they had wine back when the tulip hype was happening.
I think the crypto bros are just shaking like C4s and like Red Bulls and Monsters and stuff. Or maybe some like ashwanga tea. If you're a real bro.
Something that, expands your mind.
Isn't there that saying for stocks, like if a stock gets to 100, there's like a 90% chance it goes to like 200 or something like that?
I think it was
hearing
like
that from a while ago.
I know there's one where it's like if a stock gets to 90, the odds of it getting to 100 or
Yeah,
something like that.
chat knows. A little bit of a bouncy off of 468 or 464s. Hoag, what's that telling you?
That's the point of control. That's one of the levels I was looking at us getting through for continuation.
Curious to see the chat. Who's all long down here? Because this is the bottom. That was the bottom of the megaphone.
And if you got long, I want you to hashtag power hour that with your order entry off your platform.
Yeah, we will be back later with hashtag Power Hour with all the stuff. Hit us up on X for any buzzer beaters.
Ooh, buzzer beaters.
Oh man, S&Ps are rejecting value from yesterday. That's not a good sign.
Should we close this?
I mean, we're at about break even, all things considered. So if we want to pull it, we're getting a small haircut here.
I mean, what's the risk is what, 98?
360.
$900
cash.
I mean, that's a good dinner.
It is.
Great one.
It is a good dinner.
I'm not against it. I will wash my hands.
I'm okay with leaving this on for a little bit, because we're right where we broke down. Right, this is where a lot of support was around this zone, these 480 zones, and if support's going to become resistance, this will be that zone. I mean, the 98 stop is there for a reason. So
yeah, let's let play.
Just
Yeah.
right to that point of control to the T. Needed to
64?
get through that. Yep. I'm not a huge fan of it, but that doesn't mean anything. It can still work out in our direction. We all know that.
Oh, you're telling me the
ACH,
entry doesn't
baby.
care about your opinion? Really?
No,
Okay,
it doesn't. As much as I tell it to.
So rude.
We've officially expanded the range
Like one
by
of my kids.
Not going to get a Christmas card this year.
Yeah.
We expanded the
long
range
coal
by 10
futures.
points.
10 points.
10 points.
I mean, this would be a nice place to add to a short if we had a lot of conviction. This is kind of that support becomes resistance area that you were talking about, Dakota, right? That 490.
Correct. Yeah. If he was going to build a position and you're still biased to the bears short side, this would be a place to add. Looking for a reversal up here into those 80s.
Yep. And if you just go down to the 1 minute, it's still lower highs and it's still lower lows.
Mm-hmm.
This is a decision zone, Dobie, where you can make an argument for
100%.
both. You can make an argument to go back up to test the high of this range or this consolidation or this channel. Then you can make an argument to continue down. That's been that's the story of the market today. It's been very rough.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jake was on and he was saying, look at the bigger time frames. If you look at a big time frame, it's going to tell a different story than if you're looking at a 1 minute chart, right? 1 minute chart is saying lower lows, lower highs. 30-minute chart or 1 hour chart says megaphone. Two totally different stories.
4-hour chart is saying bullish. What daily is extremely bullish.
Yep.
So it depends on the time frame you're trading.
All right, we'll be watching this. I am contractually obligated to throw in a Series 3 at some point. I feel like we're going to dance around within 15 points of our stop until I do. So what do you say, guys?
Let's do it. Let's do this. Fill your contractual obligations, Jack.
Also, I want to be done with this. I don't know why I am the one tasked with finding these questions, of which they don't release many. You got to find them. But here we go.
It keeps you fresh.
Or what? I already passed. The minimum quality grade that may be delivered to fulfill an obligation of a futures contract is known as A, the premium grade, B, the basis grade, C, the minimum grade, or D, the standard. Oh, I misspelled it. Standard grade.
The standard.
Standard.
You're saying it's not D.
Basically.
I mean,
it could be, comrade.
Or is it a trick?
Well,
I'm gonna
want a hint?
I'm going to put my.
I believe I know what the answer is.
Okay, I voted.
I think it's B.
That's what I voted. I voted B.
That's good because you passed and I didn't.
All right, let's go ahead and B.
Coach Hoop says unleaded.
Basis grade.
Yeah, it is B, the basis grade.
Very good.
And if it's lower, then you could pay lower. Then it will be adjusted.
Yes.
And there's substitute grades, premium grades.
Yeah, that was something that was pretty interesting to learn about. Like, okay, so you don't always get the grade, the basis grade. If it's lower, you get lower, but then you pay less.
Yeah, you
and if
pay
it's
less
higher,
for it.
You get higher, but then you have to pay more.
Pay more, right? Yep.
Yeah, like wow, you just take what you get.
Yeah, it is wild with all the corn out there, for instance. It's like they have an exact grade of corn that fascinates me.
Of what? Corn?
Corn. When you're delivering
corn with
people have written that,
right?
Okay. Used to bring samples of grains to the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. Like, Iowa corn, Wisconsin, Illinois, you'd be able to kind of sift through and see which grade of corn was the best. We used to just steal kernels of corn and go up on the 44th floor of the Board of Trade and throw corn out the window at taxi cabs.
Did they? Is that what the traders are doing? Is throwing corn samples at unsuspecting
that's
walker
when I was
bys?
a little kid, though. That's when I was
Killing
a
all the
kid.
pigeons.
Yeah, right.
Pigeons getting hit by taxis left and right.
They keep on thinking we're saying porn.
Yeah, of course, Chad would.
There's no standard
they
grade
was
for
throwing-
porn, guys.
They were getting rid of porn. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, you'll know it when you see it.
Hey, I mean, 40-something million I seen popped up on my news feed that people are making on that stuff is just absurd.
Oh yeah, they're getting paid.
That's premium
They are
grade.
getting. That's the premium grade.
Nobody ever pays for it, though.
Anyway, short
Anyway.
market is taking forever.
Iowa porn. Sorry, chat's cracking me up right now.
How many more innuendos can we squeeze in on this one? Ooh, we didn't offer him back down again. This is kind of interesting. Dakota, your 490 is rejected. About 7-8 points here.
There's an opportunity to add. Like this is where I would
now?
add a contract.
All right, done. We're short 2.
And then moving the stop to 92. So we're increase the position, but keeping the risk.
Keeping the risk
basically,
small.
Basically the same.
Nice.
What's the risk if you move it to 92? It should be
like 500.
NASDAQ Delta minus 5,800. S&P Delta minus 9,200.
Now that we have 2, are we willing to peel one? Maybe say 20 points lower or something, or 30 points lower?
Yeah. Yeah, I think our targets down there in the 60s would be okay to pill one.
We got to
Our
survive
average is
6
now
minutes.
479. Let's say 60. Yeah, I'll do. See how that plays.
We're coming up in the last 15 minutes of the day, though, so also need to take that into consideration where, we could just flatten and just be done. Because I love to be flat before MOC, and there's no need to hold a trade into something like that. Now, that's my opinion. I know
Dakota.
other traders like Peter Tuchman loves MOC. That's where he makes his bread and butter, right? But
that's the Dakota rule.
Yesterday, I mean, we had a very non-eventful day, and we were sort of laughing at, what's the MOC going to be, and it was huge. It's like around 5 billion. So, and it really didn't do anything. It really didn't do anything. It's like, I'd like to know, how is he making money off that? What is he trading? Or anyone to that matter. Anyone for that matter.
Ooh, we're getting close
Yeah, I
here.
don't
We might
know.
get tagged.
I'm sure there's some way that you can make money on MOC, because whenever there's volatility, there's opportunity, but it's just not for me. That's it. I just don't understand it enough to make that decision.
I'm with you.
Everyone, take a deep breath and squeeze in your gut. We got to squeeze by this. Yeah.
Wow.
We got got. All right, minus 521.
There we go.
And now it's going to roll over.
It tagged. It filled us at 92, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It ticked us. Yeah. But let's see what happens.
Oh, the humanity.
It really did.
And we're still inside value from yesterday.
Holy
Running out of time, though.
It didn't even trade through it. It just flipped up and traded like.
Wah, wah.
Go to the moon. Go to the moon.
Yeah, I
Now
know,
we
right?
want it
Just
to
shoot 5 points
To the
higher.
moon, Alice. To the moon. Hey, Ralphie boy.
Just shoot higher so we don't feel bad. 2 contracts. Yeah, I think we signed both of them.
Yep.
Yeah, now that we broke through that, then the top of this range is in play.
It is. We flipping long then?
No, done. Oh yeah, that's right, Coach Hoop. Is Packers playing tonight?
Ooh,
Amazon Prime.
Right at the
that
start of
means
my
it's on
slow
Twitch.
market. Right at the start of my slow market.
7:15 Central Time. We got the Packers playing the line. It's going to be a very good game. Over and under 51.5, and Detroit is giving 3.5.
We'll have the charts up on one screen and the game on and the other, and every time Green Bay scores, we'll buy one NASDAQ. See where we go from there.
You think they're going to? It'll be a good game, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Awesome
I
game.
mean, my position limit's 30 contracts. Hopefully, we'll see how it goes.
Oh, listen to you Packer bum.
Man,
I'm not sure who's left in the Lions defense, but we will find out in a couple hours. Got
We're
real
facing the
banged up
Bears.
playing the Bears. Real banged up.
About this time of the year, though, D-time, I mean, everybody gets banged up.
All right.
Mhm.
James, if you can squeeze in some hashtag Power Hour content in the next 2 minutes.
I can do that.
Lions by 3.5.
I can do that. That's a task I can do. I'm good at that. Here's Power Hour. Too Fast Nate. Okay, I hit 2 bangers today. I got $725 of drawdown left on my 2XFA. I might make a comeback. We're rooting for you, Nate.
Nice.
Don't go too fast. Watch out for those turns. Stock Trader, that's a wrap for today. Disciplined December. Looks like he locked up good $1,165, 74% trade winning percentage. Look at all those numbers and staying focused. So good job.
I like the
Stock Trader.
Mr. Miyagi.
Mr. Miyagi in the bottom right. Too bad it's not the one and only Jackie Chan. Ram
I
Trade.
love Jackie. I love Jackie.
Combine passed. Went long on the NQ as we broke all-time highs. So congrats on passing that combine. He tagged you, Dakota. I don't know if this is one of your slow market viewers or not, but wrong trades.
No, he was streaming live last night, and I just randomly popped up on my YouTube feed, and he had like 15 viewers, and he was just showing his trades and execution and transparent. And I just hopped in the chat and said, "Hey, great job." No one believes me whenever I hop in anyone's chat. They think I'm just some this is like not the real Dakota. I'm like, all right.
You're always trying to sell meme. You're trying to sell meme coins all the time. It's weird.
I was gonna say Dakota's in my Discord is trying to make me buy Apple gift cards for him.
MOC in 10 seconds here.
Yep.
Real quick, Topstep performance update. Made 13K in 3 weeks and starting. Requested my 5K payout club hat. Can't wait to receive it. We can't wait for you to have it either. Here's MOC.
That was great, James. Thank you.
Oh my God,
Very
it
good,
is
James.
here. Oh, today's the fart in the tornado. All right, S&P. S&P right now, 98 million buy side. NASDAQ, 539 million buy side. Dow, 232 million sell side. Mag 7, 289 million buy side. Boy, this was a real dump. Top seller today, back, and NVIDIA, the top buyer today. And there you have it. I'll be watching these. Hopefully, they will change, but who's to say? Back to you guys.
Thank you for
Well.
that, Eddie.
Hey, you know what, Jack? Before I pass the microphone, one of our good friends here, Shubham, Bell Develler. This is my first December season of U.S. futures. Is December really not favorable for trading? Very erratic moves are happening these days. I was going to sort of ask Johnny. I know that we've seen a lot of busy Decembers and a lot of very big sleepers. I'm going to ask Johnny Hoags if he can give our good friend a little advice here in December.
If you're trading equities, we're coming into rollover. Rollover makes markets a little bit strange. The December rollover in particular, size down. Make sure that you're only trading your A setups, the trades that come to you, just take those. It could be a busy period. It could be a dead period. We don't know. We don't get to choose that. So pay attention really to the context of the market. And again, for the next couple of weeks, we're in rollover. They're going to be a little bit strange. A lot of folks don't even trade the last month or the last 2 weeks of the year. Keep that in mind also. It's going to be a little bit thin, going to be a little bit illiquid. Markets are going to move a little bit further if they're going to move at all. But there are always opportunities in these markets. These markets are opportunity generating machines. Just slow down a little bit, trade a little bit smaller, be a little bit more selective with your entries, and hopefully you'll have a good month. Shubham, thanks for all your contributions and comments in the chat all the time. We appreciate you.
Good trader. Thank you, John.
Yeah, on the average, everything's going to be less liquid, especially once we get towards the end of the year. Lots of holidays, everyone out. Firms don't need to close their positions, someone was asking, but there is sometimes a lot of rebalancing that goes on among institutions, portfolios, things like that.
It's just a crazy month. Troopers asking, do institutions need to close positions on the books, or do they hold them into the new year?
The answer
As
is
I was,
it depends.
yeah, they can.
These are good questions. I mean, if you haven't experienced the December trade, it's skewed. I mean, like Johnny said, it might be very light, but then again, markets are going to be moving a lot more because the volume's not there. That's when you get that slippage, huge slippage. Yeah.
Yep.
So
practice accounts, trade micros. You know, you
Yeah.
can just watch. You don't have to go full size or anything. Like the holidays, you only get to experience once a year in a trading career. So the longer you've been around, the more experience you have with trading in December. So nothing wrong with just sitting and watching or size down, just if you want to participate.
Stay with us. Well, you're in good hands. You're in good hands.
Yeah.
Oh, am I going to get in trouble with that one, right?
Whatever you do not let trading take over the time that you need to spend with your family and time for yourself. Too many times, personally, I've let Thanksgiving and Christmas and everything throughout those times. I was just busy watching the charts, looking to capture trades, and it just was not worth it at the end of the day.
Well, here's something good. Remember this.
Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
There you go. Thank you, Ferris.
Yes.
All right,
Last
some
5
food for
minutes.
thought, like Jake was saying in the last segment, is that when we added the second, we moved our stop to limit the risk.
Oh, God.
And with our original idea, we would still be short right now because our stop was
Yes,
at
we would.
98.
Oh
it
yeah,
is not
that's a
moving stop all
beautiful
that much.
example. Yeah, that's there's an example, right? Original trade idea was correct. We can we say we technically self-sabotaged? I don't know, because me personally, I would have closed it out before MOC, so no matter what, I would be out wherever the start of MOC was, which was what? Basically either scratch or a bit of a loss, 5-10 points of a loss. So but yeah, good example. If someone has a trade idea, and if this wasn't the end of the day, that's a beautiful example how traders, maybe they're scaling in, they're adjusting, they're, moving things, they're self-sabotaging, and then after the fact, they look at it and say, man, the analysis was good, the trade was good, but I ruined it.
You still got the bear there. Maybe we'll get some range extension here. Final drops of the day.
Are we going to hit that 450? We've had that level on this chart for a while. Flirting with 468, 464. That was the TPO point of control. It's one of Hoag's levels. Bounced once. Will it bounce again?
Hey, Dolby time. Did we ever find out if we closed below the 21.5 evens at noon?
Oh, good call. Let's find out.
Won that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good poll question. It looks like we closed above it.
Okay, good. Okay, that was a majority. Congratulations.
Yep.
No party at my house this weekend. Darn it.
At noon central?
Yeah, we had a poll for that segment. Or would we close above or below 21,550 in NQ? And I think it was like 65-35 that it would close above.
Yeah.
And we have waited
At-
15 minutes.
At
and a
noon
dramatically
central,
different
right?
answer. Yeah, that was the
Yes,
call. It was
Central.
for the 11 a.m. segment, the poll.
And we closed at 497.
I have 557 for NQ. Right at noon.
112 lot, 21.4.
Everybody wins. Everybody gets a new car. Oprah.
There it goes.
We're gonna see
And now we
450s.
go. Yeah, we are.
I hope so.
Do I hear
3
430s?
Maybe after the bell. We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my My platform's to Mountain Standard Time. That's what's up.
You know, my wife could be an auctioneer. She gets in so many stories in like 30 seconds. I'm like, Lord. I'm like, okay, hold on a second. I got this recorded. Let me listen to it again.
I hope my wife's not watching because I just laughed that hard at that.
Don and Michelle are great women. Yes, they are.
I can see my wife in
well,
the
glad
other
to
room
be
right
joining
now.
everybody here. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. It was kind of just a slow power hour, and where's the power in the power hour? It was pretty choppy.
You guys,
No trade.
us, community, big time.
Less than powerful day. I was gonna say it's impossible that my wife has ever watched 1 minute of this show over the year. It's a good thing.
Really?
Oh, yeah, it's a good thing.
Why is it impossible?
It's impossible. Hey, we got some
gonna
new lows here in RTY Dow. New low Nasdaq, huh? My goodness.
I don't think my wife's ever watched either.
No. I can say the same thing. My lady's in
Had a minute
grad
here.
school. The only thing she's watching is a textbook. That's where her mind is at. Textbook.
Yeah, there's
and-
Ram in the chat. That was on. We've just put him on #Power Hour.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice.
Ram.
Hello.
Yeah, go check out his YouTube. He was streaming, and one of the rare
Really?
traders I see showing everything.
Nice.
Awesome.
Can we get you a drink?
Can I do that? Can I do that? Can I plug someone like that?
Sure. Well, let's get Ram from 15 to 1500.
Ooh, nice bounce. Is that megaphone holding? It looks like megaphone formation might have been the play today.
It just keeps bouncing along it.
Yep.
That is. Whoop.
There we go. Well, that is 3:00. We got one more day of trading this week, so we'll see you all Friday. That's all for Power Hour. Dakota, thank you. Dolby, Hoag, and I'll kick it over to Eddie for signing us off today.
All right.
Blessings, everyone.
Oops, my goodness. There it is. Hey, you know what? I'd like to say thanks for everybody being here today. I had a good day today. Really had a good day today. Had some great guests here at Topstep. Lots of good information shared. Lots of good information shared in the chat. Lots of camaraderie. Keep it up, team. I mean, this is what it's about. This has got to be the best community for traders on this planet. Love to see how we sort of cooperate, talk, help each other, and stay positive. Stay positive. And speaking of positive, tomorrow is Friday, the 6th of December. We're going to be having Hoag and myself going to fire up the machine tomorrow. We got Coach Dakota, yes, and Mohammed. And I was just going to say Vince McMahon, but no, it's Coach Vince is going to be with us here for Fast Markets. Peter Tuckman, if we can get a good internet connection with him, coming up for Trade with Topstep. We're going to have Tamikaze, Robert Dolby. We got Mac and Chick for Shoulder Tab. Robert, again, here for wow, check this out. We got Robert and Hoag for group coaching tomorrow. You're getting the double bonus on that one. And remember, Top Quiz. Okay, Top Quiz tomorrow with Alyssa. And what we're going to be doing is that's a good time for you to collect one of those free entries into the VIP random pick for our VIPs this January. We're going to be doing 10 teams, so there's going to be a lot of open spaces. And remember, if you don't got all 11, if you're 8 for 11, if you got 5, if you got 3, it only takes one to win. It only takes one to win. So we'll see you tomorrow. Also, later in that session, Back to the Futures, we got Anne Marie, we got Matt Y, Hogan Dolby, and Power Hour Jack Dolby, Real Zach, and Anne Marie. That should be a fun one to end the day here. and the week, I should say. And taking a look at what numbers we do have tomorrow, really not too much. That's really going to be anything except for, let me make sure I got this right now. We do have the non-farm payrolls, okay? That is the big one. We've been waiting for this one all week. So make sure that you know it's coming out 7:30 tomorrow Central before opening call. So if you're trading before that time, please remember to watch. Also at that time, another big number is the unemployment rate. Okay, we're going to be having that. Scrolling down here a little later on in the day, we will have Bowman. Bowman's been speaking. Bowman's been speaking here. Barkin's been speaking, but I really haven't seen much from Barkin on the wire. 9 o'clock Michigan number. It's going to be a nice hefty number. And then, of course, 12 o'clock, we got that infamous Baker Hughes rig count, and that should be it for tomorrow. So, anyway, just want to let you know that we've got coming up after this, we do have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay, Coach Paul, right here on the Top Step. Over at 6 o'clock, Coach Ray in our Discord channel, Coach Vince, 7 o'clock in our Discord channel. Kick it back here for Coach Dakota in Slow Markets at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, and have it at that. And that's going to be about it. So once again, thanks for being with us here today. It's your time now, all yours. Go relax, go re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been TopstepTV. Take care.
I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll, podiuming at every single competition during the year.
7-5 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the wind starting at 20 to 30 mile per hour range with gusts easily up and over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone and the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured in Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day, every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right?
Getting better, everyone. All right, switch let's have. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby.
Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right?
Fuck.
But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double.
Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. All right, I got this. I can do this. I was freaking nervous for that.
There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited, I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. Can I do the left side double cork 1620? My heart's pounding out of my chest. Never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And that was the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good.
I can do this. I got this. I am this.
Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.